Hello, and welcome to a very special bonus production of the Weekly Stuff podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
We are here to talk all about Persona 5, The Royal, and I mean all about, because if you are a longtime Weekly Stuff listener, you might know that years ago when Persona 5 came out in 2017 in the West, we did a series of spoilercast discussions, 5 weeks in a row, Sean, that we then edited in to one 10.5-hour podcast that is our most popular episode, believe it or not. I remember you used to make fun of me for having long podcasts, but nope, the 10.5 hours, that's where it was.
It's it's fun to have long podcasts, although it does tend to break us. Luckily, we didn't record this one. Was not a 10-hour marathon session, which I appreciate.
Very true. But what you are listening to today is an even longer podcast, because now we have recorded the follow-up, the much-anticipated follow-up Persona 5 The Royal podcast, where we talk about all of the content in the game specific to Persona 5 The Royal, the re-released version of the game, enhanced, extended version of the game from 2020, and today you are going to hear all of the original Persona 5 spoiler content edited together with all of the Persona 5 Royal spoiler content into the ultimate Persona 5 Royal spoiler cast that I am confident, without looking it up, must be the longest Persona 5 spoiler cast on the internet, because this thing's going to be 15 hours when I'm done editing it.
I mean, it was 4 or 5 years in the making. It was a big process, and I think it will come out with the most comprehensive assessment of Persona 5, both in its original state and its newly enhanced state in Persona 5 The Royal.
Indeed. So this podcast will consist of several parts, 8 to be exact, actually. In part 1, Sean and I are going to introduce Persona 5 Royal, talk about exactly what this big episode is, what this project is, and also discuss at length something we never got to talk about the first time around, which is the brilliant Japanese vocal cast of the game. Then in part 2, we'll be jumping back in time to 2017 for our original series of podcast discussions on Persona 5, with each segment from parts 2 through 5 discussing 2 palaces or story arcs apiece, as we dive deep in discussing every facet of the story and gameplay along the way. In part 6, we give what were, in 2017, our final wrap-up thoughts on the originally released version of Persona 5, and then in part 7, we jump over to The Royal and discuss all the changes to gameplay mechanics this version introduces. And finally, in part 8, we go deep with the new story material and characters of Persona 5 Royal, and fully reflect on this new definitive version of this absolute masterpiece of a game. So that is the outline for today's extraordinarily long podcast, and I also want to note that if you are watching or listening to this on YouTube, this episode will be split into 2 parts, because YouTube only allows us to upload videos up to 12 hours in length. That's a fun fact I'm guessing most YouTubers never have to confront. But since this episode is somewhere in the range of 15 hours long, we have had to split it in half, with the divide coming after part 4. So if you get to the end of today's episode, just click the link in the description or up there on the video to continue listening to parts 5 through 8. So that is the outline for today's extraordinarily long podcast. But it is nice to have this finally, definitively all put together for us, Sean. And I hope you guys enjoy it.
Yes, it is our magnum opus. I don't know if we'll ever be able to top it.
Hello, and welcome to the Weekly Stuff podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
We are here not just to talk about stuff. We're here to talk about a very particular stuff that is very near and dear to our hearts, to your hearts, to the inception and DNA of this show. We are talking about Persona. We're not just talking about Persona. We're talking about Persona 5 The Royal, known as Persona 5 Royal in the West without the definite article, which is a worse title.
Yeah.
Persona 5 The Royal, a game that came out here in the States in 2020. At the time, we were planning to talk about it, and then things were crazy. You might remember there was a pandemic, all this shit. Anyway, we wound up not playing Persona 5 Royal for a while, which has led to a lot of people, from my brother to various listeners, playfully harassing us online for years. When are you doing the Persona 5 Royal podcast? We're doing it today, motherfuckers. I've played Persona 5 The Royal. Yeah. You have played Persona 5 The Royal.
Yes, I played Persona 5 The Royal 3 months ago or something. Maybe even longer than that when I finished it. It might be 4 months at this point.
Collectively, we have spent I don't know, 250 hours playing Persona 5 The Royal.
Yes.
Because it's long. My final play clock was 116 hours, but I think if you added in some reloads and stuff, it was probably closer to 120.
That's about mine, yeah.
Yeah, so like 240, 250 hours between the two of us for the making of this podcast, where we will be doing our big thoughts on Persona 5 The Royal. And it's pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, no, I thought they did a good job. You know, it was fun. I liked the story. I liked the gameplay, and I thought it had some good style. I'd give it a 10.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
The music's pretty good.
Yep.
It's got that bass. Sean, I mean, let's recap for the people. Persona 5 came out in 2016 in Japan. You imported it and played it well, you got it digitally, but you played it that year in Japanese. So first game you ever played in Japanese, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was one of the first like big things I did, because that was a little bit after we graduated college, and I was like, I need to make sure I actually do stuff with the Japanese I've learned, because I know a lot of people who got very good at a language and then didn't do anything with it for over a year, and then like everything they knew about that language was gone. I was like, I need to make sure that doesn't fucking happen.
Yeah.
I worked very hard to learn the amount of Japanese I know. So yes, that was like one of the big things I did, was just being like, because I remember I didn't even tell you about it, because as soon as the thought occurred to me, I'm like, I'm gonna bring this up on a podcast like out of nowhere, and I just was like, I'm just gonna fucking go for it. I didn't know if it would be feasible for me to actually be able to do it, but yes, that was the first big game I played in Japanese, and like Japanese only. And yes, that was a very interesting experience.
Yeah, and there is, you can go back and find the podcast where you reveal to me, it's at the end of an episode, that you're playing Persona 5, and I have a small meltdown of jealousy. Very, very funny. That was 2016. 2017, the game comes out, and we played it and reviewed it in real time. My first time through, your second time through. Those episodes were all compiled into a 10.5-hour spoiler cast that is, I still think, if I add up all the platforms it's been out over the years, our highest downloaded episode of the Weekly Stuff podcast is our 10.5-hour Persona 5 like spoiler cast compilation. So obviously we liked the game. It was funnily enough, it was both of our number 2 games of 2017, because 2017 was a crazy year where Nier Automata came out, your favorite game ever.
Yep.
And Zelda Breath of the Wild came out, one of my favorite games ever, and that was my number 1, but we both had Persona 5 at number 2. No insult to Persona 5, one of our favorite games ever. Obviously, you all know how much we love Persona 3 and 4, and how, like, literally, I think the Persona 4 episode is like the end of Season 1 of this podcast, 2012, is when you talked about Persona 4 for the first time. So it has been part of the DNA of this show for 10 years now. But Persona 5, we love. We both called it the best video game soundtrack of all time when we did our video game soundtracks episode. I would say that's extra true after The Royal. And anyway, now, a couple years later, Atlus, as they are wont to do, did a redux version of Persona 5, Persona 5 The Royal, which is similar in sort of mission to Persona 3 FES and Persona 4 The Golden, but honestly even bigger than in scale, where they have added a whole third semester to the game with a whole new batch of content and plot. A lot of that is seeded throughout the game, alongside a lot of other little changes that I'm sure we will talk about today. But then it does pretty radically restructure the denouement and ending of the game. And all together, I think it's even better, which is insane, because Persona 5, I think we would both agree, in its vanilla original form, was one of the most polished, perfect games ever made. They somehow found a way to polish it even more. And I'll say, I finished Persona 5 The Royal a couple nights ago, Sean. I have not been able to get it out of my head. The stuff this game does is so powerful, and it's so crazy for it to be technically me sort of replaying the game, but it felt so brilliantly, beautifully new. I to the point where I just in my head kind of wonder if this might just be the best video game ever made.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, it's in that conversation for sure, because yes, I mean, this is an instance where I think, like, top to bottom, Persona 5 The Royal is just the best version of the game. Like, there were moments where I was worried, because like they do some really like big, bold, interesting things with like how they add new content in at the end of the game, that there is like a crossroads where I'm like, either this is going to be fucking amazing or they're going to ruin the ending of the game, and luckily they went on the we're going to make it fucking amazing route.
I had the exact same journey with it, Sean, where at first I was like, I'm not sure about this, and like not sure in a good way. I was like this could go either way. and then it went the right way, and holy crap.
Yeah, because they don't play it safe. Like they don't like they make a really big swing with like where and how they add the new content, which is I think one of the things that makes it like immediately more interesting to me than like Persona 4 the Golden as like an updated version of one of these games. But then also they stick the landing so incredibly hard to improve even on the original Persona 5 to make this like easily definitive version. Where Persona 4 the Golden, I'm like a little bit mixed on. There are things that that version of the game adds that I really love. There are things that version of the game adds and changes that like I'm not as big of a fan of. And then I've never played the vanilla version of Persona 3, but looking at the changes, Persona 3 Fest seems like a pretty like objectively better version of the game because it adds just a bunch of things that seem very vital. But also that game then offloads most of the like fully original content into this sort of like optional epilogue thing called episode I guess in the Japanese version. I think it's called The Answer in the English version, which is a terrible name. Episode I guess is hilarious. They should have just called it that.
Yes.
But that is like, you know, I enjoyed that a lot, but it, like most people, and I know that you, Jonathan, like either didn't get all the way through it because it's so combat heavy, or like there are lots of people who just don't like it. But it kind of is segmented off so it doesn't affect the rest of Persona 3 Fest. Like, this is kind of like if you did a really, really good version of episode I guess and integrated it, like, organically within the existing story of the game, which is a much more significant change than any of the other updated versions of Persona that they've done.
It's very true, and I think it is, like, narratively, I do have a couple of little gameplay quibbles with the Royal, I will point out, mainly around some of the difficulty components of the game. I think it's too easy. But I do think the narrative components are just holistically and wholly better than vanilla Persona 5. I think everything they add for that big, third semester stuff, which then ripples throughout the entire game, I think it makes every inch of the game richer and more interesting, and I think how it sort of combines, dovetails, and expands upon the original denouement of Persona 5 makes it, like, kind of exponentially more powerful to me, and I wouldn't have thought that was possible because I really liked the ending to the original Persona 5, and I found it very impactful. And what they do here, I think, is not just more impactful, but somehow has reanimated the game to feel even more of the times we live in than it already was. And I think we spend a lot of time in that original spoiler cast talking about just how of the moment Persona 5 felt. And I think the Royal, even 2 years out from its release, feels so of the moment. It is just a holistic masterpiece of a game.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't. It's like obviously we're gonna. I was gonna say I don't know if I have anything to add to that. I'm like, but now we have to record like a 3-hour podcast. But yes, it's a masterpiece. Like it's one of the best games ever made. And it was particularly fun because I'm pretty sure the last like mainline Persona thing I played was that playthrough of Persona 5, which is like this point is like 5 years ago or so. Because I it's one of those things where like I keep on thinking about replaying Persona 3 or 4. But those are very long games, and so I just haven't made time for them since. So, like, one of the things that was fun about playing Persona 5 The Royal was just, like, coming back to Persona after a fairly long absence from the main games. Obviously, I've been playing, like, the dancing games and some of the spin-offs and watching some of the anime adaptations, like the Persona 3 movies and stuff in the interim. But this was, like, kind of going back and be like, oh, right. Also, this isn't just, like, the story and the characters and the music and all that's so good. It's, like, also these games are just incredibly fun to play. And that's the thing that is like almost like easy to forget when you haven't played one of them in a while, that like I think the narrative stuff overshadowed the aesthetic stuff overshadows the fact that just as a pure raw fucking video game, holy shit, it's just so much fun to play. And then you get all the other stuff on top of that and kind of like rediscovering my like love for the design of Persona games. It was one of the things that was very fun about playing Persona 5 The Royal.
I mean, it is truly, truly crazy that this is a 120-hour game for both of us, and it is not a slog, it is not a chore, it is pretty much pure joy from start to finish. I have played much shorter games that feel much, much longer to me. My God, like, it's a really remarkable thing, and the Royal just, in almost all respects, makes it more remarkable. And I'm just, there's so many things I'm blown away with in this game. And one place I do want to start, Sean, just because it's not quite specific to the Royal, is that this was also my first time playing through this game in Japanese. So when Persona 5, the vanilla version, came out, they did add a dual language option via DLC, the free DLC that you could download, but it was not on the disc. And I wound up just playing Persona 5 in English because 3 and 4 had no dual language option, so you had to play them in English. And their dubs are very good. Those are still the 3, 4, 5 are the best English language dubs of a video game or a movie I've ever seen. Easy. It's not really a contest. They're really well done. And you and I are not big dub people, but we will happily say that, right? They're very well done. And so that's how I played Persona 5 originally, and I still think it's an excellent dub. No shade on it at all. But I really did want to play it in Japanese this time. One thing I love about the Royal is if you have the PS4 disc, they just put the Japanese voices on the disc, so you don't have to download it or anything, which is cool. And I was very excited to play it through in Japanese, in part because the game does co-star Shuichi Ikeda, our boy from Mobile Suit Gundam, who plays Char Aznable, but it's got a cast of giants, basically, and then other various extremely talented people. And just as much as all the additions of the Royal really pulled me through this playthrough in a compelling way, playing this in Japanese, I wanted to devote a couple minutes here, Sean, just to talk about those performances, because
we should do more than a couple of minutes, dude. Cause
I know.
Yeah, because they're fucking really good. Yeah,
it's the best voice acting I've ever heard in a video game, bar none. There's no comparison. There's other games I've heard with phenomenal voice acting. You know, one way I put it the other day is that I do think Persona 5 in English is one of the best English casts I've ever heard. The difference is that Persona 5 in Japanese is the best cast in any language I've ever heard in a video game. And, like, that's kind of the scale we're talking about here. I mean, and I have not played through 3 and 4 in Japanese, which I aspire to do at some point. And 4 Golden now has Japanese on the PC version. 3, you can get the undubs that people have made for PS2 for your emulators. It's very easy to find. And I've heard the Persona 3 cast in the movies and the Persona 4 cast in the anime. But I mean, at every turn, the voice cast in this game stuns me. And if you've only played Persona 5 in English, I would at the very least recommend you find some key scenes on YouTube and watch them in Japanese, because it's a really remarkable thing.
Yeah, because one of the things with, like, our journey with the language options of this game is that I remember, so obviously when I played the Japanese version, that was the Japanese version. You know, they didn't have an English dub option. It would have been impossible to play that game with Japanese text in English. I don't know if I would be able to understand anything that was happening. I wouldn't be able to understand what was being said in English. I wouldn't be able to read what was happening in Japanese. Like, I don't think I could process information through English audio. Japanese subtitles would be insane. But obviously, you know, I just played the Japanese version with the Japanese voices. But, like, I remember we had a specific conversation, probably off the air, about, like, that when the English language version came out, which was only, like, 6 months after the Japanese version. Also, it's not like it was a full year, because it was fall 2016 for the Japanese version. It was spring 2017 for the English version. And I was like, oh yeah, because I think you said you wanted to do the English cast, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll do the English cast also, so we're both playing with the same version. And then when I played the English language version, I played the first couple of hours with the English cast, and I couldn't do it. Not because the English cast was bad, but because, like, the Japanese performances were so, like, indelible, that it was just too hard for me to just not replay that game. Because I went in thinking, like, oh, it'll make it easier for me to replay the game after such a, like, short time off of it if I'm playing it with a different cast, but it just actually made it harder, so I reverted to the Japanese cast. So, and then obviously I played with the Japanese cast for this playthrough as well, because I definitely feel like after this playthrough, especially because in the, like, intervening 4 years since the last time I played Persona 5, like, my, like, knowledge and experience of Seiyu, which is, like, the Japanese word for voice actors, and, like, my knowledge and experience with Japanese, and, like that culture and the different shows that a lot of these actors have been on and stuff like that, is a lot greater than it was the last time I played the game. And so I feel like my appreciation for what they're doing is, like, even bigger than it was before, like, making me feel very confident in saying that I think this is, like, the best cast for any game I've ever played, giving the best performances in any game I've played, because it really is the casting, like, top to bottom, is so well assembled. It's a lot of like a good spread of some like really veteran voice actors, and then a couple of like who were at the time relatively new, although even the people who were relatively new had led at least one or two big popular shows. All the major characters in this game are people who are leads in multiple like big industry defining anime. And so it is a cast of people who are super good at what they do, but then thinking about the balance of the ages, the experience level, and like the quality of their voices, and then also getting them interesting roles to play. Sometimes, like with Miyano Mamoru as Ryuji, against type, in a way to make a really fascinating assemblage of cast members with an incredibly powerful script. Because the writing in Japanese is better than the writing in English. Like I just think there's no way for it not to be, by like the nature of what it is, and it's just it is the best performances I've ever seen in the game, and it would take a lot for something to be able to top this.
It really would. One way to organize this, Sean, can I just go through? I made a little top 5 list of my top 5 voices in the game, and then we can hit on anyone else we want to. But can we at least talk about these 5?
Yeah. I mean, I want to talk about all of them, but yeah, go ahead.
I know. Well, we're only doing one podcast today, so
I don't fucking care. I want to talk about all of them.
Okay, but I feel like my number one, and it's an obvious number one, because I think any discussion of Persona 5 has to start and end with this character and with this voice, is Ikue Otani as Morgana. Mm-hmm. Best performance in the game? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and the most important one. Ikue Otani obviously has one of the most storied careers in all of voice acting. She is arguably the most recognizable voice on planet Earth because she is Pikachu, but she is also Tony Chopper in One Piece and all sorts of other things. But I still think her work as Morgana is kind of breathtakingly phenomenal. Like, I think it's the best thing she's ever done as an actor. Mm-hmm. And it is... it's the voice of the game. It is the voice of the game, and it is the lead of this. It is the lead character in the cast in terms of voice acting. She has by far the most lines. She is the voice for the protagonist basically as well because he doesn't speak. It's a stunning performance.
Yeah, and she's the most experienced voice actor amongst the main cast, right? So it is definitely like both the character and her as an actress are the most veteran and like the leader of the group. Like obviously in the game, technically the playable character is the leader, but in terms of like actual narrative content, the nature of the playable character being silent effectively means that Morgana is the one placed as the sort of, like the guiding light of the group that knows the most about what's going on. And yeah, Ikue Otani's ability to both retain the kind of like cute mascot nature of the character, right? Because all of these games have had like a kind of mascotty character, and Morgana is one of those, but also having like this really powerful dramatic core and so much pathos to who Morgana is and his journey, like trying to sort of discover himself in his sort of like process of self-denial and then self-discovery, is such a powerful character arc that is driven by that performance that has the largest number of line reads that are ones that I stop and go into the log or whatever and re-listen to multiple times because they're very incredibly funny, and sure, like comic timing is so finely tuned in, but also Morgana has like some of like the most poetic and like touching dialogue in the game, particularly in the last what is like one of the last cutscenes in the original game when you defeat Jaldabaoth, the original last boss. And Morgana like seemingly is going to disappear, and tells you sort of that there is no such thing as the real world. We all make the world as we see it. Like some of those line reads are so powerful because Ikue Otani's performance is so well dialed across the multiple sort of tones and styles that this very extreme character exists in.
There's a range to it that is stunning, from the little fun mascotty lines to these moments of just startling vulnerability that the character will have and humanity that comes through. I also just want to say she has my favorite line read of the whole game, which is it's a recurring one that she will do where it's Easel. There's something about that. Whenever Morgana will go Easel, I have to like stop and re-listen to it, even though it comes up like every other day in the game. I can't. I want that as my ringtone. It's so good.
Yeah, and she definitely makes the running joke of people calling Morgana a cat and then Morgana denying it. With like lots of like weird variations where Morgana eventually starts like subconsciously accepting that he's a cat, but then like realizes like no, and then saying what the line is in Japanese, which is neko janeshi. It's just like I'm not a fucking cat. If I was doing the translation, I would put a fucking in there. That like even that running joke never gets old because her line reads are always so fucking good.
So fucking good. And we can't forget that in Japanese, there's this extra element that it's not in English because it can't be in English, which is that Morgana uses this first-person pronoun wagahai, which comes from the famous Japanese book, I Am a Cat. You explain that somewhere in all the original Persona 5 content. You go into a whole explanation of that. But if you have not heard Ikue Otani making a fucking meal out of every time she says wagahai, you need to go find some clips because it's something that I do not blame the dub for not having a replacement for it because it's such a Japanese thing. Yeah. But like it's part of the reason why you want to listen to this in Japanese because that wagahai does so much for the character.
Yeah, it's one of the things that separates out the character and makes the character sort of mascotty and otherworldly. They have this weird, which is like the typical in Japanese stuff of like they have this weird kind of like verbal tick of, in this case, like a very like archaic way of speaking with like wagahai. The long and short of it is just like it is a archaic way of putting oneself above others, and referring to yourself as wagahai makes yourself seem like you're putting yourself higher in the social standing and the social order, which is a big part of Morgana's character, is that he's very insistent upon being the leader and on being the one on top that knows the best, and that's one of the reasons why Morgana uses that as their personal pronoun, is because it does that like sort of like linguistically and grammatically establishes or attempts to establish their like primacy in the social order, even though one of the main tensions in the story is that most of the other characters, particularly Ryuji, doesn't see Morgana that way. That's like one of the main tensions, and it's like established linguistically by the way the characters talk.
And there's so many cool Japanese tics Morgana has. Like they translate how he talks to Anne as Lady An in English, which is a perfectly fine translation. But there's something about him always saying "An dono" that is like really cute.
Yeah, like he's a fucking samurai or some shit.
I know.
It's so good.
It's so good. And Sean, if you've listened to any amount of anime in Japanese, you've heard various characters have their silly like catchphrase word that they will have in there. Like obviously Teddy in Persona 4 has the "Nekuba" he always says at the end of sentences, right? But that's Kappe Yamaguchi. Delightful performance.
Yes.
Little grating if you listen to too much of it all at once. But like I do think the wagahai and the other tics Morgana has is the best version of that archetype I've ever heard.
Yeah, because I mean this is one of the things that is, I think, that balance of the character is that Morgana doesn't have what is called a gobi, right? So the gobi is that thing of where it comes at the end of the Japanese sentence. And so that's like Kuma or Teddy in Persona 4 has Kuma as their gobi. And it would be normal for a cat character like Morgana to have their gobi be some form of like nya, which is basically the onomatopoeia for meow in Japanese. But I think the choice to not do that and instead have the verbal tick be more the personal pronoun makes the character like the character believes themselves to be very dramatic and very serious, right?
Yes.
And so Morgana wouldn't use it, and where Morgana sometimes slips into using nya in their speech, like it's when Morgana's sort of like character breaks a little bit and their facade breaks down, and they're being Morgana's like belly is being rubbed or something like that, and they come up a little cat-like. And I think that's another thing where it's just like the writing for the character in Japanese is very precise, and like how they use those two elements of like how would a generic mascot version of this character talk and how does Morgana actually want to talk is written into the character's sort of personality.
Absolutely. One other thing to say about Otani, and I will just remind everyone this is a spoiler cast, so we're going to bring in stuff from all over the game whenever the hell we want. The end of Persona 5 Royal, this plot point where everyone is living their dream, and you have human Morgana. Ikue Otani voicing human, hot, pretty boy Morgana is the funniest, craziest thing. The way she makes her voice kind of husky is crazy to me. It reminds me of any time Masako Nozawa plays an evil Goku, like in Tree of Might or Goku Black or any of those, and she gets kind of husky, and you're like, this is, I don't know what I'm feeling right now. That's the Morgana one, and it's insane.
Yeah, and particularly that is like the way they introduced that like weird sort of fucked up dream reality that the world is becoming in the final part of the game.
Yes.
Is this like because it's like, you know, it's the classic JRPG thing of the name in the text box being like question mark question mark question mark because you don't know what the fuck's going on. And you're like, what is happening? And then you hear like one or two sentences. You're like, oh my god, is that Morgana? What the fuck? Yeah, that is a great like piece of the performance, and especially is like the most like notable big new thing for Morgana. It is like it feels like Ike Otani is having a great time playing it, right? That's one of those where you can just feel like the voice actor is smiling through every single line delivery because it's such a fun, like silly thing to be able to play. Is like sexy Bishonen Morgana. That's some really good shit.
It's so good. My brother told me he's only ever played the game in English, and I have been trying to find if this is true, and I can't. Oh no, I have found. Okay, in English they don't do that. They don't have Cassandra Lee Morris do Human Morgana. It's an actor named Bryce Papenbrook. What? How do you fuck that up? That's because one, Cassandra Lee Morris is great as Morgana, and I fully believe she could do that. Why would you do that? That's how the same way they fuck up Igor in English, where they don't have the like original English Igor come in at the end. They just have some random guy. It's like, how do you fuck that up? That's such a weird choice.
Yeah, that feels like it's part of like I think a long-standing bias in Western voice acting of not having women play adult men characters, or like even like adolescent men characters, right? I think it's like one of those reasons why for Japanese audience it's utterly trivial to accept Masako Nozawa playing Goku, like adult Goku, and it's like it's a difficult like bias to overcome if you don't know that, right? And it's like a lot harder to accept that because we just don't have a tradition of it over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's because like you're right, Ike Otani is having a fucking ball with it, but also it's supposed to sound a little weird because it's the cat who became human, and he's not just human, he's like, as you say, the like shonen like love interest boy. It's so great. Anyway, great. Number one. My number two on my little top five was Mamoru Miyano. I think of the main party who's not Morgana, this is the performance that hit me the hardest because I know Miyano really well. I've heard him as the lead in several of my favorite shows, including Death Note and Gundam 00. And those are two examples of, I think, the Miyano most people know. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, yeah. That's the kind of character he usually plays. Is like he very much plays the Bishonen, like kind of troubled, usually like fairly intellectual character. Like not to say like Sess is not super intellectual, but is like more in that register.
He's very thoughtful.
Yes, yeah, very thoughtful. And Yuji is none of those things. Yuji is not a Bishonen intellectual, like, you know, like internally, like deeply conflicted person, you know? I mean, he has his internal conflicts, but not in the sort of like dramatic or theatrical way we usually think of those things as they're expressed by Light in Setsuna.
Yes. And this performance through all 120 hours of Persona 5 Royal is a journey that keeps unfolding new layers, and I think it makes it one of the best performances I've ever heard in any medium, live action, animation, voiceover, non-voiceover. It's truly incredible. And, you know, if you listen to some of our Weekly Stuff podcast segments where, Sean, you and I have talked about this game kind of on and off in the Stuff segment, you'll hear me when I was playing the early parts of Persona 5 Royal commenting on how surprised I was at how quiet Miyano plays Ryuji at the beginning. And I think if you've not played Persona 5 in a while, you might go, what do you mean Miyano plays a quiet Ryuji? Because in the scope of the game, it's a very loud, big, boisterous performance in places. But it's true that at the beginning, before he like knows you and other characters, he can be very reserved. And even later on in the game, he has this quiet register. And then, of course, he also has this big, boisterous, ridiculous register that's extremely funny. And he'll have all these kind of gag moments. And in between are just all these layers of pretty complex but also very relatable teenage boy humanity. And I think the quality of the performance underlined to me what a great character Ryuji is, who is roughly in the archetypal spot that Junpei inhabits in Persona 3 and Yosuke inhabits in Persona 4. But I think he is a richer character than either of those. And I love my boy Junpei, don't get me wrong, but I think Ryuji just has so much interesting stuff going on, and I think they in the new stuff for Royal in the last third, they give him some key moments that I think understands that he's the first guy on the team alongside the main character for more reasons than just that archetypal spot. Like, he is someone who, despite being kind of a dummy, is so emotionally intelligent, and there's something real going on there. And there's some moments he has in the final couple hours of this game that like brought me to tears. It's a stunning performance.
Yeah, this is the one that I think the most when I sometimes see people like online talking about the game, and like if they talk about Ryuji and they play the English dub, like I sometimes feel like people are talking about a different character, because I think it's just something of where like Miyano's performance is so interesting and so unique for like all the reasons you're laying out of there's a real like kindness deep in his core that he has.
Yes.
Like, he's such a like fundamentally good, nice person that he has been so hurt in his life that he has put on the affectations of the like juvenile delinquent, right? So that's like part of like the way the character talks, and like him having bleached hair and all that kind of stuff are all these like signifiers of him being the like sort of standard school delinquent character with a heart of gold. Like that is sort of the archetype he fits in. But it's how much I think the game understands a lot of those things to be like intentional affectations that he has like put on to protect himself because of how much he has been hurt, is just such a part of the character I love, and it comes through in Miyano's performance because I think this is the most canny piece of casting. This is the one that like you just wouldn't expect it looking at the character design and seeing some of the characters' lines, and then you know, knowing like Miyano Mamoru's like other roles and the kind of thing he usually plays. This is where I think whoever cast the game had such a good eye for seeing that a lot of these sort of like emotional qualities for a lot of the characters that Miyano does play and can play very well, where, you know, not so much light, but a lot of his other characters like Setsuna have a real humanity and a warmth like deep down inside. And that's like one of the things where Miyano has a like very calming, gentle quality to his voice, which he uses in his role as light to like sort of like put off people. But here with Ryuji using that to sort of like play to the core of who he is in his real sort of like gentle humanity, it makes for such a warm, interesting performance. And then also for the character that Ryuji is the one who goes through like the most dramatic character arc in the game, right? He is the guy who creates, he's both like one of the founding members of the team, but he's also the character who creates the most drama and conflict and tension internally within the team in its middle section, where the team like pseudo breaks up with Morgana leaving, because Ryuji is so passionate and so driven by his emotions and his desire to do good in the world that he loses sight of these other things that are coming along with that, which is this need to be approved and loved by people, because he feels like he is starved of that approval and love, because we have seen that in his relationships at the school. Like that just like really sort of human, very teenager, like adolescent character arc is played so beautifully through this character. That yeah, like this is definitely one of the best performances in the game and in any game. Like, it's my favorite version of this character archetype, and this is a character archetype that like Persona, whatever, like it exists in,
I know, yeah,
like 90% of Japanese media. Anything that is set in a high school, like a contemporary high school in Japanese media, is going to have a Ryuji-esque character, and this is the one that I think like nails like why that kind of trope is very appealing. And then also I think the like real human truth that underlays like why like the real kinds of people that inspire the archetype in fiction, like where that comes from, and oftentimes who those people really are.
I agree. I think you're absolutely right about that. It's incredible. My number 3 was Shuichi Ikeda as Shido. Mm-hmm. I don't know. What do you say? It's Shuichi Ikeda. You know, obviously 5 years ago when we first played Persona 5, I wouldn't have known because I hadn't watched Gundam yet. You had gotten into Gundam, but you didn't do a Gundam podcast yet.
No.
Now we have done 40-some episodes of Weekly Suit Gundam, and we know Shuichi Ikeda's Char very well. We have spent literal dozens of hours talking about his work. And Shido, that man, he is a Char.
Yes.
And what I love is that, like, we make that joke. Shido is not a Char because he is necessarily that similar to Char as a character. Like, he is much more over-the-top evil than Char is. He is much more I don't know if he's more self-centered. Char's a pretty self-centered character, but you know what I mean. Like Char at least has like a thoughtfulness about like what he's doing in Char's counterattack is on some level out of a belief for the good of humanity. Shido does not have that bone in his body. He's a bastard. But what they do is the writing of Shido is in the style of the writing of Char Aznable. It is the kind of inflections and vocal qualities that only Shuichi Ikeda truly can deliver. And then they bring him into the studio and just tell him, go to town, give us all a lesson on acting, and he does for many hours in this game, to the point where I would just constantly be stopping in the log to re-listen to Ikeda lines, clean without music or anything, and it is just one of the best examples in any mediums I've ever heard of like a storied, older, legendary actor coming in and taking everyone to school.
Yeah, it's like, I really should go back and listen to the segment in our original podcast where we talk about Shido, because I remember that being one of the first times I ever actually talked about Gundam stuff on the podcast. So I think that would have been after I talked about Gundam Breaker 3, which was like my big Gundam coming out moment on the podcast, being like, oh, and by the way, over the past year I've watched like 1,000 episodes of this weird mecha anime franchise. But that was where, like, trying to sort of like convey and explain like why this is so unbelievably cool to someone who doesn't know a Char from an Amuro, is like, you know, I bet it is probably pretty funny to listen to that and then just listen to a random conversation from a Weekly Suit Gundam, like, and listen to those back to back of like how far our relationship with Char and Shuichi Ikeda has come, because it is such a really fun piece of casting and a very knowing piece of casting that obviously is like, you know, I have sympathy for the English localization team of like, there's really nothing you can do to try to translate any of that without changing the character, because you would need to find an equivalent like Darth Vader or something, like equivalent villain that is so popular and so well known in English language media. To communicate like the like symbolic archetypal thing that they use Shuichi Ikeda and this like Char adjacent performance that is also, he is styled after Char in his own like cognitive world or whatever when he turns into his boss form, that it's such an intentional use of that symbology that would be, whether or not the person has seen actual Gundam, they would still recognize it if you're in Japan, because that's how much Char as a character is like proliferated throughout media and references and advertisements and things like that, and references and impersonations on TV shows and things, that it's just a ubiquitous thing that they can pull on to use for this character.
What's funny is, so I did a little Twitter thread about this a couple days ago where I was saying I do think one of the places where the dub falls down is on Shido, because I think it's a fairly unremarkable voice. And one person pointed out, like, man, they should have just gotten whoever does Char in English. And then I looked it up. They actually did. I didn't know this until I looked it up. The voice of Shido in English is Keith Silverstein, who has done Char in... he's basically the new, like, kind of official voice of Char for the last 10 years. He did... First, he was originally the voice of Full Frontal in Unicorn. Then he did Char in The Origin, and now he's done Char in some other stuff. So he's effectively the modern English voice of Char. And I have not watched any of those dubs enough to really have an opinion on that performance. When I go look at it, I'm not that impressed. But I think part of that is because Char is very hard to get in English language writing. But whatever the case, I found it to be a fairly unremarkable performance in English, and my suggestion was, I think the only way this could work in English is if you did it, if you got a similarly big voice that like English video game players would get. Like, my suggestion was, I think if you were to do this right, I would get Nolan North, and I would have him do a very cocky performance. And I feel like that would capture something that the Japanese is getting for an English language audience. But that's the closest I could think to like doing that right. And also they wouldn't be able to afford Nolan North if they tried to do that, because Atlus doesn't really get actors that, not always that big. Sometimes they'll get a Troy Baker for a couple of games, and then he will graduate out of the Atlus paycheck.
They got Troy Baker before Troy Baker was Troy Baker, right? They got him when his main job was doing English language anime dubs, and not doing like full mocap performances in $200 million video games, you know?
Right. Yeah. So anyway, that's my number 3. And again, it speaks to how fucking good this cast is that he wasn't like my number 1 or 2.
Yeah. One thing on Shuichi Ikeda is my actual favorite bit of acting of his is his first appearance in the game, where he's drunk? In the flashback where he's like the drunk weird old man who you have no idea who he is, and it's like he's so effective at disguising his voice while still being the character, right? But like, I remember the first time I played the game, I did not notice at all, even though, I mean, the first time I played the game, I had probably watched Unicorn Gundam like a couple of weeks before, you know, like it came out October 2016. I was like finishing up watching through the Gundam series when I was playing Persona 5. So it's like I was like deep in the shit when I was playing that game originally, and I didn't notice it the first time his scene came up because like sloshed up drunk Shuichi Ikeda, and I feel like he's very intentionally doing a little bit extra with his voice on top of just acting drunk to disguise it even more. So that way when you hear him at the elevator later, like it's this moment of like, oh wait, what the fuck? That's Char? Like, what the shit? And then the main character having to try to slowly piece together that this is the same guy that he ran into in that dark alleyway and all of that. Like, that is, like, a really great piece of acting that also just, like, drunk off his ass Shuichi Ikeda is a very, like, fun, good performance.
So here's one, my number 4, that I think would be different if I had only played Persona 5 Vanilla in Japanese, but I did play the Royal, and this is going to be a major source of conversation for today's episode, Sean. My number 4 was Soichiro Hoshi as Akechi.
Oh, yeah.
Akechi is the best thing about Persona 5 Royal, to me. I think all the expansions and reworkings they do with Akechi, because Akechi is the most notable weak point of Persona 5 Vanilla, which is, we talk about it at length. I don't think either of us disliked it, but I think we both kind of agreed it was hard at any point to take seriously the good side of Akechi in Vanilla Persona 3 or 5, because he's just the bad guy, and you know he's the bad guy, and because the game has an auto social link and all this stuff, there's no pretensions about that. And then he has this very kind of weird vestigial ending. But they expand Akechi quite significantly. We will talk about all of that later, and I think the work Hoshi does, it's like 7 different performances, and what's so funny is that default Akechi, and we talked about this a lot on the original Persona 5 episodes, I know, Akechi is very clearly a play on Light Yagami. His character design literally looks like Sugumi Oba's art in Death Note. Like, he looks like Light Yagami. He has some of the same speaking patterns. But what I love is that they've got Soichiro Hoshi doing it over here, while Mamoru Miyano is over here as Ryuji. And so his Light Yagami, like, his nice version of his voice is even more of a put-on than what Light Yagami does.
Yeah.
And so he's got this very big put-on silly voice. He's got the crazy evil villain voice when he, you know, kind of breaks down in Shido's palace. And then he's got this, like, kind of combined version of it that you get in all of the January stuff. And, you know, I came out of the Royal with Akechi being one of my favorite Persona characters ever. And I think so much of that is the work Hoshi does. And it's in so many registers, I didn't even notice that this is another Gundam boy. This is the guy who voiced Kira Yamato. To be fair, Kira has probably one of the less remarkable Gundam voices of any of the Gundam boys, because he doesn't talk a lot. But, like, still, I didn't notice that. It's an amazing performance.
Yeah, and that also, like, you know, like him playing Kira was like 10 years before this, so his voice has definitely aged up quite a bit, because he was, like, I think in his early 20s when he played Kira. No, like, Soichiro Hoshi's performance is so good. And the thing that's really interesting about it in Persona 5 Royal is that, like, I think his performance always was really good, but you couldn't always see it because of, like, the weird issues around the writing of the character, kind of the pacing of his story, because there's a lot of line reads that are like the same line reads he did in the original game, that play way better to me with the additional narrative context that, like, kind of like builds like A to B to C. Particularly the scene where he breaks down in Shido's palace. I think, like, one of the things that, like, the additional narrative content around him in his, like, fully redone social link is that it highlights how much that is also a persona, right? Like, the part of the concept of the character is that he is the other wild card, right? So he is the only other person who has the capacity to have multiple personas at the same time, but he has so squandered that ability that he only actually has 2. The one persona that is his, like, the mask he wears to look good, and that's the Robin Hood one, and then he's got the other persona, which is the mask that he wears when he's evil, and that's Loki. But, like, I think the thing with the character is that neither of those are, like, the real one. And you never really get to, I think, get a sense of who Akechi Goto really is in the base game, because there aren't enough scenes with him. Whereas in Persona 5 The Royal, you both have the social link where there are multiple moments where he's wearing the good mask and he's playing good guy Akechi with the protagonist, but he lets that guard down a little bit and you get to see into who he is. And then, of course, like, the big thing is in the January section, you get this, like really great, growly, sarcastic, angry version of the character, but that's not explosive, which is what his kind of mental breakdown is this big explosive performance, but this much more subdued and quietly vicious version of the character, that is him totally without his mask on, when he's with the protagonist of the January section, is such a good performance, and it's so cool to see that performance get full rounded in this like thing that was cool in the base game but just felt unfinished. Like when it's fully done, it just highlights how good his original work was. It's just the game didn't like kind of live up to the performance he was giving.
Yeah. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that if you have him on your party in January, he has the craziest evil laugh ever when you do attacks, and it's just so great. Whenever he does like a big attack on someone, and like there's that brief period where you have him basically as your guide because Morgana is off being a human in the real world, and he's just saying stuff like, let's tear their limbs off and shit like that, and he's just being super over the top evil, and it's so good.
Yes, yeah, that little touch of them having him be your navigator is really good, because it only happens for like maybe like 30 minutes in the game, but it's fucking great.
It's so good. And my note to round out my top 5, I could have gone with so many, but I went with Aoi Yuki as Futaba.
Mm-hmm.
What a special performance. Yeah. And I think Erica Lindbeck in the English dub is maybe the best voice in the English dub. Like her and maybe Cassandra Lee Morris are just so good in that. And I think her Futaba is great. But Aoi Yuki, one, sounds more convincingly like a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And two, I think if you've only heard Futaba in English, the way she's written in Japanese is so uniquely Japanese in how she like cuts out things and speaks in very like vestigial sentences, and how she opens up over the course of the game, and how she sounds when she is broken and scared versus when she is enthusiastic and confident. It's a performance of nearly infinite range, and it's also one that will frequently take me aback and like take my breath away and then make me cry a little bit.
Yeah, that's another one where I have a lot of sympathy for the English localization, because I think this is a very hard character to translate, because it's like you have to try to find equivalent nerdy expressions in English, which is hard in like the way that like internet culture and internet speak and that kind of stuff like manifests is just different between Japanese and English. And so yeah, like Futaba is your hardcore otaku. They call it hikikomori, which is like someone who's like a shut-in, right? She stays in her room, and that's like part of her whole story. But yeah, so Yuki Aoi is an incredible performer, because she was a child actress. Because I remember seeing there's like a really adorable clip of her when she's like 10 or something on some like Japanese TV show. And it's like, oh yeah, you can see immediately how like talented she was, because she's the same age we are. I'm pretty sure. I think she was like born in 92 or 93.
She's born in 92. She's 29. Yeah.
Yeah, so she was a child actress, so she's got a lot of experience. But like, Yuki Aoi is, she was Madoka in Madoka Magica, right? Which is like about like as big a modern like anime of like the past 10 or slightly more than 10 years. So she was the lead in that role. She's like one of my other favorite roles of her is Pascal as or in Nier Automata, which is just a fucking amazing performance. And then she's in so much stuff. There's this show that is like not a particularly great show, but is like a show that is good because she's good in it, which is this like, I don't even know what the title of the show is. It's some like, it's the spider isekai show, where like I reincarnated as a spider, whatever. And I watched a couple of episodes of it thinking like, I'll watch this that's probably kind of trashy show, and then watch a couple of episodes and fall off of it. And I ended up watching the whole thing entirely because about 90% of the dialogue in that show is just Yuki Aoi's character talking to herself in like a very fast-paced internal monologue. And that is entertaining enough in and of itself to make the whole show fun. Because she's just such a really great, interesting performer. And yeah, Futaba, I think the thing with her performance is kind of like with like Miyano Mamoru's Ryuji. There's both the like kind of affectational archetype that the character plays, which is the like otaku girl, and like all the kind of goofy otaku things she says and like the jokes she makes and the references, like sabadada instead of sarabada, which is like in an archaic way of saying goodbye. Like that's what the dragon in Dragon Ball says when he leaves is sarabada, and she does this sort of like almost kind of like dyslexic-y like flipping of the syllables in that word when she says goodbye to people. Like there's just a lot of really big weird quirks in her language, but underneath all of that, she's like by far the most like emotionally vulnerable character. And the thing that I really love about her performance is how much Futaba cries in the game, right? Like she's very much a person who feels emotions so strongly that whether it's a sad thing that's happening or a happy thing that's happening, whenever a particularly emotional event happens, one of her major responses is to cry. And like Yuki Aoi's like performance of like acting through this crying, whether it's joyful or sad, I think is like so effective at giving you that sense of how just like raw of a person Futaba is because of how much she was hurt as a kid and bullied and like ostracized because of her talents, and that she's just like a real raw nerve for most of the game, and even when she like grows and like she sort of develops and her relationships with other characters develop, she loses a little bit of that sort of like vulnerability but never loses the emotional quality of the character. And I think like the ability to like turn that thing of like her like emotional sensitivity is not a weakness of the character, it is one of her strengths, and that her becoming stronger is not equated with her like not crying anymore. It's that like crying isn't a way of her escaping from her emotions. She just uses it as an excuse to run away. She uses it as a way to sort of like bolster herself and like use her emotions to fight, not like use her emotions to run away from a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Sean, those were my top 5. I'd be curious to hear who else would be sort of in your inner circle. I will say my honorable mention for that would be Masane Tsukayama as the warden, the evil Igor, whose just terrifyingly deep voice is so deep that in English they couldn't find someone that deep and they had to put a filter on the voice, which is disappointing because there's none of that. It's just him talking real deep and it's scary, and I love that voice. But this game is overflowing with good performances, and I'm sure there's other ones you wanted to mention.
Yeah, because I think I would probably generally agree like with that 5 and its ranking more or less. I think for me the other like I would say is like the other best performance in the game would be Nakata Joji as Sojiro, which I think
yeah.
In many ways, I think that that's like the most important performance in the game, because that was the thing that like replaying the game after like 4 years of having not played it, I had forgotten how thick the tone is and how heavy it is early in that game of your character showing up to Tokyo with nothing. Everyone treats you like complete scum because they think you just like assaulted a random person on the street and you're just some fucking delinquent brat kid. And that here's this like weird old dude who seems like he's a womanizer and who like is allowing you to like bunk in the dirty ratty old attic in the coffee shop he runs, because you think like, oh, he's like making some fucking money off of me being here and he barely wants to tolerate my existence, and the school hates that I'm attending there, and the only reason that you even get to go to the school is because they're like using you as a way to like bolster their sort of like political profile of saying, oh, and we help students in need, but they don't actually want to help you. Like, it's just the first like 3 to 4 hours of the game are so heavy. And I think the great thing about Nakata Joji's performance as Sojiro is that, early in the game, he has this very hard-ass performance as the character that I think you totally can just buy this is just a weird, skeevy old fucker who's using me to get some money, and that's it. And, like, the, like, very hard-edged performance that Nakata Joji's, like, very deep voice, he's just got one of the best-sounding fucking voices in the world. It's so cool.
He very much does, yes.
He lends that character, and that feels, like, very legitimate. And then he is that socially, because we talked about this in the original Persona 5, because it's true there is here. It's like the one that you're like poking away at for like the whole first half of the game. You're slowly like brewing coffee with him and making curry, and like he's the social like you have to work on day in and day out, like every night to like slowly piece by piece start leveling up until eventually he opens up. There's like a certain point in the story has to happen, and then eventually he like fully opens up. And then his social link kind of proceeds a lot more quickly from that point. And the way that his performance, like, it's not like he's like all of a sudden he's just like the world's most affectionate like surrogate father or anything. He still has this very hard-edged, intense quality to him, but the inflection of it and the little touches, the way that his voice becomes more tinted with affection, more tinted with like admiration and respect for you, and of like acknowledgement that he is too locked up tight and he pushes people away too much because he's so protective of Futaba and that whole situation he's got. it's like the nuance in the performance that he always is that same person, and yet somehow it feels like he has changed completely over the course of the game because he's changed and your perspective of him has changed through your relationship. It was like a thing that was, this is a character I don't think has like, there's a significant amount of new stuff with him in the Royal or anything. It's largely the same character arc, and largely the same performance, but it's just like replaying the game highlighted for me again how incredibly good that performance and the writing for that character is, and how like key it is to the whole proceedings of the game.
I couldn't agree more, and I think Nakata Joji, it's one of those performances that has it's a big onion with so many layers in it, and it just keeps unfolding until the end. And I think one of the things Nakata has that maybe is hard to reproduce in English is that he's still got a little bit of that edge to him all the way to the end of the game, which is what makes the amount of love the character has shine through so hard. It's I look at his little portrait on the side I'm looking at right now, and I can hear his voice coming out of Sojiro. It's so cool. I love that voice. In terms of your main party members, I also just wanted to I could shout out all of them. They're so great. But Tomokazu Sugita as Yusuke is so funny, so great. This big, deep, rich voice of a guy who's fundamentally fairly silly. And I will also, that's one where I will shout out the dub. I think having played both now, I think the voice I think the two voices that capture the Japanese version best are Cassandra Lee Morris as Morgana, and then I would say Matt Mercer doing Yusuke. Matt Mercer's Yusuke is very funny, and I think gets a lot of the same qualities. They sort of, Sugita has this where he talks very kind of prestigiously, in Japanese, where he has, because Yusuke is a fine artist and all of that. And so sort of the way they do that in English is giving him this kind of like almost prissy kind of affect that that it's kind of funny. I think it's made a lot of people read like the Yusuke thing as like if people are like, why isn't there a gay romance in Persona 5? A lot of people think it should be with Yusuke, and I think some of that is how Matt Mercer does it, which is great, and I like that. But yeah, Tomokazu Sugita is so funny and good and great as Yusuke.
Yeah, because Sugita, of course, this is like just like to illustrate like how like good this voice cast is top to bottom. Is like Sugita's his best known role would be Gintoki, the main character in Gintama.
Yes.
He's Kyon, the main character in Suzumiya Haruhi, which is my favorite performance of his. That's fucking so good.
Isn't he also one of the Joestars?
Yes, he's Joseph Joestar from part 2 of the. Okay. So he's young Joseph Joestar because there's a different actor who plays him when he's old because he's like 80 when he's old. So it makes sense to recast that. Yes, he's that.
But I've never even watched Gintama, but I see clips of it enough on YouTube that I fucking love, and it's such a good to get Gintama to do Yusuke is one, brilliant, and two, again, shows how deep the cast is, that Gintama is like the fourth party member you get.
Yes. I do want to point out the character's name isn't Gintama.
It's Gintoki. I'm sorry.
It's like calling Goku Dragon Ball. It's very funny.
Okay.
Of course, I understand why, it's a very similar name to the show title.
He is also, Demon Slayer fans are going to hear a lot of him in the years to come, because he's one of the Hashira, he's Gyomei, who you have not seen much of in the anime so far, but when you do, be glad that Sugita has been cast, because, that's a good casting.
That was one of the ones where when I got to his shit near the end of Kimetsu Yaiba in the manga, I'm like, they made a good choice. Like, I could immediately see how Sugita is going to do some of those line reads, and it's going to be very good. He's just a great actor.
Yeah.
I think in many ways, and this is not connected to the royal stuff, because again, Yusuke is not one of the characters that has like dramatically new content. It's not like Akachi or anything. But I feel like the 3 times I've played through the game, I feel like my affection for Yusuke as a character has like grown more and more. I think partially like there's something of like Yusuke is I think the character amongst the party that like reminds me the most of myself in some ways. Like there's something about his like his whole fucking weird deal. And I do think one thing that playing the game I thought about a lot this time was there a lot of the English community around the game did have this whole thing of like, why can't the main character romance Yusuke? Which like I sympathize with and I agree with that. Like I think there should be same-sex romances, and I think like the weakness of the modern Persona games is that they're so heteronormative. But I've always thought that read for Yusuke as a character feels weird. One, and we're gonna fucking talk about this shit, is you've got Akechi right here.
Yep.
Which, like, even in the sort of more limited version of the character, the base game, the Japanese audience very quickly latched onto what is the one true ship in Persona 5, because one of the reasons why Akechi's role is so expanded is partially because, like, that pairing is so extremely popular in the Japanese fan base. The fujoshi, or the Japanese female otaku, they are not going to be quiet, and they need to be appeased. And so that is where some of the Akachi stuff comes from, very rightly. But like with Yusuke, I think this is where, like, I feel like I think I fully just read the character. I think this is fairly intentional as being asexual, right? Like, not in the sense of, like, you don't, like, in Japanese you don't really have, like, that specific terminology, but the conception of, like, I just don't think he, like, feels sexual desire for people and doesn't understand it. And I think that's where I've seen, like, interpretations of some of the stuff with An as the model that always has felt to me slightly off base, because I think that there are people who think this, like, Yusuke is, like, using that in some way to, like, get some sort of, like, sexual satisfaction or something, where it's like the whole point is that, like, he doesn't fully understand why this is seen as, like, a weird or awkward thing, because he doesn't see it as something that's sexual, because he's just interested in desire and beauty and sex, and those things are entirely an abstract concept to him as a character and as an artist. And that's the stuff that I think, like, is a very subtle element of the character, or more subtle element of the character, that each time I've played the game now, I've, like, appreciated that more and more of, I think, what they're going for with, like, the slight, like, awkwardness of him and where that comes from, and the reasons why he's pursuing art, and the reasons why he's so different from everybody else in the cast.
Yes, and I actually agree 100%. I think if you've only played Persona 5 in English, I can understand the Yusuke is gay idea, because I do think that is how they, and this is a frequent thing, the way they take his Japanese affectation and adapt it to English becomes kind of, like, fussy and, like, kind of extravagant in these ways that are often queer coded in English language media. But I think when you play it in Japanese, I 100%, Sean, my read on him was the same. Like, this guy is ace. This is, like, I think it's the way Sugita is playing it. I think it's the way he's written. I think his whole interactions with An in that section, the whole joke, and I think it comes through even clearer in Japanese, is he doesn't understand why it would be offensive, because it's not a sexual thing. He's like, you have a great body for art, right?
Yeah.
Like, and he's like, why would you not be, like, over the moon, complimented by that, right? And so he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand it. And I think some of that can come across differently in English, and it's because, that way of speaking is not coded the same way in Japanese. Sometimes it can be, but it's not. I don't think it is in this case.
Yeah, because there are ways that if you wanted to code the character as being queer, like, there are lots of ways to do that in Japanese, and, like, none of them are used. Like, the character's not coded as gay in any way in the Japanese version.
No.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's, absolutely. Whereas Akechi,
yes,
Sean, I gotta tell you something. We'll talk about this more later. My brother has been making fun of me for weeks because he's a prude, and whenever I ship someone, he's like, "You're just reading into it." I'm not reading into it. The Akechi stuff could not be more obvious. They are the one true romantic pairing of this game. I know you've got, like, 11 girlfriends, but the game tells you very clearly who Ren's soulmate is. It is Akechi Goro.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll read out what the lyrics of the end credit song to this game are, and it could not be any more fucking explicit what they're doing if you look at the lyrics. We can't spend the whole podcast on it, but I do want to hit the other major performers just to, like, because they all deserve their due, because there's, the thing with the cast is everybody is a hard hitter, like, everyone does great shit. So some of the other, major cast members, you've got Takamaki An, voiced by Mizuki Nana. Mizuki Nana is probably best known to the Western audience and to me as Hinata, Naruto's love interest in the Naruto series. But she's probably best known in Japan, actually, as she's the main character in a bunch of Mahou Shoujo, or, like, magical girl series. Like, she's one of the main characters in one of the Pretty Cure shows. I think she's in, it's like Lyrical Nanoha, something like that. That's one of the other things that she's really big in. I haven't watched those shows, so I can't speak to those. But that's, like, again, like, she's a, like, lead character, like, lead, like, sort of, like, lead of a show level performer. And her role is I've always loved. I love her her English language stuff as On, because the conception is that
It's
On
so
is,
good.
right, half Japanese, half like I think American is what's supposed to be. And Mizuki Nana, it's pretty like it's good. Like I think I totally buy it as someone who's like way more proficient at English than like basically anyone else at her school, but she's not a native English speaker. And you know, obviously Mizuki Nana isn't a native English speaker in real life, but she is very proficient in English. And I think like she dials in that aspect of the character incredibly well. One of my favorite performances in the game is Makoto, played by Sato Dina. She is Railgun in a certain scientific Railgun, or Misaka as the character's name, which that is a show I think I've brought up recently because it's directed by the same guy who did Iron Blooded Orphans in the Super Peace Busters stuff. But she's a great performer, and recently I've been hearing so much of her voice because she's Eula in Genshin Impact, who's probably my second favorite character in that game. It is the main damage dealer in my favorite team in that game, which is my Eula Raiden Shogun team. And Rina Sato's just has such a like incredibly like kind voice that but also has this like real strength underneath it, which is something she has in like all like the big roles I've seen her in that she plays. And that's something that she uses incredibly well as Makoto. And Makoto is my like if you have to have a straight pairing in Persona 5, it is definitely for me. It would be Rin and Makoto. Like she's the one that I like the most, and so my audience insert character, I would go for Makoto personally because she's fucking cool as shit.
I'm a Haru kind of guy, but I do not Makoto. I 100% understand. But yes, great performance.
Yeah. There are a couple of really good lines that they do. It's both in this and they also do it in Persona 5 Strikers, where they make fun of her. One of the things she says if you do the all-out attack with her, which is Tekken Seisai, which means like Iron Fist of Justice. And there's one of those like phone conversations that they've added in at the end of Social Link events where I forget what she's asking you, but it's something of like, what should I do to that like scumbag boyfriend my like new friend has? And one of the possible responses to that is just Tekken Seisai, which they do well in English, where I think they put like an exclamation point at the end of each, like Iron exclamation point Fist of Justice, and just do that for each of them. And
yes.
I love that, and I love that character. Her fucking crazy judo shit. So Haru, the one that you said, that's Haruka Tomatsu, who her best known role by far would be Asuna, the female lead of Sword Art Online, who's probably the best character in that show. Like she's really, like the best part of that show is the like 5 or 6 episode arc where she like leads it entirely. I think it's the Mother's Rosaria arc is really good. She's a great performer, and one of my favorite things about Persona 5 The Royal is I think Haru is one of the characters that gets like improved the most by the fact that like she just gets to be around for a lot more, because in the base game she's the last party member you get, so there's only like 2 dungeons after you get her into your party. So it's like she's such a cool character that just feels like it's a shame that there's not a huge amount of game left once you get her, and so just having more time with the character definitely like is a nice bonus for Persona 5 The Royal. Not to say that she was like vestigial in the original game, but it's just the character that I think that is most benefited by there just being more time that you can play with her.
And I felt identically as I did 5 years ago playing this in English, that my future headcanon, if you go with a straight reading, is that Ren, that's the canonical name of the protagonist. So Ren Amamiya, that's what I'm going to call him just because it's who he is in my head, is that Ren and Haru eventually get married and have a cafe together like Sojiro, and they make coffee and they're happy, and sometimes they go do fun crimes. I don't know. But that has always been how I felt like that's the soulmate on the team for him and for me, and it's Haru, and I love her.
Yeah, she definitely has one of my favorite social links, like all the stuff with her, like coming to terms with the death of her father, this like weird fiance dude, the coffee shop stuff. I love her whole thing of growing weird, like magic fruit shit, like tomatoes and shit that give you magic power on the ceiling. Yes. Like those are really good tomatoes because they let me use magic Persona shit somehow when I eat them. They're
of the main party members, and I guess it depends on how you count Akechi, but of the non-Akechi main party members, she has my favorite social link. I especially of the original like crew. I love her confidant.
Yeah, and she's got her first persona in particular is one of my favorites, Milady, which has like the dress that opens up and has like a billion guns inside of it, is a really
Yes.
good just like visual metaphor.
And looks like a Day of the Dead skull or something. It's like
Yes.
very cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that one's very good. Yeah, then the new main character added is Yoshizawa. I'm
Yes.
going to just refer to her as that for now. Yoshizawa,
fine.
played by Amamiya Sora, who she's my favorite thing she was is she's Aqua in a show called Konosuba, which is a comedy show. So it's a very different performance, but she's incredibly funny in that. She's been in a lot of stuff. Recently, she was in a show I watched that I thought was an okay show, but she's really good. Is a show called Rent a Girlfriend, which is like a high school like romantic comedy kind of show. And she plays the female lead of that show, and it's like the thing that makes the show interesting is her character, who is the eponymous Rent a Girlfriend, who will be your girlfriend for a day, like not in a sexual way, but just say like, oh, let's go on a date and hold hands and like, I'll be very nice to you. And then she like ends up moving in next to a guy who had rented her and gets involved in a way in his life, and she just like wants the fuck out of it. And it's a really good performance, and that character reminds me a bit of some of her stuff she does as the Sumire version of Yoshizawa. But this is of course like is a very complicated character because she's got the two sort of personalities, Kasumi and Sumire. And the thing I really like, and I think the thing that's smart about Amamiya Sora's casting, is that she's a very good actress, but she also doesn't have like a very distinctive sounding voice, if that makes sense. Like it's not like I have a hard time identifying her if she's in a show because her voice doesn't stand out, but her performance is really good. And I feel like that is like probably one of the reasons why they cast her as Yoshizawa, is like she just sounds like a normal person. And that kind of like sense of Yoshizawa having this kind of like fragmented or lost identity that she's struggling to be who she wants to be and is so lost in herself. I think that like Amamiya Sora's performance like really pulls that out really well.
We will obviously spend a lot of this podcast talking about Yoshizawa. It's a great character. If she wasn't, the royal wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And, I definitely spent a little bit of time being nervous because the game very clearly signals there's more to Yoshizawa than meets the eye. They start you out with half a social link. It's very weird,
Yes.
right? And I was slightly worried, is this going to be another, this is a girl who has a god inside her or something crazy like that, which works with Marie, but, Persona does that a lot, especially in the spin-offs and stuff, and, like, no, she's actually an intensely just normal person. And I think Amamiya Sora's performance underlines that, and it's a great character creation.
Yeah. And then two other ones we need to shout out from our more supporting cast. One I just want to mention because I fucking love her voice so much is Yuko Kaida, who plays Sai, Makota's older sister. One thing that was very fun about this is the game I played before playing Persona 5 The Royal was Lost Judgment, the sequel to Judgment, and so in Judgment and Lost Judgment, one of the main supporting characters is a character named Saudi, also voiced by Yuka Kaida, and Saudi is a defense attorney that is working at the old law office that the main character worked at. And so playing two games with like hard-ass lawyers voiced by Yuka Kaida was very funny, and both of them being Sega games. So like in my like internal headcanon, I believe that after the events of Persona 5, where at the end of Persona 5, Sai decides not to be a prosecutor anymore and become a defense attorney, that I think that she ends up like changing her name for some scandalous reasons and ends up through a process at the Ginda Law office as Saudi, and that Judgment and that the Judgment series and Persona actually exist in the same universe, and it's my grand Nijima Sai theory of the Persona Judgment continuity, and you can see it on my WordPress blog over here. I'll put the link in the description.
Excellent. Can I also shout out Hisao Egawa plays Iwai, the gun shop owner.
Okay, yeah.
That is a wonderful voice. Egawa is a guy who usually plays like heavies. If you go through his roles, it's often like sort of supporting heavy performances. But I thought for a couple of lines when he was introduced that it was Kazuya Nakai, who is obviously Zoro in One Piece. He's Jin in Ghost of Tsushima. And, like, it's a very Kazuya Nakai kind of role. And obviously, Egawa is his own actor and brings his own spin on it. But there's a vocal quality to that one that of all the, like, random sort of in-the-world confidants, I adored any time we got to hear his voice.
Yeah, that's a character that, like, Sega owning both Persona through Atlus and then also making the Yakuza games is the most, like, especially after Persona 5 music ended up in Yakuza 7 as like a special bonus unlockable. I really wish that EY showed up because he is a Yakuza guy. Hisao Egawa voiced Sohei Dojima, who is the leader of the Dojima clan in Yakuza 0 and Yakuza 1. Who is a character that isn't in the series that much outside of Yakuza 0, but is one of the most important characters because his death is the inciting incident of the first game. And yeah, that is a very good performance. But the other really big performance of this game is, of course, our boy Rengoku himself, Satoshi Hino, who plays Maruki Sensei, the psychiatrist, the counselor Arcana, who is the character that like is the one of the three characters that is sort of like, he's the second new character introduced, and he's one of the three characters to include Akechi that like this, updated version is basically about. And that is a fucking absolutely killer performance.
It's a real journey of a character.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a good time, Sean, to transition into our original discussions of the plot and gameplay and overall content of the original release of Persona 5. Hello and welcome to a very special episode of the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack
and Sean Chapman.
We are here, finally, after many months of waiting, to talk about Persona 5.
Yes.
Finally.
Finally. The weird waking dream I have been a part of for months now is finally over. The game is out. You've played it, or you've played a good chunk of it.
Yep.
I'm deep into my second playthrough. And we can talk about this goddamn video game. Holy shit.
Last year, Sean realized, hey, I speak Japanese.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm just going to play it in Japanese. So you played Persona 5 back then.
Yes.
And only now can I truly appreciate the hell you have been through not getting to talk about this game with anyone.
Right, like even I think more so than other Persona games, there's stuff about this one that you're like, I need to tell people about this because holy shit.
It's like... I am, so just so you guys know, I am 31 hours in. That's how much I've put in the first week. I did a quick calculation on that. That's over like 25% of the hours since the game came out. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking waking and sleeping.
Yeah, it is a disturbing amount of time.
It's a disturbing amount of time. And even 31 hours in, things will still be happening and being unveiled where your jaw just drops at like, can they do that? Are they doing that? Oh my god, they did that. This game's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and in my experience, that continued till literally the very end of the game. Like, it is a game that is so chock full of surprises that it's something you don't necessarily understand how much you appreciate about something, its ability to surprise you until you play something like Persona 5, and literally, like, every other hour you're like, holy shit, they're doing that? Like, they do that in this game?
Yeah, it is incredible. We will take a deep dive. We're going to basically pick a point to where I've played since I'm the one new to the game here. Yeah. And we'll say we're going to do basically a spoiler cast on all of the stuff up to that point, and we will let you know. Today's episode, we will probably do some non-spoiler stuff, of course, but then we'll really get into it, and we will talk about stuff up to the end of the second palace, or if you want to think of like the second story arc in the game.
Yeah.
So we will not get into anything too much beyond there. Some things it's hard to say, like, where do you see certain social links?
Yeah.
And,
But like, there's a good, like, you could kind of contain the social links you'd be able to see in that time period.
Absolutely. So that's probably, 20 to 25 hours for most people playing the game. And
I just finished it, and my second playthrough, I'm at about 19 hours in, and that's probably a little bit accelerated because I can get through the dungeons faster than most people because I've seen them.
Right. That's what we're going to do, and I have played further than that. I'm almost done with the third palace and story arc, but we're not going to touch on that because we don't want to spoil too much, and I understand most people, even if they love Persona, might not have played 31 hours of it week
No,
one.
I think you might be playing through the game faster than I was. Like ignoring how much more time it may have taken me because I was playing it in a not my native language. Like even then, I think like just in terms of raw hour count, you beat me in that regard.
It's really good, Sean.
Yeah, I have been sitting here telling you that since October. Since October 6th, I think is when I bought the game.
I didn't disbelieve you, of course. Obviously, I knew the game was going to be great. But there is a quality to this game where I don't think literally any amount of hype can prepare you for what this game does.
Yeah.
And if you have not played it yet and you're not sure, just fucking play it. Don't listen to our podcast until you have, because you need to experience this for yourself.
Yeah.
And holy crap. So we're going to put Persona 5 on the table for a minute and do some news. Although, speaking of Persona 5 on the table, do you want to talk about the special edition of the game?
Yeah, sure. We could get into that right now. So, a couple of minutes before we started recording this podcast, I tweeted out a picture on my Twitter account of I have modified our normal podcast table with the accoutrement that comes with the Take Your Heart edition of Persona 5, which is their like super mega special edition of the game, which doesn't come with anything like, it's not like $130. It's not like, it's not night vision goggles for Modern Warfare 2 kind of swag, but it is a very nice version of the game that comes with a really nice sort of like big case that comes with all the stuff. It comes with an art book that's sort of a selection of a lot of the art from the game that I like a lot. It comes with a soundtrack disc that is basically music from the first 5 or 6 hours of the game, sort of select songs from that section of the game. There's a couple of the main battle theme is on there, the opening theme's on there.
Like the most basic music you want.
Yeah. Like it's sort of your primer for, obviously, like the full soundtrack is much bigger, which I also have on the table. It did not come with this edition of the game, but since I had the official soundtrack, I might as well put it on our little shrine we have here. So then it also comes with a bag that is the Shujin Academy school bag. It's a nice little bag. And then it also comes with the thing that I actually, honestly, since I already bought the soundtrack, I most wanted from it was the Morgana plushie. And so we have the Morgana plushie. Morgana is my favorite character in this game. Like, Morgana is one of my favorite characters in
anything.
In anything. It's awesome. And then also it comes with a really fantastic steelbook case.
Yeah.
That is something that a smaller limited edition, like a steelbook version, is also available for people who maybe have bought that, and it's the same from that version, but looks really good. It's just this really nice. Obviously, like, the Persona art is fantastic, and it's just all the cast sort of standing in the street with the Tokyo skyline behind them, just striding purposefully toward the camera, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a really, really nice looking set. It doesn't have I realized when I got it that me buying the official soundtrack sort of cut out part of the value of it for me personally, and I'm probably going to end up getting a Persona 5 art book at some point anyways, because I got the 3 and 4 ones, but even ignoring that, I'm going to spend more money for stuff that's going to be better versions of what came with this, I am very happy with what I got.
Even if you ignore that, and the art book, there is Prima Games just announced they're publishing the art book for this in June here in the United States.
Yeah.
And I've already got on pre-order, and boy howdy can I not wait for that. It's 500 pages, Sean.
Yeah.
It's insane.
There's a lot of art in this game. I mean, especially when you think about all the character art that they have of the character portrait cut-ins that come in that are all unique art. They basically probably tripled or quadrupled the amount of character portraits in the game just by doing that.
Oh, yeah. But what I was going to say is that even knowing there's another one coming down the line, the one they gave you with this is surprisingly nice. It is a nice hardcover book. It's 50, 60 pages, and all the art in there is really nice. And it's the kind of stuff you kind of almost want on hand while you're playing the game of I just met this character. Let's say I met Yusuke. That's a pretty early character in the game. And I kind of look up the Yusuke pages, and it's just cool to see that. Yeah. So it's really neat. And this also has the benefit of not being spoilery. They don't have art of here's the end of the game.
Yeah.
Which the full art book you would assume will have.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's really nice. And then all the other stuff, just even just the most basic stuff, the box it comes in is so fucking nice. Mm-hmm. It magnetically clasps and everything. And that Shujin Academy bag, I'm gonna have to find some use for it because it's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to get a cat and just put the cat in the bag and see if that works like it does in the game.
Pretty much, because that's the thing. The Shujin Academy bag is in every frame of this game. I guess except when you're in a dungeon. But other than that, the protagonist has his bag on him all the time, and most of the time Morgana is in that bag.
Yes,
and the animations on that are incredible. So. Yeah, this is... I don't think you can get this now because I think it's sold out. But if you happen upon it, I think the list price for this was $90, which for everything they gave you, that's a crazy good deal for a premium edition.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it, and it's nice to sort of commemorate for us our recording of these podcasts.
Yes, very much so. Because, if we ever stop being enthusiastic for a second, you just look at any one piece of the art in front of you and be like, right, this is the most stylish video game ever made.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's some basic intro into getting Persona 5. Let's do some Persona 5 nerdiness.
Let's talk about Persona.
All right. Normally I kick off these sessions by asking you what you thought of the thing.
Okay, yeah.
We know what you thought of the thing.
Yeah, we've had a lot of podcasts where I've sort of doled out my thoughts over time.
Can I go then?
Yes, Jonathan, what have you thought of the thing?
All right. Persona 5, I think, is the gaming equivalent, and maybe the purest expression of this equivalent that I've ever seen in this medium, of a 3-star Michelin restaurant.
Okay.
Where if you're going to be like a 3-star Michelin restaurant, it's not just that the food is good, it's not just that the presentation is good, it's that everything is so magnificent that you are at that exclusive level, right? And it's that every individual ingredient has to be the best in the world. Like, I watched that movie Jiro Dreams of Sushi about the 3-star Michelin sushi restaurant, and that dude like is so meticulous about the fish he picks out, and so everything that winds up in that restaurant is the best of the absolute best. And then on top of that, the person putting it together, the people putting it together, have the skill that those individual great ingredients are going to be greater than the sum of their already great parts. And then the presentation on top of that is going to be great. And that's how you become like one of the world's greatest restaurants.
Right.
Persona 5 is the gaming equivalent of that. Where it's not just that you boot this game up and it plays well and it's fun and it's got a good story. It's that every single thing this game sets out to do, and I mean every single thing, it is doing it at 110%.
Yeah.
It is executing at an insanely high level on any individual element you want to pick out and talk about. The music, it's maybe the best soundtrack in a video game ever. The art, it's maybe the best art direction in a video game ever. The overall presentation, it is definitely the best UI in a video game ever, especially for a JRPG like this. The characters, they're really freaking good. The moment-to-moment writing. Holy crap, I've already had my heart ripped out by this game, and I'm not even like a third of the way through.
No, yeah.
Because this is a long game. You know, just the battle system is so off the charts good and improved more than I think anyone thought it could be over Persona 3 and 4. And then all of those individual elements are so great and so amazing. But then you put the whole thing together, and like a great, recipe or something, it is somehow greater than the sum of its parts. And it is this immensely powerful, entertaining, emotional experience that is just as good a video game as I have ever played. Period.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I've been coming back to with Persona 5, is just, this is not a game where you're like marveling at individual pieces of it and saying this is good and this is good. You're marveling at all of it, and you're constantly finding new things to marvel at while you're getting lost in it. Whereas, like, I had forgotten that we did a podcast last week because it feels like it's been longer since this game came out, because those 30 hours in that game feel like half a lifetime.
Yeah.
They feel like the 2 months of in-game time they are. So yeah, that's kind of my opening salvo on Persona 5 is, holy crap, just on a basic quality level, put aside my love for this franchise for a second, and just me fanboy geeking out when there's a Detective Prince show on the TV or something. Right. It's just, as a video game, the quality of this thing is insane.
Yeah, it is for me, like, this is sort of like I've been sort of mulling through thoughts. This is like my second playthrough, and I agree with you. Like, a lot of the sensation of Persona 5 to me is you really feel that this is their third game, and how much this team has matured. And like, or I guess it's their fourth game if you count Catherine, because it was the same team. Yeah. Obviously, it's a different franchise and sort of different things, although you can definitely see a lot of like...
Catherine is important to talk about with this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff about the presentation, and I think some of like how the dungeons are constructed comes from some of the game design stuff they've learned from making Catherine. But you feel this like weight of experience to this game that is like more than just like the raw talent that obviously this team has always had going back to Persona 3, but the core Persona team has been working on this franchise for so long and is so much more experienced now, and you just feel that in every single fiber of this game. It is in how the combat is like sort of been improved, but then also it's not just like the mechanical things of like, oh, the combat is better, like yes, like in that kind of stuff. It is also just in like the way that the combat is presented, and the way that like it is balanced, the way that
it works with everything else in the game.
But then also stuff that like on a second playthrough you can sort of criticize and appreciate even more is stuff of like, oh, like this is like the flow of these dungeons, and the flow of like when you encounter certain types of monsters, like what their abilities are, and how like going through the first dungeon, Kamoshida's dungeon, for the second time, like brought to me this whole other level of appreciation of like, oh shit, like now I see like how you getting this persona with like that has Bufu here is really important, and like it's very clearly designed that you get this here, and like you get Zio, like the first persona you get in the game that is your new persona is Pixie, who has Zio, that is one of the spells that is not covered by your team at the beginning, and then later in that dungeon you get Bufu for the first time, which is another spell that is not covered by any of your team members at the time. And like the way it is sort of slowly introducing to you, this is how you engage with the combat. Here's like the larger sort of tactical level of how you use your main character and switch up personas with your main character to take advantage of the situation. And it's like there's a lot of stuff like that all over the place in the game, of that it's not just that the core systems that have always been there have been improved and refined, is the raw design of the dungeons, the design of the encounters, the design of the flow of the game, the way that social links flow, the way that you getting your different sort of like social attributes like charm and stuff, the way those are upgrading in relation to what social links you have access to and when those gate off and stuff like that is so well designed and is so refined, like beyond what the Persona 3 and Persona 4 games did, which like are obviously amazing, incredible games and our favorite games ever, but are also the only games that are like that. So like there was nothing to compare to that sort of quality of like that level of game design of, oh, like how do you pace out these social links and the social attributes, and how does that larger sort of like web of the game and the flow of the game work? And now that we have Persona 5, I think you can see how those elements can be improved upon and advanced with the experience this team now has. And that's been something that on my second playthrough I'm really appreciating in a way I didn't at first necessarily, just because it's not always apparent to you, because you don't, obviously when you're first starting the game, you don't see the larger picture, you don't know where things are going to go.
Right. On that point, like, it is amazing to me, and obviously I haven't finished the game, so I don't know where this is all heading, but just in the 30 hours I've played so far, I am continually struck by how thematically, narratively, everything in this game is on point.
Yes.
And that, like, for a game this big and this sprawling, and even in comparison to, like, the lengths and size of a Persona 3 and 4, this game blows the fucking doors off that in terms of the geographic space of Tokyo, and the number of things you have to do, and the number of characters and story points being thrown at you. Like, this game is just on a different magnitude of scale, and yet it also feels like it moves with more moment-to-moment purpose than either of those games in some ways. And that's not to put those down. Like, in some ways I actually love that Persona 3, for instance, has room for sort of non sequiturs in the social links and stuff.
Yeah.
And I miss that a little bit here because there's sort of less of that in Persona 5 because everything is trying to tie more into the main story. But at the same time, the high wire act of having everything in this giant sprawling 100-hour game feel like it keeps coming back to those main ideas and the main theme and story and mechanics of what's going on here, it is just jaw-dropping. It is jaw-dropping that any game could do that high wire act of just everything you play, every confidant, social link, whatever we want to call them, you get feels like, okay, this ties into this, which ties into these palaces and this part of the combat and that part of the story, and it is all intertwined to a degree that is just absolutely amazing, and the kind of thing where when you think this game took them like 10 years to develop, once you start playing it, you're like, yeah, I understand why. This was a fucking thing.
Yeah, it is absolutely that element of the Persona 3 and Persona 4 that, you know, is the thing that I think we both love so much about those games, is how just sort of laser focused they are on the sort of core thematic material they are interested in, and exploring that to this insane depth in a way that, like, the vast majority of stories ever told have never been able to manage that kind of focus. And it's so insanely impressive, especially to be able to maintain that focus over a game that's like 60, 70, 80, 90 hours long. And like Persona 5 is that element of that sort of core element of those games, and the thing that, like, when I think about the Persona team and like their sort of design philosophy for games, that's the core thing I think about. And Persona 5 is that, like, ratcheted up to 11, because it's like not just like the dialogue, you know, it's not just sort of like the grander sort of dramatic structuring of the story or anything like that. It is in the menus, it is in the loading screens, it is in the transitions, it's in everything in the game is designed to build up the core theme that is like, because it's like, to me, there's sort of like these three pillars of what the story is doing that they all intersect and sort of build each other up, which is kind of, you have the core narrative theme of like sort of, you know, like throwing off the chains of society, that stuff. You then have the setting of Tokyo and like the setting of the city and of like this urban space, which is so important. And then you have the genre of like the picaresque, like rogues hero roguish hero novel kind of thing going on, and all three of those things are the sort of the core heart of this game, and every single element of it builds up all three of those in different ways, from like the menus to the loading screens to the battle system to the way the battle system is paced and like sort of balanced, to obviously then like the more sort of direct obvious things you can point at, like the writing.
Yeah. And this game wants you to know that, too.
Yeah.
Like, it is not subtle. I mean, the Persona games are never subtle, really. Like, it's an interesting thing about them is that they do not often have a lot of room for subtext. It's just not something they're all that interested in. They kind of want you to know what the ideas are. And I think that works when you're executing at this high a level, you know? But even more than that, Persona 5 wants you to know these things. Like, you know, obviously, I think every social link in Persona 3 and 4 is a variation on the main theme of the game, but often it's more oblique than it is in Persona 5. Like, you know, you can definitely draw the line from the Moon social link in Persona 3, the gourmet, to what's going on in the main story, but it is much less literal of a link than what you often get, so far, at least for me, in Persona 5, where, I mean, there's the whole framing device conceit to really remind you that all the pieces matter in this story. And, you know, some of those ties are still oblique in some ways and are left to subtext, you know, in some of those more obscure social links, but they still have that very direct tie of like, this is going to benefit the main narrative in a very literal way. There is nothing you are disincentivized to see. You are incentivized to see everything in this game because every piece matters. And for a game this big, I don't know if I've ever seen something quite like that, at least with a narrative heavy game.
Yeah. No, it is definitely, it's a remarkable achievement on sort of every single level, and I'm just having so much fun playing through it again and being able to like have the perspective I have and be like, okay, like let's, because I've been sort of taking my time with it a little bit more. I mean, I still put a crazy amount of time to the game, but I'm not sort of pushing it the way I did when I first played it, or obviously you are. And there's something that is fun about being like, the pressure is off. Like, I don't need to like desperately see how this like game ends, because, you know, the story has this incredibly propulsive quality to it. And so like when I was first playing, it's like, I just have to keep on seeing what's going to happen next. Now I can just sort of take my time with it, soak in it a little bit more and be like, I just want to hang out with Takumi a little bit. Like, let's just do this.
I do want to talk about the pace for a second.
Okay.
Because it's so fascinating to me, because you're absolutely right. This game is incredibly propulsive, and yet it is also knowingly, winkingly episodic.
Yes, absolutely.
It is lovingly episodic. Like, it is aware that you do not make a 100-hour-long game and not have an episodic quality to it. You know, like, because, you know, it's easy to forget, Persona 3 is not 100 hours long.
No.
And, you know, it's shorter than Persona 4, much shorter than Persona 5, and part of how Persona 3 can kind of sustain, and it has episodic elements to it too, but part of how Persona 3 can sustain the very, you know, laser-focused story it tells is that it doesn't get to that length and it doesn't get to that level of sprawl.
Yeah.
You know? But Persona 5 wants to tell something more sprawling, and so it allows itself to be episodic, and yet within the episodes, within the transitions between episodes, within the arcs, you're right that there's this propulsion where you are always feeling the pressure, you are always feeling, you know, the want to go on, and the wheels are moving constantly, and you are either on that train or off it. Yeah. And if you are on the train of playing this game, it is kind of breathless, even though the game itself definitely gives you the moments to breathe and everything, and it is very, very well paced to never sort of hit too many peaks or valleys in a row or anything. And that is, again, just one of those high wire act elements of this game that kind of amazes me when I realized, like, we're not going to talk about the third story arc, but I'm pretty deep into that. And I'm like, I feel like I've barely breathed in these 30 hours.
Yeah.
But I'm, again, on a third story arc, you know? And that's, you know, in anime storytelling, which is where a lot of this is coming from, story arcs are usually, there is a divide between them, and there is more breadth, and there isn't that same kind of propulsion across story arcs. But boy, do they do it here. It's insane. Yeah.
It's something that I think now maybe we can transition to talking more about specifics, because I think, like, one of the things that, to me, you know, when I first played Persona 5, because I don't know if you, because like footage of the beginning of the game and stuff like that has been out there. Did you see any of that before you started? Did you know how the game started?
I did not.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't either when I played it. And I loved that surprise of, like, oh, this game starts in medias res. Like, this is not start... Because I was just expecting it to start the way that Persona 3, Persona 4, I mean, Persona 1, Persona 2 start, the way that most stories start, which is they start at the beginning. And that's one of, like, the biggest criticisms of Persona 4 that I don't have that much of a problem with, but I recognize it could have been smoother. And I think they smooth it up in, actually, Persona 4 The Golden, is the slow pacing of the beginning of that game. Like, I still like it, But I totally see why people had issues with that and were sort of turned off by how it took like 3 to 4 hours before you ever saw like the first fucking battle in the game, you know?
And it is funny how I think you could almost make the argument that Persona 5 is slower paced in terms of how long it takes to dole out certain mechanics, and how little that matters because the game moves with such confidence and style and is constantly giving you things to bite onto.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was so impressed at the beginning is they figured out a much better way to sort of like on-ramp, I think, the player into the story and the mechanics by like still having it be a long, slow opening because it has to be. You know, it's the opening for a 100-hour game that has the like most number of like different fucking crazy systems and narrative devices that I can even like conjure up in my mind that all link together in really sophisticated ways. Like Persona 5 more than others has like even more systems on top of it. It needs to take a long time to introduce those systems and like story ideas to the player, because if you don't, the player is going to fucking their mind's going to explode because they're not going to be able to take in all this information. So as a slow opening, but by, I think, starting the story in medias res, and so like showing the player this is where you're going to go and giving you like these little nuggets of like, okay, like this is where we go, and this is sort of like the setup and the tone for this story. It starts out very dark. It starts out very mysterious. You're introduced to characters like Sai, the detective lady that comes in is in sort of interviewing you, or I guess the prosecutor. Her like status in the legal system of Japan is confusing to me, even when I already did like 30 minutes of research into like what like organization she's a part of this stuff. I have no idea. She's not a lawyer. And she's not really a cop. I don't know.
There is a lot of that in this game, and some of it I feel is kind of intentional because you're attacking all this from the ground level of teenagers.
Yeah.
But it is like there are certain things about the power structure of things that it's hard to understand.
Like I just don't even know if like the position the official position she fulfills is something that is like actually a concept over here.
Right.
Because it's like she's not really a prosecutor, but again, she's not like a detective. She doesn't go out like and is investigating things, But anyways, that aside, like, you know, it introduces you to
She's a good character.
She's a really good character, and she's sort of like that interview with her that at the beginning of the game serves as that framing device that, especially at the beginning of the game, you get like very frequently of you going back in time to the beginning of April or whatever, and you going through your life and you getting the sort of having the more normal Persona opening, but then every once in a while when you're introduced to maybe a new character and the next phase of the plot starts opening up, it cuts back forward in time with this incredibly, if you've played other Persona games, incredibly stressful sequence of the days flipping by, and you're like, don't do this to me, all my life is flying away before my eyes, don't do this, oh god, all the social links, I'll never finish them. It was a feeling that took me a weirdly long time to sort of get over playing Persona 5. But anyways, you flash forward into time and sort of they frame, okay, this is like who this character is in the larger narrative, like what their relationship is to the Phantom Thieves, or this is like the next target you're going after. I always loved that little bit of the interviews. You see the picture and get a sort of an idea of this is where things are going to go. And by feeding you that little bit of information that like you can now the game is sort of acknowledging and sort of like codifying that you, the player, are slightly ahead of where all the characters are at. And I think that helps with the pacing of sort of giving you like you're solving the mystery a little bit before them. And it solves some of the problem that like Persona 4 had, that like you were absolutely solving that mystery way faster than the investigation team was doing. But the game never was able to sort of like acknowledge or account for that.
I completely agree. And I think when you boot up Persona 5 and you see, oh, they're doing this, they're doing in media res, your initial reaction, and I know mine was, will that work? Like, because that seems initially counterintuitive when you don't put that much thought into it, because Persona games are they take place over a year, and you start as a transfer student, and it's about the progression of time, and it's like, if you break that progression, does that work? And then you start to realize immediately, not only does it work, for this story, it has to work that way.
Yeah.
Because for a couple of different reasons. One, it even adds extra kind of strength to the scenes in like the Velvet Room and some of those ideas of signing the contract, and that you're going to go where you're going to go.
Yeah.
And that this is fate very literally, because we're seeing the story out of order and it has to go there. It cannot go anywhere else. And it's also, I think, a very smart acknowledgement of linearity in a time when games, you know, have this obsession with non-linearity in some ways, or choices or whatever. And it's like, no, that's just where this is going, and you have to think in those terms.
Yeah.
So that's great. But it's also that, and I think Persona 4 is a great comparison, there would be something, I think, very meandering about the first 20, 30 hours of this game if you didn't know the Phantom Thieves were going to get as big as they are going to get, or that they're going to fall as hard as they're going to fall.
Yeah.
Because that immediately puts stakes into even the littlest conversations where you can have a really fun moment where, Ryuji and the main character and An and Morgana are all like hanging out at the back of the school and talking about how cool it is to be Phantom Thieves, and it's just like kids hanging out. And that would read so differently if you didn't have the flash forward of your character getting fucking drugged and beaten on the floor because of what's happened, and knowing that there is going to be this fall eventually and that they are going to get that big. It adds this extra layer of resonance to everything you're playing. And you're so right about how it keeps that propulsion up of, you know that, like, for the second story arc, it's going to be that painter.
Yeah.
And it actually adds, I think, multiple layers of intrigue, which is, that's the end point. But when you first see it, you, like the investigator, Sai, don't know how the fuck did these kids find a painter to go after.
Yeah, it's like, what is it about? How did you know that this dude was actually, like, a total fucking asshole?
Yeah, like, whenever... Persona 5 is very good at whenever you kind of feel like you have your footing, they know when to pull the rug out from under you and get you off your feet again, because... And so it's such a smart way to tell this story, and for the pace and for the themes, and just to feel like this is building to something very real. Like, you do wonder, like, boy, could Persona 4 have worked even better if they had a scene where it's like, oh my god, like 7 people have been thrown into TVs, and that's where we're going. And ultimately, I'm fine with how Persona 4 is told, but you're right, there are stretches of that game that definitely drag, in part because it's not clear where it's going, or it has to get somewhere that you just know it has to get to go, but the game is not acknowledging that.
Yeah.
Persona 5 has none of those issues.
Yeah, there was just like a couple too many scenes in Persona 4 where all the team is sitting down and like going over everything they know, being like, well, who could it possibly be? And you're like just screaming at the game, like, it's Namatame, or it's like, it's this, like, oh my god, how have you not put all this together? It's like, because
it's a copycat.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
God, it's a copycat.
Yes, that is the biggest one of like that,
because it's like 20 hours of the game.
Yeah, where you that it's like that they're sort of chasing after red herring, basically. Yeah, and Persona 5 just doesn't have that issue, because also this is something that we'll obviously can talk about more in the later episodes when you've seen more of the game, but there's a really beautiful elegance to the layers of the structure of the plot that you've sort of already noted. Like, it is very episodic in nature. It has that kind of very Persona 4-esque structuring of each dungeon is sort of themed around a character, or it's kind of more themed around a set of characters, because you have different sort of like this kind of rogues gallery of villains you go through of the game, that each dungeon is themed around a villain, but then each villain is also generally associated with a party member that you're going to get. And so like that has that sort of episodic structure, but then also there's like larger sort of like threads of the game that are like, okay, this is one of the reasons why I think talking about the first dungeon and the second dungeon for this podcast works really well, because in my mind that is that like opening arc of the game, and then it like sort of transitions into something different where it's like, the next sort of sets of dungeons sort of is like kind of interested in another phase of that plot, and so on and so forth. And it has this like really intricate layering of dramatic structure over everything else that is so important to maintaining a sense of pacing and maintaining a sense of investment in a story that is over 100 hours long, which is the kind of thing that when we talk about the Marvel TV shows, the Marvel Netflix shows on here and stuff like that, it's one of the reasons why it can be so disappointing watching those shows when they can't grasp the importance of this episodic storytelling structure, when the format they are packaged in is literally episodes. And then you play Persona 5 and you're like, this understands episodic storytelling structure when it is one contiguous piece of entertainment, but it's like it has layers of episodic storytelling structure all over the place.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and frankly, it plays to a lot of Persona's inherent strengths in that, social links are essentially episodic pieces of storytelling and things like that too. So it's all of a piece. So like, this definitely feels like mechanically it's a huge, it like kind of takes the basis of like Persona 4 specifically and kind of improves on it in every area.
Yeah.
And story and character are kind of a different thing, although it's very tied in, and I'd like to talk about those. But yeah, it's so impressive in how it's paced and told, and that you're just kind of on the edge of your seat with this game. And I don't know, where do you want to take this next? Because I kind of have a thought.
I think, like, let's have you sort of guide it, just because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I want to get to story and characters it's soon. But first, I honestly, just because it's at the forefront of my mind, I need to talk about the palaces and how this game does combat and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Because that is the part that, to me, is the biggest revelation in Persona 5 in terms of a jump in quality. Because I love the way they do dungeons in Persona 3 and 4. I have no problem with that. And in fact, I love Mementos in this game because it's a nice throwback to that. and we'll talk about that later.
Yes.
But the actual palaces, it's one of those things where I didn't know I was missing this in my life until they made it, and that's that the overall flow of just the story stuff around the palaces is great. And I actually think it helps to have the palaces built around a specific villain and not someone who's going to join your team, because it just gives you that little extra sense of propulsion of like, fuck these guys.
Yes.
You know?
And they make some like really reprehensible villains that you really want to like throw a fireball at.
Oh, absolutely. Like this game does not pull its punches at the beginning, certainly, and I assume later on. But no, so you get into those palaces, and there are so many different things going on that it makes Persona 3 and 4 look fucking quaint.
Yeah.
Because the basic breakdown of combat in Persona 3 and 4 is you have a dungeon, and you have a series of floors, and the floors are going to be randomized in their layout. So for each floor, you go, you kind of follow your mini-map until you filled out the whole floor, you fought some shadows, and then you're ready to move on. And wash, rinse, and repeat for like 70 hours.
Yeah.
And they don't really ever throw that many wrinkles into that. And
like every once in a while, a dungeon will have like floor 5 will have a tiny puzzle or something associated with it, but it's like very sort of small, and they're incredibly infrequent.
Right. And so, like, it's totally fine. It's not a problem. Like, luckily, the Persona combat system is more than robust enough to allow for that sort of thing. And I do think the basic, like, mapping of the dungeons is fun in those games. But Persona 5 says, that's not enough. We are going to have a palace, not a dungeon. And in this palace, the floors are going to be pre-made, and they are going to be positively filled with puzzles and things to figure out, and, like, obstacles for you to go over in the actual world of the palace, not just in fighting enemies.
Yeah.
But then when it does come to fighting enemies, that's going to be super fucking fun, because we've added more stuff in the overworld so that like you actually the stealth system matters way more than it did in the other ones, even though that's an important part of Persona 3 and 4. Actually, like getting the draw on enemies is mechanically a much bigger part of this game.
Yeah.
And the palaces themselves are designed for it. And then you get into battle, and it's just so fucking stylish it never gets tiring. Last Surprise is the best battle song in a JRPG ever. I'll just say that right now. And so you do all that, and you can do the persona negotiations after that. So it's not just cards flying in the air. It's you're going to talk to these personas and to these demons, and they're going to become characters in their own right, and that's fascinating. And so everything just feels more active. And then when you get out of that, you might have more shadows kind of around, but there's sort of a puzzle element of how you're going to get to these shadows and fight these shadows. And then when you're done with that, you can kind of finally move around the floors, and there's so much going on with those, and just the music and the atmosphere and the visuals of these palaces is so cool, and it allows them to imagine these crazy alternate, world versions of otherwise mundane things like museums and banks and things like that. And it's just the overall rush of playing through those palaces. And I'm not even getting into some of the bigger structural stuff like, the calling card system. It's just such a fucking rush. This has not a hint of the kind of fatigue you get in any other JRPG, including the Persona games, of the grind of a dungeon.
Yeah.
There is none of that in this game. It is so fun to be in those palaces. And if the palaces weren't so fun, I actually would say there's too much of it in the early going of this game, because for the first 2 arcs, the game gives you very little free time. Compared to like other parts of a Persona game, like where you're just out, for like 2 weeks doing your own thing in the world. Like it wants you to kind of get inundated into the main flow of things. I'm not saying this is a complaint.
Yeah.
It's just that early on they kind of want to, drive all this home with you, and it works because the palaces are so fucking addictive to play through.
Yeah. So there's I agree with everything you said, and there's just a lot to unpack there.
Yes.
So I think
Right.
let's take it layer by layer. So like the first point is that palaces, unlike Persona 3 and Persona 4, the sort of the main dungeons in the game, the palaces are handcrafted. So like they have sort of sectioned off the random dungeon stuff to mementos, which is basically just they basically just made a way better Persona 4, and then they put a little tiny Persona 3 into Persona 4. That's basically what Mementos is, because it's very similar to Tartarus, which I just love that. And so that's where you can do the grinding, and a lot of side mission stuff is sort of in there. But in terms of the main dungeons, they're all handcrafted. And they're all very unique aesthetics, and then more importantly, them being handcrafted allows a sense of pacing, a sense of like narrative construction around it. So like sometimes you will like halfway through the dungeon, you will encounter the villain of the dungeon, or you'll hit like some sort of different roadblock that will force you like in the second dungeon, the halfway point of that dungeon, you have to go back out into the real world to sort of like you do this whole story point to unlock this door in the dungeon because it's part of their subconscious world and all that stuff. And so there's a sense of pacing and flow that it gets because it is handcrafted, but then also just the sense of like the flow of moving through what feels like a more real space, because it's, it has rooms, you have your map, and there's like a real joy to sort of getting that map and seeing like, okay, there's like all the stuff of the palace I still have to go through, and kind of seeing, because you can, when you get the find the maps in the game, you can just scroll through all the floors that you can see. And when I was first playing the game, I would kind of do that and be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is a weird ass looking room. What is going on here? There's probably there's some weird puzzle that's going to be here.
It's very Zelda-esque, I thought, of like getting the map and being that excitement of like, I have stuff to fill in.
Yeah, exactly. And so you have that sense of flow and movement through this very handcrafted dungeon. But then to me, the biggest thing is that every single dungeon is filled with different kinds of puzzles. And I love that it's also not like, it's not just like one, and they're usually like, usually each dungeon has maybe like one or two more significant kind of puzzle mechanics, but all of them have like little tiny things that's like, oh, like this is the section of the art museum where you're having to deal with like trip lasers and stuff like that. That's not every single room in that dungeon is not just you dealing with like, this is a different configuration of trip lasers. It's just like the kind of the beginning part, and then they bring it back later, and that's all you see of them. And then it's like, oh, like here's like this part where you're moving through paintings. Here's this part where you're dealing with like, all of your teammates being sectioned off from you, and you have to go like solve this little puzzle of like getting all these switches. You have to go like, here's this part where you have to go get these passwords. Here's this part where you have to identify between all these different paintings which one is the real one. And it's like every single floor, every single section of the dungeon has another tiny little puzzle that all tend to sort of like build up the larger aesthetic of whatever it is. And I think one of my favorite, we're not going to go into it, but one of my favorite sets of puzzles is the one from the third dungeon that's like very sort of like, it's this very basic like algebra kind of thing that runs through that whole dungeon. I love that. But that whole sense of flow, in the sense of like, okay, while I'm going through and fighting all these personas or the demons or whatever, the shadows, I am also sort of engaging with the game on this whole other level of also exploring the environment, finding the puzzles, unlocking different like shortcuts back to where I am and stuff like that, finding the safe rooms that are another really great way of giving the sense of pacing to the whole proceeding.
It makes the dungeons mirror the rest of the strengths of the Persona series, which is that the Persona series is constantly flexing all these different intellectual muscles for you as a gamer, because, if you're out there just in the world day to day, there's so many things you're keeping track of. But then in Persona 3 and 4, you go into the dungeons and you kind of turn your brain off a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's okay, but that's kind of how it was. In this, with the palaces, you are not doing that. You are just as sort of consumed with different things as you are in the day-to-day grind of the game. And that is brilliant because it keeps you engaged constantly.
Yeah. And the thing I'm most impressed by is that, like, this is the first time they have done this handcrafted dungeon thing for a Persona game. And, like, they didn't just do it. Like, they did it really well. Like, all the dungeons of the game, I think, are great. They all feel very different. They have very different sort of mechanics associated with them. And that just sense of solving those puzzles, even when they're not like crazy hard puzzles or anything. This isn't fucking like Portal 2, but it's just enough to be like, I wonder okay, that's what this is, and sort of putting two and two together. Because, I've like played through Ocarina of Time in like a very small window after Breath of the Wild on your Wii U, just because like I have to do that every like 3 years or so. I'll just play through Ocarina of Time again. And it's that sense of just like, even if it's not hard to say like, oh, I'm going to shoot that thing with an arrow, just the act of going into a room, not knowing, of like seeing a locked door and be like, how do I get through that? Oh, I shoot that thing with an arrow, shoot the thing with the arrow, go through the door. It's like, it's not an incredibly difficult game task, but it's just enough to be like, oh, this is like this memorable, I remember being in this room, and then moving past this room and moving on to the next thing. And it gives a sense of identity and geography to the whole dungeon that feels so much better than just going through randomly generated room after randomly generated room. Even if that was acceptable in Persona 3 and 4, and I have no idea like how much time and effort it must have taken to build all the different dungeons, because there's a lot of them in Persona 5. That's like, obviously that's one of the main reasons why this game took so much longer to make than the other Persona games, but it was so worth it because it is such a massive improvement over like the two best games ever made.
And again, it plays to their strengths, like, because, I love Tartarus, and I actually think pace-wise, that is still I think Tartarus is a brilliant element of Persona 3.
I agree.
But, Tartarus has sort of limited design changes throughout, even though they're cool design changes. And then in Persona 4, all the different dungeons look really neat, and there's a lot of cool, like, aesthetic stuff going on. But because of the way those dungeons are built, there's only so much you can engage with those aesthetics. And what Persona 5, the Palaces, do is it allows them to really engage with the aesthetics they want to explore. Yeah. So far, my favorite palace is the museum one, the second one. It is one of the coolest things I've ever played in a game. And, like, what's so cool is that they just get to go crazy and build a fucking art museum and then fill it with all these crazy things to do. And constantly it is this interplay with the aesthetics where whatever puzzles or whatever obstacles there are in the game or in the palace, they always come in some way from the aesthetic function of the palace.
Yeah.
If it's the castle, it's a lot of things you would associate with a castle, like, the big roving, like, knives going through the air or something like that.
Yeah, like secret passageways that you have to like pull like weird levers and stuff, or like, the books and stuff like that. Yeah.
I love the books puzzle. But like, and then in the museum, it's, as you say, it's the tripwires and it's the paintings and going into paintings and identifying paintings and just like, it has so much fun with that. You can just feel like the art directors of Persona 4 feeling like, this is great, but I want to do more with like Naoto's underground base or something.
Yeah.
So we're going to go crazy with it on the next game.
Man, can you imagine if they made a like Super Persona 4 the Golden that went back to Persona 4 and redesigned all the dungeons in like the philosophy of Persona 5, and like how fucking crazy awesome that would be?
That would be crazy awesome. It would be an inhuman amount of work.
Oh yeah, no, there's no way they would ever do it, but it is something where like once you get it in Persona 5, I mean, it's something that like I felt when I finished Persona 5, and not just when I finished, like when I was a good bit into Persona 5 and I had this thought, and it's something I still feel now. If they want to release a DLC for Persona 5 that is just another palace that has like a little bit of story justification for it, and it just like magically exists at some point in the middle of the game where like you could have a story justification for why all these characters are just going through another random dungeon, like I would just fucking buy that in a heartbeat, because there's so much fun to go through, even outside of all the narrative context and how like that stuff is all obviously amazing, because of course it's a Persona game, but just the sheer gameplay experience of going through the dungeons and how well designed they are is so satisfying. I would just buy another like piece of DLC that was just like, here's another one of these, but it's in like Fort Knox or something, it's just something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, but yeah, so that's the sort of like the overworld sort of like exploring the dungeon part. But then another big element of it is obviously like you're talking about the combat, and one of the best things about the combat to me is how the flow of it is so natural and so amazing. It's one of the things that you feel like, okay, this is what they can do when they are released from the PS2, is you're not like really awkwardly loading into like, here's like this big like like battle scene that's like sort of feels like it's sort of divorced from the rest of the game, and I have to like every time I go to like use my persona, it has to like do this like really sort of like scripted cutscene where you like summon the persona and do the thing. It's like all that stuff was fine with those games, but it very much felt like this is a PS2 game. Now with like the PS3/PS4 version, they like the flow from going in and out of combat is so seamless, and the way it is combined with you navigating the dungeons through the stealth mechanic that's just very simple, just get behind cover and pop from like piece of cover to piece of cover, that is so satisfying. Then just getting on the drop on the enemy, jumping on them, ripping their mask off, and then seamlessly having that explode into this whole combat scenario where the shadow turns into the sort of persona demons or whatever, and you having to fight them. And it's everything of the flow of the combat, of the way the UI is designed. I love that when you press triangle to bring out your persona, it like brings up your spell menu, but your character summons your persona when you bring up the spell menu. And so it's this seamless sense of like, boom, like persona, or like Jack Frost or whatever, and then Jack Frost comes out, and then you pick Bufu, and then you cast Bufu, and the animation plays really quick and like knocks all the guys down.
There's no downtime.
Yeah, there's no downtime. There's no sense of like the kind of the really awkward, like very stagey cuts between like casting spell, enemy taking spell, cutting back to like next person that has turn. That is very much how presentation-wise Persona 3 and Persona 4 worked. Here, it just feels like this one really natural sort of like cut, like incredibly cinematic, incredibly fast-paced, very like, it just feels like well-edited in a crazy way, and just moving between character to character, and it just flowing. And then when you kill all of your enemies, you get the all-out attack, and like it just goes fucking crazy, and your main character like, or whoever like jumps in front of the screen, tightens his gloves, splash screen goes, then like you get all like, here's all your XP, and then bam, you're right back in the open world, like ready to go attack another shadow. Like, you can have battle sequences in this game that last about 15 seconds, and then you're back into the open world again. And it's so fast, so snappy, so smooth, that it makes combat fun to engage with, even when you're just like wiping up like total trash enemies that you go in and you like shoot them with your gun and then kill them and then go on. It still is really engaging just through like the presentational and like aesthetic quality of it, and just the feel of like going in and doing like the melee attack with your main character and doing like the 3 hits with the knife, and like seeing the health bar go down, and just like the sound of like chunk chunk chunk, and then the health bar goes down. It all just feels really satisfying to engage with in a way that like even if I was like playing, like I wanted to play the game with like a podcast on or something, I wouldn't put earbuds in because I need just like enough sound to be able to hear all the sound effects when I'm hitting people, because it's just like, yes, it has impact to it. It has like, and all the, it's just everything. It's like all the shadows have voice acting now. So when you're like hitting them, they'll say shit to you, like random bullshit crap, and that like since it like. I love whenever if you just kill a shadow in the middle of them saying something and it's like their kind of voice just sort of like trails off and disappears. It's stuff like that. It just all feels so natural. It all feels so cohesive and just a part of the sort of journey of going through this palace that you don't feel like you are jerked out of the experience in the way that you are in most other turn-based battle systems in JRPGs, because by the nature of a turn-based battle system, it has to be sectioned off into this weird little microcosm, and Persona 5 just makes that microcosm utterly seamless.
Yeah, it's because it's amazing how the actual battle system itself has not been that heavily refined from Persona 4, which was not that heavily refined from Persona 3 other than adding direct commands, right? Like, it's not like this is not like Final Fantasy 13 to 15 or something.
Right, yeah. It's not like Final Fantasy 10 to 13, which like... Sure, It is the same fundamental combat system.
Right, but it's just, there's so many little presentational, aesthetic things that they've done. And one thing that this is a little thing, but I actually think it's really important, is... And it's so smart. I wish more games did this. That the basic commands are just face buttons.
Yeah,
it's almost hard to explain. But in Persona 4, you have like the wheel, and you go through that and pick like attack or persona or just the basic things. And what they've done here is have the 4 basic functions, which is guard, persona, item, attack, and those are on triangle, circle, X, and square. And you just hit that. And like just the fact that saves the 5 seconds of cycling through the wheel and picking it makes it that much more intuitive, that much faster, and just means that every battle, no matter kind of how easy or how hard, is just this incredible rush. Where you get in and you just go crazy with it, and it's constantly moving and moving and moving, but there is so much of that underlying strategy, and they've added a lot to the underlying strategy, which is great, but it also keeps you on your toes in a way that is so fucking fun. Just fun to engage with.
I think it like says a lot about like the aesthetic and like physical quality of the combat system that's so satisfying that like I still am having a hard time adjusting to that. In the Japanese version of Persona 5, the circle button was attack and X button was guard in combat, because that's, the circle button is yes, X button is like, or circle button is confirm, X button is cancel in sort of like the Japanese style. And
it's more like a Nintendo controller where A is on the right and B is on the left.
It's like that. And so it's like the iconography of those buttons in Japanese culture like signifies that to you. And so, like, that's how it was set up. Is like, okay, you're going to use circle to your main attack and then X to do your guard, because you're not going to use guard as often. And then, I was just, like, not even... It had never occurred to me that they would do this, but, like, it makes sense that in the English version, they flipped those so that X is attack and the circle is guard. And there have been a couple of times where I have accidentally attacked when I meant to guard, which is not something you want to do when you're going up against an enemy that's, like... Where the game, like, will a couple of times just, like, be like... This guy is charging up an attack, like at the beginning of the game when they're introducing the concept of the guard button to you. It's like, we maybe would like, hey everyone, let's guard. Like, we're gonna just saying that to you, and then I just run up and fucking stab him in the face with my dagger. I was like, oh shit, no, right, because there's something about the satisfying nature of just like attacking someone that like I loved pressing circle, just pressing circle in the combat system when that was attack in the Japanese version, just like. Yes, I've just got to fucking stab this fucker. And so it's like, if I have such a strong impression of that button being attack that like it just feels and looks wrong to me in a way I just would never have expected.
And see, I feel the same thing about the X button being attack in this, because I didn't know it another way. So you're totally right. When I hit X to attack, there's just something like meaty and powerful about it.
I think there's also something about the fact that circle is a red button on the controller that it felt like, yes, like I'm just gonna time to fucking fuck your shit up, buddy.
Yep. No, it's amazing. And just I will talk about the presentation and aesthetics of this game more as we go along, but in the battles, like, holy crap. They are just showing off at a certain point with how much style is embedded in this fucking game.
Yeah, like one of the most fun things about getting a new party member in this game is getting to see what their splash screen is at the end of an all-out attack, because they are so amazing. And just everything about the all-out attack, that it just goes stark like red and black as like you just see all the sort of silhouettes hitting people, and then your character drops in front and does their little pose, and then you get like, Morgana goes, "Oh, Soji Kanyo!" and then boom, and it's like, yay! And then you like move on. Like there's something just like, I could just do that for the rest of my life and die a happy man, because it's just this very naturally fun, engaging, cool thing to just constantly be doing.
Yeah, and okay, I want to talk about the demon negotiation and the overall hold up screen that they do.
Like the whole the rogue kind of like the flavor they put on the combat.
Yes, but it's more than that. Like it's not just an aesthetic thing. It's this huge mechanical thing where Persona has always been built around this elemental thing where you want to hit the enemies on their elements so you can get them down, because when they're down, mostly you can do an all-out attack. In this game, they've added so much more to that it further incentivizes that. And then on top of that, they've added more elemental types that are going on and more types of attacks and things. So all of that, like the basics of the combat system have been so fleshed out that you are so much more incentivized to engage with it strategically, because if you get the enemies down, you get a hold up screen and everyone pulls out their guns and just holds it on the personas, which is an amazing image. And then the personas are like begging for their lives, and you can talk to them, which is the demon negotiation thing, or you can do an all-out attack, or you can just cancel and
you can just say like, fuck it, I'm gonna kill you, but I'm gonna do it slowly.
Right, you can do that. So, and it's amazing, and I love the move to having you get personas through the negotiation, because I like shuffle time. Shuffle time is fun, but it is limited in its strategic potential.
Right.
And it is so fun to see what the personas have to say, just to get that much more writing from this amazing team, and just to hear their words and to talk to them and to go through these just bizarre labyrinthine dialogue trees to try to collect them, where like even when I miss a persona, I'm never mad because it was such a fascinating, fun conversation.
Yeah.
And I love that about it. I mean, the demon negotiation thing is sort of a callback to the early Persona games and Shin Megami Tensei, but it's not exactly the same, right?
No, I mean, it's very streamlined, because it's Persona 1 and the Persona 2s had it. And actually, like, it's a lot of stuff about what they kind of put back into the combat. It's not that they added some, like, the spell types and stuff. It's that they put them back. And that, like, Persona 1 and the Persona 2s had all, like, Sai and Frey, and there's another one that they didn't bring back. I forget what it is. And like they had the Persona 1 had all the guns. And it's another thing that I think we'll talk about probably like in the last podcast more in depth. But one of the big sort of philosophical things I think about making this game was the Persona team looking back at both their own past Persona games like Persona 3 and Persona 4 and saying what worked here, what was cool, what do we want to bring back. Like I think like Mementos is a clear callback to Tartarus from Persona 3. And then also they went back to the games that they didn't make, like Persona 1 and the Persona 2s, and say, well, what was like interesting and cool about these games that maybe we didn't, that we lost when we made Persona 3 because we had to strip that stuff out and make our own game. But what can we bring back? One of those things is the guns was a Persona 1 thing. All the characters had a melee weapon and a gun weapon in Persona 1, and they did different damage types, and so they brought that back. And then also like some of the two other damage types, and then also having light and dark have both instant kill spells and like normal damaging spells. It's the thing that those games did. But then also the demon negotiation is something that Persona 1 and the Persona 2s did. And in those games, it was a cool system that was also very clunky in such a way that like you really kind of had to play them with a guide if you wanted to play it in any way that was efficient. Because it was just like incredibly difficult to try to get a sense of how do you manage these conversations. It was very complicated. It was oftentimes very funny because it was based around every different character would have a different sort of like, kind of think of like there are different emotes that they would have. So like this character can argue and sing and dance and like something else like they all had like a different like set of different weird things they could do, and all of those would have like different demons would enjoy different things from different people. The Persona 2s added like groups ones where it's like, oh, like if Tatsuya and Maya like both do an emote thing at the same time, you'll get a different effect. And so it was cool because there were all these different combinations, but it was also just so unwieldy, and it really slowed down the pace of those games whenever you were like, okay, I'm in a new dungeon, I need to go get all these new demons, and this is going to be like fucking 15 minutes of me just trying to figure out all this conversation stuff if I don't just look up a fact online. And I love that Persona 5 took the basic concept of this is how you get personas, and that adds so much to that phase of the game that is so interesting about the demons and the personas being the same entities. And so like you learning things about demons means you learn things about your own personas and vice versa. But then it also is like, hey, like here, let's just get in this quick. It's sort of 2 phases, like one question that you have a response to, that's one of 3 responses, another question that has one of 3 responses, and then the demons have 3 different responses that they can have from something, which is like positive, confused, or angry. And so it's this very simple, straightforward thing. You can go through a negotiation very quickly. And then there's also each demon has a personality type that you can see in like the top left corner that sort of can inform you, oh, this is like, I should maybe like be more straightforward in how I answer this question, or be more jokey or something like that. And it is just like the same basic concept, adds a lot of the same character to the game that those games had, but comes at you in a much more streamlined and like efficient way to deal with it. That is not like, okay, this is going to take me 2 hours to figure out how the fuck this system works. You just like do it and you're like, okay, I'll go through this. And then plus it has one of my favorite music tracks in the whole game, which is just like bum bum boom ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum. Like I love it so much.
Although here's the problem with the Persona 5 soundtrack.
Yeah.
Every song is so good, I don't want to stop listening to any song to listen to another song, even though I can't be mad at that because the other song is going to be good. Like when Last Surprise cuts off, I'm like, oh, I love Last Surprise, but then that song comes on, I'm like, oh, but I love this song, and then that song cuts off, and I'm like, oh, I do want to hear like the Results song because it's like it's this weird like it's like all the music is so good, you want to listen to all of it at the same time.
Yeah,
it's a crazy problem to have.
Yeah. Yeah, but the demon negotiation thing, I think, is just, it's a really well-designed system that took the idea from the older games back and just did it better than those games did. And it just adds so much to the sense of, like getting personas from the dungeons in Persona 3 and Persona 4 was just random happen chances. Like, you got this thing, it's like, oh, that's kind of okay. Here, it did really, you get that sense of, like, yeah, like, it's something. Like, you had to go through a small gameplay challenge to accomplish it. And I love, like, because you can also use that system in different ways. If you like are really hard up on cash, you can get more cash that way. If you
I've definitely done that.
Items.
Early on, you have so much to buy.
Yeah,
and frankly, I just went in the last like 2 hours of my gameplay from having like 180,000 yen to 5,000.
Oh yeah, the economy in the game I think is very well balanced. You never feel like you have more cash than you could ever do anything with. Like Persona 4, I feel like you could definitely hit a point in that game where you're like, I just have so much money. This is just stupid. I can just buy everything all the time. Persona 5, you definitely need to sort of scrape money together every now and then.
Yeah, so it's actually very useful to do that Persona negotiation stuff sometimes and just say, give me some fucking money. I'm holding you at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Give me that cash.
Yeah. But then, on top of that, I think there's something about the hold up, and then there's a lot of other small things of like the way that the ambushes work with the stealth system, and then the way that hold up system works, and then if the enemies get the drop on you, you are surrounded by them, and then they can also, it doesn't happen that often, but like they can take one of your guys hostage, or the demons can also come at you and negotiate with you like first if you have like put them into like a distressed state, and they will just be like, hey buddy, maybe don't kill me. I'll give you some cash. Like, please don't set me on fire anymore. It really hurt the first time you did it.
So that'll happen like when they're down to like one enemy and it's really hurt.
Yeah.
And so first couple times that happened, I negotiated with them and like got them or something. And then one time I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. You were annoying. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And I backed out and killed the dude. And he like yelled no as he was dying. And I haven't done it again since because like I felt so bad about it.
But you don't get the experience from them if you let them go. You only get the experience from them if you murder them. So you should probably just be murdering them unless you really need the cash.
It's true, but it's just like they do such an effective job at making the demons feel like living, breathing creatures. They're not characters on the scale of, an On or something like that, but they are just incredible, like little, fun creatures in the world that you want to engage with.
Yeah, because they have their fun little personalities, and they are the same as your personas, so you build up. There's something fucked up sometimes about you using like a Jack Frost to kill a Jack Frost if you really want to,
Right. Then Jack Frost is fun to negotiate with because he does the like
hee-hee-ho.
Yeah, hee-hee-ho. It's so great.
Yeah, I like that they kept all that stuff in the English version.
It's so good. All right, so that about does it, I think, for the combat stuff and the palaces. And it's so good, man. It's so fucking good.
Yeah.
Quick note on Mementos.
Okay.
Because I don't know if there's that much to say about it, other than it's really interesting. You're right, it's absolutely a callback to Tartarus, because it's this thing where basically you are going from, instead of going up Tartarus, you're going down Mementos.
You're going down this like hellish version of the Japanese subway system.
But you are basically it is just one long linear path, and of course they allow you to transport to different places. So
Yeah.
you're never going to like just start from the beginning and go all the way down, but you could if you wanted to. Just like with Tartarus, you never use the front door after the first time.
Yeah, you go through the front door once and you're like, well, that's great. I'm never using you again.
Right, but I do think it has that same kind of addictive quality as Tartarus does, where it is this continual thing. It's a nice break in the general pace, and they also give really good narrative and mechanical reasons to go there, which is that you have the requests coming in from the fan site.
Yeah, I thought that's a really good bit of translation there.
Yeah,
The fan site.
What do they call it in Japanese?
It's the Kaito Onagai channel. Like
Okay.
the Kaito Help Me channel, basically. Is
Oh,
what it is.
nice. That's funny. But yeah, I like fan site.
Yeah.
And of course, that ties into the character of Mishima, who is not a party member, but he's a really important character.
Yeah.
Which I feel like there's more of that in Persona 5. Like people who aren't in your party, but they're really important to the central task.
Yeah.
And I like that. But anyway, so you have that ties into Mishima, and he gives you these requests from the fan site, and so you go there to do the requests. And it also just, it feels like the Phantom Thieves, they're not all talk, because it's not just like they've done 3 people.
Right.
It's that you're constantly going to Mementos and getting more of those, and it's a really fun thing. My only complaint with Mementos is that so far, at least, I think it's way too easy. Like,
I mean, it basically it's set up in such a way that you are going back in and fighting the same personas that were in the dungeon you just cleared in each section. More or less.
yeah, but like even like I cleared the. This is from the third palace, but I'm not going to spoil anything.
Yeah.
I did all the. I went through all of the third section of Mementos before I even began the palace.
Okay.
And it was super easy. Like it's just like even like just to like grind for experience, it's kind of hard because everything's so low level. And like Ryuji gets that ability at one point where you can just automatically take the masks and stuff.
Yeah, if they're too low level.
And I'm constantly hitting that. So I just thought like I almost wish it was the opposite, where Mementos was more of like a challenge area. Because I like the comments, and generally Persona 5 is pretty easy. On normal difficulty, I don't find it to be that challenging a game, and that's okay, but I kind of wish Mementos maybe gave you a little bit more of that taste of like Tartarus, which is really fucking hard a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think like for me it works because the palaces are where you have the more challenging stuff of where you will you will get jumped by enemies and stuff like that and have a harder time. Whereas like I think one of the functions that Mementos serves is that they didn't want, I think smartly, they didn't want to make it so that you're just going back into the dungeons you already cleared and like running them again or something to do like the side quests or to go get personas that you maybe missed the first time. Because one of the things you lose by having a very designed dungeon is that it's not as fun to go back through the same areas when you've already cleared them through. So this just like provides a means to both give a framework that you can do the much more expanded side quest stuff in that I really love, that they're not just like, you know, like in Persona 4, it was, hey, I really need a table. And it's like, okay, I guess I'll go back in and kill 5 enemies in this one area of the game and get a table and then give it to you. And none of this makes sense. It's not really worth doing, but I guess I'll fucking do it. And here it's like they are both tied to Mishima's social links, so you're incentivized directly to do them to engage with the social link side of the game. But then also they have like small little stories around them, and they're good ways to get bits of experience between dungeons. So it's a nice framework to put side quests in, but it also provides that function of if maybe you finished one of the dungeons and were slightly underleveled, or if you finished a dungeon and didn't get one of the personas, like capture one of the personas that you wanted to capture there, you can find them in Mementos. And it sort of just like replaces the sense of being able to go back into the things that you already cleared out and kind of just streamlines that process.
You know, and I totally get that, and I'm fine with all of that. It's just even then, it just feels like and I also like the floors are pretty underpopulated so far. There's not that many shadows, so it's fun and I like it. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be there. There's a couple times where I'm like, I want a little more challenge here. But the other thing about Mementos is you ride around in a cat bus.
Yes,
basically because Morgana is not literally a cat, but is in the shape of a cat. Can I say that?
Yes.
Okay. Morgana takes the form of a cat, and Morgana can also transform into a bus, which ergo makes it a cat bus, which allows for a phenomenal My Neighbor Totoro joke.
Yes.
Just a phenomenal...
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good. And I love that nobody gets the reference in the game. Like, they're all just standing around there. It's like, what? Why can you turn into a bus? It's like, I don't know. Apparently, there's some sort of preconception in the world that cats and buses go together. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Apparently, by the year 20XX, Totoro is not as popular as it is now.
Sure, you know, yeah, they're teenagers, you know.
Yeah, who knows? They were not raised on My Neighbor Totoro because none of these people had good parents.
Sure. Well, no. Yes,
That might be the reason. That would be
you are. I hadn't thought about it. You are 100% right. None of them would have seen My Neighbor Totoro.
That's very true, because I'm pretty sure you have to love your kids to show them My Neighbor Totoro.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, if they had all seen My Neighbor Totoro, I don't think any of the main characters would have like the sort of like deep grudge against society that they need to be able to sort of serve as the main characters in this game.
this is very much not Hayao Miyazaki's Japan.
No. Yeah, no.
Yeah. But no, I just the bus is such a. It's one of those things where you're like, are they really doing this? And then they do it, and it's so much fun to just drive around Mementos in this stupid bus. It's great.
And just like the whole the scene when it first happens is one of the funniest pieces of the game. It's like where Morgana like does the whole pose and transforms. It's really, really funny.
Oh, and then like when you're driving around, the dialogue lines you get are so good to the point where I will be going at an enemy, a dialogue thing will start, and I will do an abrupt U-turn to get away from that enemy so I can finish the dialogue.
Yeah.
Because there's some phenomenal ones. Like at one point, Ryuji starts singing "The wheels on the bus go round and round," and then Morgana does the second line, and it's just like, it's so much fun. It's so silly, and like they know what Mementos is there for. They give it enough narrative justification.
Yeah.
But it's just a beautiful little part of the game.
And I have to say, I do really appreciate that they didn't make Morgana in bus form like the most like unsettling, creepiest thing in the world. The way the cat bus is in Totoro, just like gross and fleshy and weird. And the mere thought of sitting inside of a cat and sitting on its weird cat fur bench is just like, what the fuck does that even feel like? That's gross. Instead, it's like, no, it looks like a normal sort of like bus van sort of thing that happens to have like a very Morgana-esque aesthetic and a tail. It's like, I'm good with that.
So we mentioned that the Mishima social link
Yes.
is interesting in part because of how it ties to Mementos, that you are incentivized to do Mementos so you can progress that social link.
Yeah.
And I wanted to talk in general about the way social links work in this game, because I think it's really fascinating. And we have to start actually with translation things again.
Okay.
In the Japanese, it's cooperation, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's always been cooperation, right?
As far as I understand it, I have not played the other ones in Japanese, but that is what I have been told.
So it's interesting. It was cooperation in 3, 4, 5. So they made no switch to 5. They still called it cooperation. But in the English version of 5, they decided to they did not call them social links again.
Yeah.
They called them confidants. And I think that's a really interesting choice. What do you think about that?
I think it's smart. It makes sense. Like it fits into the way that the rest of the game is sort of designed around this sort of Phantom Thief concept, because that is what they are. Like that is how they are framed. When you do the flash forward to Sai puts into one of the things she does is she puts into perspective like, how the fuck did you guys survive all of this? You must have had some person who was supplying you medical supplies. And it's like, yes, that's Dr. Takemi. It's like, yes, and then that's sort of how it's framed. So it makes sense to change them to confidants. I think I'm still just going to refer to them as social links because that's way easier to do.
It is.
But I think it's fine for like I'm happy to have the game refer to them that way. It also, I think it looks better as the menu option.
Yeah, because you can never write out social link. It always had to be S.link.
Yeah.
So no, it's a good. I think it's a smart thing. I think no one would have blamed them if they just called it social links again.
Yeah.
And it would have been fine. But there is something very like. The localization team, and it's a great localization, spoiler, they were very clever to say, let's do confidant and just have fun with it. And you're right, because it is that is what is so fascinating to me about the confidant system, is that fundamentally it is the social link system from Persona 3 and 4, but with this they've added so much to tie those disparate parts of the game together. And it's not even as simple this time as the links between like the dungeons and the real world. It's much more complicated than that, because a lot of it is the dungeons in the real world, but then there's stuff like Mishima where that ties into Mementos, or you have the doctor and that's how you get your items and things, or just other conversation pieces. There's one later on with, I'm not going to say who, but the Temperance social link, and what you get from that, which is not really tied into the dungeons much at all. I mean, you can kind of, but what you get from that is more of a day-to-day thing. So all of that is fascinating, and I do love the introductions. Like, that's maybe my favorite thing about the framing device, is that every time you initiate a confidant, you flash to the future, and Sai says, I think the Takemi one is a good example of like, how did you survive all this? What did you do for medicine?
Yeah.
And then it flashes back and starts the narration of, I am thou, thou art I, and or whatever it is, and you meet that character, and it's like, okay, this is going to build into something really important. I just love that, and it really does make every confidant you find feel super important.
Yeah, and it is something where it has the sort of story framing and everything to make it feel important, but then on top of it, like you said, all the social links have another layer to them that is more than just like, oh, I'm just progressing this because I'm progressing it to get the Arcana Burst like experience bonuses from fusing personas, which is how it was in Persona 3 and 4. It has a thing of like, I guess Persona 4 did this with all the main characters, that as you advance their social link, they got more abilities of like, oh, like now, like this character will be able to like survive a fatal hit and stuff like that.
But there's so many more in 5.
Yeah, like all the main characters in Persona 5 still have that structure, like, and some of them are the same ones. They have some new ones as well, like some of them can interject into demon negotiations and like help you and stuff like that.
Or the baton pass is
or yes. I always forget now that is not something that Persona 3 and 4 do because it's such an integral part of the Persona 5 system, combat system, is that when you get a one more attack by exploiting an enemy weakness, you can pass that turn off to another one of your teammates to like be able to chain together a bunch of attacks to like totally wipe everything out. And it's one of the things that keeps the combat pace up. But then beyond just like your teammates having those, like every one of the other social links in the game have abilities you gain by advancing them, whether it's you get new items available at the store, or whether it is something that like a new ability you can bring into combat in some ways, or it'll be something that like a new element or like opportunity of something you can do in the open world, or like of the social element of the game is now easier to you. And like all of them have some element like that, some of which are like things that when the first time I played through the game, by the time I got them, felt like such a fundamental part of how I do a certain part of the game, that now having to start it from the beginning and not have access to some of that stuff is killing me inside. And me like, I'm going to make sure I max this persona or this social link out immediately because I really need access to being able to do this one thing.
There's a quality to Persona 5, and this is tied into the social links, but everything else, where they give you more time to do things in this game than the other Personas, and yet I still feel more stressed playing it than 3 or 4 because I want to do everything.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to branch off for a second and talk about some of this, because one of the things, I just wanted to describe the process of me getting the on social link, the Takami social link, because I do use a guide sometimes to look up social link things.
Sure.
And I saw that...
I'm using it now for like, because I've already played the game, so it's like I'm not going to try to go through every single conversation option. And the thing I love is all the Japanese guides that I had bookmarked, they all still apply because it doesn't matter what it was translated to. It's like whatever, if it's answer number 2, it's answer number 2.
Right.
So I just like loaded up all the bookmarks I had from October when I played through the game. It's like, these still work 100%. Fantastic.
Yeah. But I saw that to initiate the on social link, I would need rank 2 kindness.
Yes.
And so I had already started the Ryuji social link, because that's really the first social link you get, Ryuji, that is non-automatic. Like, you get Igor first, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, it's the first one that you then have to like go on dates with Ryuji to advance.
Right. Yes, exactly. And so, but from the Ryuji social link, I knew like, oh shit, Ryuji is getting really useful in battle and stuff because I'm doing this confidant doing the social link.
Yeah.
And so I'm definitely going to want this for on, because Morgana is automatic and on is also on my team, so I'm going to want to do this. And so I know I'm going to need to get my kindness up. So that led me to the path of discovering all the different things you can do to get your different attributes up. Yeah. And they have improved that system so much, where I like it in Persona 3 and 4 just fine, but it is an actively awesome and enjoyable part of the game this time around.
Because there's so many ways. There are I bet there are like several that are available to you that you don't even know about. Yes.
Probably, but like, for kindness, I realized, if I feed the plant in my room, I can get my kindness up, and that won't make time pass, which is great. Yeah. If I go rent the DVDs, which we're going to talk about later, I can watch the DVDs and get my kindness up if I watch this particular show. And then there's a bookstore, but there's also a library. Yes. And when I get the books, there's this system where sometimes you can get a seat on the train in the morning and you can read, and that's how I'm going to do that. So I got super into that system. And there's also like going to the diner and you're going to get your knowledge up, but you can also order a special dish and that will also get your kindness up. Or you can work at the flower shop. That was actually later because you have to get your charm up, but you know what I mean. And so like getting into all those things. And so I'm super into those systems, get my kindness up. Now I'm doing the confidant up with Anne, and then that's taking over into the palace that we're doing at that point, the castle or something. And I'm doing better and better there because now Anne is getting stronger, and that's feeding back into something else. Like, every action you take in this game affects like 7 other things. Yeah. It's all so unified. There's nothing that feels like it's completely on an island, and I love that. And there are totally things that are open to me, like the batting cages or the bathhouse, that I'd love to do at some point. I haven't had the time yet. Yeah. Maybe I will. But like there's so many things to do.
Yeah, because there's also the movie theater that like cycles through movies every now and then. That will like that will be good because that gives you a 3-note boost. So it like gives you a maximum boost of whatever that trait is for that movie of the day. Yeah. And then eventually you start unlocking other movie theaters that are showing different movies. And it's like there's so much shit in this game for you to be able to do that. Like it makes trying to play it at like the greatest efficiency possible. To like, okay, like how do I, if I want to focus on getting my kindness up, like what are the best ways to do that? And it's like there's so many paths available to you to try to like push and influence that in different ways that it is like it's challenging to try to maximize that stuff in a very real way. That like when I was playing Persona 4 the Golden, part of that was, you know, I had played the game through once already, but even like having played Persona 5 through already, I'm still sometimes challenged by like, well, maybe actually, no, maybe like going here would be a little bit smarter because that will also get my knowledge up a little bit more, and that will prepare me for when I have the midterm test in a couple of weeks. Whereas like in Persona 4 the Golden, it was very straightforward that if you wanted to maximize shit, it was like, no, there's like really one way to do that says like this is just the most optimal way to play through this game. Persona 5, I don't think that exists. Like there are too many different variables, there are too many different social links available to you at once that have too many different kinds of social stat requirements that you gain in too many different ways to be able to say like, if I just focus on this one thing, that will be like, that is my key to maxing out this game. It's like you have to be very sort of fluid with what you're approaching and how you're advancing the social side.
Yeah, and you have to just take what the loading screen tells you and take your time and just hope that it'll all be okay in the end. Because, you know, the dirty secret is as long as you kind of make sure you do something useful with your time every time, you'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
But it's just, there is that extra layer of stress of like, what is that? You know, like, I will say, and I actually had this as a question for you, but your guardian, what's his name?
Sojiro.
I think he's a cool character. But for some reason, his social link will not advance for me.
He's a social link dump early on I think it's his 3 to 4 rank.
Yep, that's it.
It's this 3 to 4 rank. You have to dump a lot of time in with him to get that advance. Like that is a specific, like you will be able to advance that at some point. Like not in saying that like it's not blocked off right now. It just takes a lot of hanging out with Sojiro at night to advance that to the next point.
And
it's like the deliberate.
And I'm within that jump because there are so many things to do at night that I just haven't wanted to kind of, it's not wasting time, but kind of do the social link dump with him.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I have plenty of time.
You will get to it eventually.
Yeah, I will get to it. But it's like, and again, you have to remind yourself like, okay, even if I'm not hanging out with him now, if I just did another social link event, I did make good use of my time, obviously. But it is kind of that stressful thing. And it's because, the other games did not have this many things to do at night. In Persona 3, it's primarily Tartarus.
Yeah.
In Persona 4, you couldn't go out at night initially, right?
Yeah, originally. And then in Persona 4 the Golden, there's some stuff you can do at night, but it's relatively limited.
Right. And then in Persona 5, it's like the day, but more.
It's more. And that's I think, for me, it was the kind of maybe my favorite moment early on in the game, and that kind of like relatively early on, like in the first 10 hours or whatever. But it's after you clear Kamoshida's palace, and then after it goes through all the story stuff of him confessing and like closing that section of the game, is then when you come home and then like finally Sojiro says, hey, you can go out at night. And then you go out and you can go to Shibuya at night, and like that whole part of the game opens up to you, because that's when like up till that point you're kind of like constrained that like you can still, you can maybe hang out with Ryuji, you can maybe go like hang out with Dr. Takemi, you can do some of that stuff, but like every time you go home at night, it's like, oh, all I can do is like study on the couch or like make a lockpick or whatever, like there's only a handful of things you can do, or I guess I can hang out with Sojiro. But because it's such a, like the game is kind of an asshole because it teases you in so many ways, because you meet Yoshida, the politician, before that point, and he and Morgana's like, oh, maybe we should go check this out. Oh, but we can't because Sojiro won't let us out at night. And you're like, God damn it.
Or just like the beef bowl job.
Yeah. Like the jobs. Like there's like 100 small things that are constantly reminding you in the very beginning of the game, I can't go out at night. I know there's stuff to do out at night. And when that opens up to you, because the moment that opens up to you is also the moment that the instrumental version of Beneath the Mask turns into the lyrical version of Beneath the Mask, which is the moment where I was like, oh, that's what this is. Like, that's what this game is. Like, that's what this setting is. Because Beneath the Mask and its instrumental version is a very quiet backgroundy kind of track that when the first time I played the game, I was kind of disappointed by it because I was expecting, where's the your affection of this game? Where's the heartbreak of this game? Because for most of the beginning section of the game, the only song you're hearing when you're like walking around like the school and stuff is just the instrumental version of Beneath the Mask. Because even for a long time, Tokyo Daylight's the normal daytime travel song is not in the game either. And it's only till like you get a bit into Kamoshida's Palace that opens up. And so you're hearing that song a lot. And I was like, I like so much of the music of this game, and this track is fine, but it doesn't pop. It's not sort of like speaking to me yet. And then when that opens up and you get the full version of that song and you go out into the city, that's when I realized like this game is about Tokyo and it's about going out at night and like the nightlife, and it's about this song that Beneath the Mask is like far and away my favorite. And like this is like one of my favorite categories of songs in this game, or like in this franchise, but Beneath the Mask is my favorite Out in the City song. Like it is so good. It is so perfect. It's just the tone it hits is so amazing and captures that sense of being in the city at nighttime and just like this very smoky, quiet, sultry kind of track while you're just like going around Tokyo talking to random people is so amazing.
And I hadn't thought of it comparatively yet, but I loved that song to death too. And I actually loved it as soon as the instrumental version popped up because even without the lyrics, there's something so beautiful and soulful about that piece, and that it's one of the many bass-driven pieces in the game. And you know, we joke about appreciate the bass. The bass expresses so much in this game. Yeah, it expresses a huge amount of badassery, but it also so much emotion is pushed through the bass lines of songs. I don't know if I can say that about a lot of other music, where the bass line is like the heart of the song. But Beneath the Mask early on, you have that. And then when you add the vocal part of it, oh my God, it kind of melts your heart every time you hear it. Yeah. And you're right. I mean, it is, atmospherically, it does so much. And I love hearing it. And there's like at least sort of 3 different versions of Beneath the Mask. There's the instrumental, the Rain.
There's 4. There's instrumental, Rain instrumental, vocalized, Rain vocalized.
Okay, I guess I've only heard, maybe I've heard all 4 by now, but like definitely all of its different versions are so fucking good. Yeah, and you're absolutely right, and just because this game is doing something fundamentally very different with the city and its setting than 3 or 4 were. Yeah, and I think that song is a huge piece of unlocking that puzzle.
Yeah, and it's just like maybe we can talk about this a little bit because you said you wanted to earlier. That like, because one of the things I associate with that moment so much is around that time of the game was when I played in Japanese, because it was like this whole like one evening I had where I finished Kamoshida's dungeon, and because I think it was the second or third day I played the game, and I finished Kamoshida's dungeon, and then that stuff started happening, and then it was like and I'm pretty sure I probably have like a tweet that I made, if I remember correctly, back when I did this in like early October, which was I went out at night. And I went and I like that Beneath the Mask was playing, and I went and I was at the DVD rental place, and I hadn't really rented any DVDs up till that point. And then I grabbed, and I was, because I specifically needed your courage to increase, because there's a lot of courage gates relatively early on in the game. And so I was just scrolling through the DVD rental place, looking at the descriptions of the DVD, trying to find the kanji that was for Dokyo, which is their, like or I guess they translated as guts in English. And so I just found whichever one increased my Dokyo. I was like, I'll get this and go home and watch this. And so then I go and I sit with Morgana, and Morgana's sitting on the chair in the brilliant way that fucking dumb cat sits on that chair like a stupid human, great. Watching this DVD. And this is like the quiet, rainy version of Beneath the Mask is playing in the background, where like so much of the instrumentation has just gone and like faded out, and then it's just the vocals for the most part. And I'm watching this DVD. And then the DVDs have voice acting, and so I can understand voiced lines, either voiced or like audio stuff in Japanese much better than I can just read it, because it takes a while to read it and understand it for me. And so I just hear the dialogue from it, and I'm like, at first I didn't process it, and then I thought about it again. I was like, that sounded like if I were to write in Japanese what are the most cliched lines of like what you would identify as the X-Files possible, these are what I would write in Japanese. Like, that's really weird. And then I advanced the text, and it's like, oh, I did, because I didn't even pay attention to what it was named. I just paid attention to the description to see what it gave me. It's fucking called the X folder. And it's like, I sat there in my room in the shitty, like, cafe house in like the shitty attic, sitting down in this bad chair with my cool talking cat friend while it's raining at night and this beautiful smoky song is playing, watching old DVDs of a like Japanese ripoff of the X-Files. How amazing is that video game?
Your tweet, because you tweet so infrequently I could find it.
Yes.
It's, I just leveled up my courage by staying up late watching an X-Folder DVD with my mysterious talking cat friend. Persona 5 is very good.
Yes.
And I definitely tweeted too when I saw the X-Folders thing. Those DVDs are fucking brilliant.
They're really good.
And there's so many things that are good about them. Like, I've actually watched all the ones available, and I'm like jonesing for more, so I hope there's more in the game.
More do open up eventually. Yeah.
But like I just love that they're rentals, so you have to bring them back. And so when you get them, like, you're actually on a timeline to watch it. There's just something that fits the game very well with that. And one time I rented one right before I didn't know there was going to be like a 7-day event, and I got it back late. But they waive your first late fee, which is very nice.
Yeah,
of them.
that is something that now that I know that, I'm being so cavalier with it. It's like, if it's late, it's fucking fine because I know they waive it, and I feel like a dick. But it's like, fuck it.
Yeah, but anyway, like, each of those DVDs is so great because you get them home and you put it on, and I just love, like, we got to talk about the function of Morgana in this game, and we will, obviously. But, like, Morgana talks to you, and it's like, oh, you want to watch a DVD? And it's just, you decide, like, let's take the night off. Let's hang out and watch a stupid DVD.
Yeah.
And we just sit with our little... which also, I love that you have to go buy the CRT TV from, like, a Japanese Goodwill or something.
Yeah, for like $15 or something.
Right.
It's so cheap.
Yeah, and because it's 2,500 yen, so yes, that would be like $20. And you bring it home and you're watching your DVD, and Morgana is just like slumped like a cat on the, like a cat, but like a person on the chair.
Yeah, like it's like a cat trying to sit like a human. It's amazing.
It's amazing, and Morgana will just like, the parodies they have in there are amazing, and like the voice work and everything, and the music. I love. I don't know what they do in Japanese, but in English, it's "Come on, Skullsy" for the X-Folders.
It's basically like that.
Come on, Skullsy. And that's great. And then you're watching, and then Morgana will just do this, like, backseat driver commentary on it.
Yeah.
And then you'll get a point boost. And so, obviously, it works mechanically, but it's also, like, atmospherically and just sheer entertainment-wise, those DVDs are outstanding pieces of content in this game.
Well, if you like the DVDs so much, you need to go to the movie theater because they are presented in a very similar way of like you get the dialogue and stuff, and some of them are. I'm really excited to see some of them in the English localized version because I've watched one that like in the original was a Yakuza movie and they kind of changed it to being a superhero movie parody, and there's a couple of other ones of like jokes in the Japanese version that like. There's one in particular that we'll get to probably the next time we talk about this game because we'll be at it in the game because I don't want to spoil it in case they find a really good English replacement for this joke. There's one movie that has such an amazing fucking pun associated with it. It's just so good, and I'm glad that the English localization has like found a lot of fun ways to play with that stuff.
Yeah. Can you go to the movie theater at night?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. That's that, because I never go during the day because it's like I've always got better stuff to do.
Yeah.
Like I will never take that over a social link if I can get a social link up. But yeah, I've got to do that. But no, those DVDs, like I raced through those DVDs just because I wanted to see them. Like there were definitely nights where it's like, yeah, I know we were supposed to go to the palace today, but that would cut off my nights. So I'm staying
like,
home and watching.
I've got X-Folders to catch up on. I'm in season 6, and people say that's when it starts getting bad, but I'm still enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so wonderful. I love that. I love the books. I love so much of this game. And this is where we have to talk about some characters for a second.
Okay.
And I want to start with Morgana because I actually don't think you can talk about the day-to-day mechanics of this game without talking about Morgana.
Yeah.
And that is a fascinating thing to me because while Morgana occupies the archetypal place of Aegis or Teddy, like the mascot characters of Persona 3 and 4, she is not he. It's gender fluid. It's hard.
No, Morgana asserts that he's a god.
No, I get it.
Stop misgendering my precious cat friend.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
God damn it.
It's
not his fault that he was created or born or whatever with a weird name that's referenced to something so he can't change it.
I understand. I'm sorry, Morgana. I didn't mean to. I know you're very sensitive about that.
Yeah.
So anyway, Morgana,
Thank you.
what I was going to say, he is very different than those other characters, I think, in actual like narrative function and personality. Like, you can draw all these comparisons of, like, actually Morgana fulfills a really similar part early in the game to Teddy.
Yeah.
But I often don't draw that comparison because Morgana operates so differently. Morgana is kind of the voice of the game.
Yes.
I mean, Morgana is like the first-person voice where the protagonist still doesn't talk, but most of the dialogue they would give the protagonist in 3 or 4, like the inner monologue stuff, almost all of that goes to Morgana. And almost all of that becomes more interesting because it's your cat friend, talking that stuff to you as you're out and about during the day. Like, Morgana is like 99% of the time on you, on your person, in your bag, in your desk. I love that animation where Morgana is like in the cubby of your desk, and Morgana is constantly commenting on what's happening, giving sort of narration and inner monologue, telling you what you should and shouldn't do. Morgana is kind of like the Jiminy Cricket of this game in some ways, where like the conscience on your shoulder. And on top of that, it's just a phenomenal character, and we can talk about that. And a great performance in English, I assume a great performance in Japanese.
Yeah.
But like, Morgana is the beating heart and soul of this game, and like, it's not difficult or controversial to say Morgana is the best character in this game, because by design he has to be. It's fascinating to me.
Yeah, it's something where it was something that like playing the game from the beginning felt so weird, because it's like you're really alone, and like it's something that, like, when we talk about the story later, is like a big thing about this game is like how isolating the city is and like what that does to people. And it's like Morgana is this like salve, because it's like Morgana is with you all the time in a way that, like, I think like it's one of the reasons why Morgana is a cat or a pet, is like because that is something that people who live in cities do, is they get pets because, like, even if they are in this like nest of humanity, or like precisely because they are in this like nest and super dense core of humanity, they are like isolated from everything and like everyone, and don't have that connection, that relationship. And so it's like having this cat with you like kind of gives you that. But then also you have like the cat, Morgana, is like really smart, is really articulate. I love that the Morgana is basically, for like, especially for the beginning section of the game, by far the smartest person in your main cast, depending on how you want to like consider the main character in that, because it's sort of a weird thing. But like, between Yuji certainly, but and An and Morgana is the one with the plan. Morgana is the one with the smarts. Morgana knows what's going on and is like pushing people. Morgana has like the focus and like the character like development reason for like why Morgana wants to solve these problems and go into the palaces and figure all this shit out, because he can't remember who he is or like where he came from or anything. And that is so compelling, and it's such a fascinating inverse of what Teddy was, where Teddy was like had some of that stuff, and Teddy knew more about the TV world than anyone else because he was from there, but also he was an idiot, and right. That was like his whole dynamic in the team. And Teddy and Yosuke in Persona 4 had that whole relationship when Teddy goes to live with Yosuke, that they became this like weird stupid comic pair.
They're the odd couple.
Where Teddy's this bumbling buffoon, is always saying stupid shit, and then Yosuke has to be the straight man in the comedy duo and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I can't believe I have to live with you. And in this, you have even with the real pairing is the main character, Morgana, the comic pairing is Morgana and Ryuji, but the relationship is inverted, where Ryuji is the one who's always saying stupid shit, and Morgana has to correct him. And there's something about how smart and articulate Morgana is that is so kind of like fresh, that it's so different for that kind of mascot character. Yep. And it operates as such a core driving force for the story that you develop this very intense attachment to Morgana as the player, because he's with you constantly, because he's this constant companion that if you're reading a book, Morgana's gonna have some funny comments. If you're answering a question, he'll pop out of your desk and go, Yaru janeka, and like, yeah, you leveled up your knowledge and all that kind of stuff. It's like Morgana's always with you. The cat model, like the real world cat model for Morgana, is so good. And the animations are so good, and like all of that, the physical presence of Morgana in that bag and the way that it's animated, it just feels like you can like feel Morgana when he's jumping out of the bag like onto your shoulder. It's like I feel like you can get that sense of like the warmth of the cat, and like the sense of the weight. Or I like if you there are a couple points in the game where when you are sleeping, or if you decide just like fuck it, I'm going to like roleplay as a depressed character that's going to go to sleep without doing anything in the evening, like you will get a little like scene where Morgana's just sleeping on top of your character, and you'll get this bit of text that's like, you can feel a weight on your chest. Is this the oppression of society weighing down on your shoulders? But it's just this cat on your chest, sort of like pressing down on your sternum, and you can't breathe. And it's like all of those little details of living with this cat that is your constant companion is so important and builds up this brilliant relationship you have with like the closest relationship you have in the game is with the one other character in the cast that is not like, at least directly in his form, human, and you interact with him in a way that is not normal for humans, and that's really important to the game. It gets like, it changes, and like the dynamic of that relationship obviously is going to evolve over the course of the story.
It really
But
does.
it's so critical and amazing.
It really does feel like everyone, Persona 3, 4, and 5, at least those Persona games, have, you know, the one character who we would kind of call the mascot character that is really the team going, let's take the most stupid cliched thing possible and make it the best part about this game.
Yeah, like the robot that has no emotions.
And Aegis is the heart and
Yeah.
soul of that game, and
Yeah.
is one of the smartest versions of that ever. Teddy goes on a fucking journey in Persona 4. Teddy has one of the most expansive arcs I have ever seen in fiction.
I mean, he goes from being a hollow bear costume to being a real weird boy.
Yes, I mean, and beyond that too, like where his arc like rests at the end.
Yeah, the last couple of scenes you get with Teddy are like real fucking. They're kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, like, so Teddy is like even an escalation of that. Like, let's take a teddy bear mascot and do something crazy with it. And then this one is, let's have a talking cat as one of our main characters. And again, beating heart and soul of the game that you laugh with, you never laugh at that they're doing this. You know, it's such a, like, the escalation of that every time of like, let's just pick something stupid, throw it in the game, and make it the best thing about the game. It's insane.
Yeah, because it was something that, like, I have to admit, when I first saw some of the Persona trailers, like, there was a part of me that when I saw that they were doing, like, the Morgana, like, the mascot thing, I was like, oh, are they doing that again? Because it looked so much like, they're, like, doing Teddy again. I hope that they're not going to mess that up. And then when you actually play the game and you get this, like, there are some very, like, Morgana is similar to Teddy in some very core functional roles of the plot of, like, there's the amnesia thing, there's the, like, being more sort of in tune with the supernatural side of the story. Like, those are similarities to Teddy for sure. But, like, the actual characterization and the ultimate role in the story and, like, where the character goes and how it evolves is so different from Teddy and feels so unique and special to this game in a way that I just have never played another game that had a character like this. Like, almost the closest thing I can think of, weirdly, is like Trico from The Last Guardian, when that's like so different because it's not heavily narrativized in any way, but it's that sense of like this constant companionship that like you are almost never without, and you just rely on to just be with you, so that way when you answer a test question and you feel smart for it, like it's not just like, oh, the class is like, oh, maybe he's not like this murderous dirtbag, maybe he does have a heart inside his chest or something, but you also get your fun cat friend that is probably making the inside of your desk smell real special. gives you a little thumbs up, you know?
Or like when you take the test.
Yeah.
And, you know,
it helps you out with the essay questions.
Right. It's so you're technically cheating, but whatever. But like in the other Persona games, that would all just be inner monologue of like, I think I did pretty well on that. Now it's Morgana saying, hey, I think we did that right.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it adds that just extra layer of just fun and characterization to all the basic daily actions you do in this game.
Yeah.
It's so brilliant.
Yeah.
Morgana, man. Morgana's a fucking character.
Yeah. So, and I think with that, let's talk about some like the voice acting stuff, because I think that's a good spot to talk about it. Because I have a small confession to make of that. This is in no way a comment on the quality of the English dub, because what I played of it, which was the first several hours of the game, I thought was very high quality. But there was a point where I hit with the game, and it's just no coincidence that point was basically when you meet Morgana, where I was like, I cannot divorce these characters from the Japanese vocal performances. This is just, I'm just so attached to them in like the kind of or the same / opposite way that like when Persona 4 Arena came out and that had the English and Japanese voice cast like in audio options for the story mode in that game. I was like, oh, maybe I'll give the Japanese voices for this a try. And then as soon as Chie talked, I was like, I can't do that. This just feels weird. Like I need.
This is something I said to you on Twitter because we went back and forth on this. Is that's the one downside of the Japanese and English being so fucking amazing in these Persona games, is that you kind of can't go to the other one if you started with whatever you started with. Like, you know, I really love the Persona 3 movies, and I think the Japanese voices are great and fit there. It is still hard for me to hear a Japanese Aegis because English Aegis is so good, and that's just, it imprints on you. That's what you hear first. And so I think what you're building up to is that you've been playing mostly in Japanese.
Yes, I have basically, like, it's been a while actually since I switched back to the English, just because it's like, but and I do like if you're someone who's like wants to sort of like see what, like, replay a scene and see what it was with the other language option. There's a very easy way to do it that the game doesn't necessarily tell you, that if you go into load a save, you can press triangle, and there's like a thing on the far right that says if that save is in English or Japanese, and you can press triangles right there to just swap it. You do not have to go back to the main menu, which is what I did the first couple of times before I noticed this. That in the main menu, there is an option that is switch to English to Japanese, but if you just go to the load save thing and press triangle, that will switch it for you. And so that's a very easy way if you're like, oh, I wonder how like that story beat played out in with like the Japanese voice cast or the English voice cast. Let me just load that save and skip forward to it and like see that scene. Like, that's a very easy way to do that.
Yeah. So do you want me to talk about the English dub for a second?
Yeah.
It's every bit as good as Persona 3 and 4. And it's, well, one thing I'll get the complaint out of the way first.
Okay, yeah.
Someone dropped the ball on name pronunciations. I don't quite know what happened. It's not with every name. There are some names, though, where they're very bad about Japanese vowels. So an easy one is Ryuji Sakamoto.
Yeah.
You say Sakamoto, like, because it's Sakamoto.
Yes.
Japanese vowels are all, there's no elongated. Well, it's elongated if you double the vowel, but other than that, it's just singular vowels that take up the same space.
And there's no concept of, there's no, like, real concept of stressing or unstressing syllables in Japanese. Like, there's kind of one in a weird way, but that's not really important.
And there's really no way to do that perfectly if you're an English speaker.
No, because English is a language that is based on stressed and unstressed syllables.
Right. So there's no way, but Persona 3 and 4 were very good about it generally in terms of saying the names. Here, they got sloppy. I don't know what happened, but like they will say Sakamoto. Like I can't even say it. It's Sakamoto, you know? Or Takamaki for Anne or something like that. And it's really, it just catches me off guard every time because I will see the name and I know Japanese pronunciation. And I know that's Takamaki. Yeah. And they'll say Takamaki. And it's like, I know you guys know better than this. I know you know, like, and some actors like won't do it. Like Matt Mercer, who plays Yusuke, will say Takamaki. And he sounds like the odd man out, but it's just like, I guess they couldn't get that actor to be sloppy with his pronunciation. So I'm not quite sure why they did that. It's a weird thing. Other than that, I mean, you know, the honorifics are there. They're generally, you know, this translation clearly is very good. They're very respectful with it. They're very clever with it, but I don't know why those name pronunciations are off as often as they are.
Yeah.
Because there are other very complex names they do right, like Principal Kobayakawa.
Yeah.
That you could very easily make that Kobayakawa or something like that, but they don't. So I don't know. For some reason, some of them are great and some of them are not. So whatever.
Also, like, it's such a small thing, and for most people, or like for 99% of people playing the game, it's not going to bother you at all. I cannot get used to Ann's name being spelled with two N's. It's one N, just one N. God damn it!
Oh, they changed that, so it's
like it's her name would just be, if you're like using the standardized way of translating or like transliterating it in Japanese text into English, it would just be A-N. And every time I see A-N-N, it's just like no.
Because in katakana, I'm guessing it's right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that because.
Obviously, if you just haven't, like, if you didn't play the Japanese version, like, there's no way you would know that. There's no way it would bother you at all. Even if you did play the Japanese version, like, you probably very likely wouldn't bother you at all, even. Like, there's just something weird about it that when I see it, I don't immediately associate it as being Ann's name, because in my head, her name is just A-N in English.
Yeah, so quality of pronunciation aside, the quality of the acting is every bit as stellar as Persona 3 and 4, and just all the main characters are voiced to perfection. And the standout here is Morgana, which I assume is true in Japanese too.
Yeah.
But like the actress who plays Morgana here, she does such a phenomenal job. That voice is so great. And I looked up, I forget her name now, but it's Catherine something or other. But I looked up her credits and like she's been in lots and lots of anime dubs and things. And like you've heard her before, but she's never had this big a role. And she's just home run. Just such a great performance every step of the way. And it's the kind of thing where I'm very excited to maybe go back and listen to some of this in Japanese, but I'm probably going to have the reverse issue my Morgana is like so tied to that voice, it's going to be hard to have Pikachu Morgana. Right. You know, that because the actress who plays Morgana in Japanese is Pikachu.
Yes, she's so good.
Yeah. I
saw an interview with her the other day, and she's like 50 years old, and seeing that was like
traumatic.
It was just like, holy, because her voice, like, she sounds like she could be 20 years old with her vocal performance. Like, her voice has not aged at all. It was like, and even when she's like says something, it's like What the fuck? How is that even possible?
But she's been Pikachu for so long. She could have started when she was like 17. And
I know. I mean, she basically did.
Yeah.
And just she's been Pikachu the whole time, but somehow, like, she could just do the Pikachu thing, and it still just sounds like Pikachu. And it's kind of, I think she might be a demon or something. I don't know. It freaked me out though when I saw that interview.
She's a Digimon.
Yes, exactly.
And it's ironic that she voices a Pokemon. But that's how she does
I mean, that was the whole plan.
Yeah,
It's the Digimon, like they're infiltrating the Pokemon, and eventually Pokemon is just going to be Digimon.
But the whole dub is great. I think the voices for Ryuji and An are fantastic. Special shout out to Yusuke. That guy, that is Matt Mercer. He is Troy Baker's sound-alike, and so he's been in other Persona games because pretty much the only Persona game that Troy Baker did the whole thing for was Persona 4 and Golden.
Yeah,
and then I don't know about the Arena games, but
I want to say it was still Troy Baker in Arena 1, and then Ultimax is when it had switched over.
Yeah, and in Q and Dancing All Night, it's different.
Yeah.
But you can't tell because this guy is such a dead ringer for Troy Baker vocally, but that means through a lot of his career he's had to do Troy Baker.
Yeah.
And what I love about his performance as Yusuke is that he doesn't have to do Troy Baker. You can just hear that, oh, this guy's a fucking good actor.
Yeah.
And obviously he has a similar sounding voice to Troy Baker, so you could kind of be like, did they get Troy Baker to do this? But no, and it's a different quality to it, and Yusuke is such a great character, and I think he brings out so much in him. And I think Yusuke is a difficult character to pull off.
Yeah.
Because it's
especially for the English dub, because he's a very Japanese character, because he's a like apprentice Japanese or like traditional Japanese artist. He operates in a very sort of like Japanese only sort of character archetype that you don't really see over here much.
Yeah, but I love the voice he brings to that role, and I think Yusuke is such a fantastic character.
Yeah.
Love that. And then some of the other characters that you meet later on are great too. But in terms of other characters you get, it is the main cast is generally not people who have been in Persona games before. Other than Matt Mercer's kind of a hard one because he's been Troy Baker, so I don't know if he's original here because he's not being Troy Baker.
Yes,
because it was in Persona Q, it's like Matt Mercer as Troy Baker as Kanji Tatsumi. But other than that, like, so you have the main cast is all new people, but then it is the Persona players doing everyone else, and it is so fun because now they have 2 full dubs worth of this to just hear all the different voices out in the world. You hear a good amount of Yukiko. You hear a good amount of Aigis/Nanako, as you would. Yeah. But the best one is that the woman who voiced Yukari in Persona 3, Michelle Ruff, she's like every other character in this game. She is so like over the dub.
Distressed high school girl on the way like to class that is saying something like that's a like Michelle Ruff.
Yep, that's or woman out in the field or whatever. Like, she is also Miss Kawakami, your teacher, your homeroom teacher. Cool. So she's one of the relatively main characters in the game. But I think Yukari is one of my favorite performances in Persona 3 and one of my favorite vocal performances ever. And I don't feel like I've heard Michelle Ruff in that many other things. So I love that she's in this as much as she is. And it's just fun to pick those out of I hear it more with the female voices than with the male voices. Because definitely Yukiko, Yukari, and Aigis are all over this game.
Right.
But it's fun to hear those. And it's just identifying, as I say, the Persona players is just a fun thing. And I can't wait for Persona 6 when you get to throw the Persona 5 people in there and just have this revolving door of people Atlus USA likes. And I also think it's kind of a fun thing because Persona 4 did this with Persona 3 people of just like bringing the old cast back to play the background parts is such a cool little nod of the tip of the cap or whatever.
Yes. Tip of the cat hat.
Tip of the cat.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm so excited. This game's so great. But yeah, I love that about the dub. But overall, I mean, it's really good. They did recast Igor because in Japanese they had to because that actor.
Which I was curious if they were going to do that because I thought in the Japanese version, the actor who played Igor passed away a while ago now, and they've been getting by on old voice recordings of that performance and just sort of like writing around that with like the Persona 3 movie and the Arena games and stuff like that. And so with Persona 5. Obviously, you can't just do that again because there's so much stuff that needs to come through. Like, if you wanted to have Igor, you would have to recast him and have him say new lines. So, so in the Japanese version of the game, like, they took that opportunity to say, like, let's recast Igor, and in recasting him, like, let's go for something a bit different. So they made him
different.
Yeah, like he's way more aggressive. He's darker. Like he's very confrontational, which fits with the Velvet Room is a prison, and he's
but it's Igor and the Velvet Room are so different than they were in the other games that. Like, in English, you have to recast Igor because that voice that's not this Igor. It's a different Igor, And I like the new Igor. I think there's a little too much processing on the voice.
Yeah, there's like a weird amount of voice modulation for sure.
Because I don't think there is in Japanese, right?
No, there's not.
No, because Japanese actors never use modulation,
Yeah.
obviously, because they can just throw their voices and they're really good at it. But I think this guy could have done it without the modulation. It's a good voice and a good performance. But I do wish there was a little less of that processing. Other than that, he's great. Caroline and Justine are great.
Yeah.
There's really no voice I've run into I don't like.
Yeah, I really liked my experience with the dub. I really liked the voice for Sojiro. I thought that's kind of a hard character to do, and I thought they found a guy who sounds like the Japanese, has the same quality of voice as a Japanese actor, which I think is one of the reasons why it took me a while to sort of start feeling oh god, I miss the Japanese voices so much, is because the actor who plays Yuji is really good, but the quality of his voice is very different, the sort of the tone he has. And the same thing with Morgana, it was hard for me to make that adjustment, but I thought Sojiro, that actor,
yeah,
it's you could have told me that was the Japanese actor that had mastered English and an American accent. I'd be yeah, okay, I could believe that.
That's nice, yeah. But no, it's all very good. I mean, and one other thing that I think they've improved from Persona 3 and 4 is that in the anime cutscenes, the voices sound better. They don't sound as stiff as they sometimes did. Because they're stiffer because you have to do, lip flaps and everything. But they're better here than I think and there's a lot more anime cutscenes in this game, so that's a good thing. But it's just Persona 3, 4, and 5 have some of the best voice acting I've ever heard in the English language, and it just so happens to be a dub,
Yeah.
But they did, it's fantastic. And then the actual quality of the localization in terms of text, which is the brunt of the work here, is fantastic. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think there are, overall it's really good. I do think there are a couple of places where maybe they go a bit too literal. It's sometimes, the text can come across to me a bit too stiff, and it's definitely, you can tell, if you're on the more main story track stuff, you can be here it's you can really feel this text has been gone over again and again, to make it really work. And then the further off the beaten track you get, I think you can find some places where the localization could have maybe used a couple more passes. I find it's totally forgivable because of how much text there is in the game, and it's always readable. It makes sense, and if anything, it's just that it can be too faithful to the Japanese in some places.
It's a better problem to have than the other problem, which would be
the Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, this is too tough, so let's just make shit up.
Yeah, let's just throw 500 puns into this game where it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I definitely prefer the way they did it here than Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah,
but for me, the gold standard for localizations right now is Yakuza 0, because Yakuza 0 just had an unbelievable localization. What they did with that game is fucking insane.
Well, and the level of difficulty with the Yakuza game is higher, I think.
Yeah, and it's they went so above and beyond with that game in terms of the localization that I was tremendously impressed. And here it's just it's still very good, but it's there are a couple of places where I can kind of nitpick it. One of the things that is really fun, though, about playing it with Japanese voices is being able to immediately and directly compare what the line is in Japanese and what it is in English. And there are I've a lot of the times where something will happen, and there's a couple of jokes and stuff in Japanese that just are impossible to translate into English. And I found they generally do a pretty good job of bridging that gap. And the first one I noticed was the scene where you're first deciding on all your code names, and Yuji's code name in the game is Skull. And how they decide on that in Japanese is that Yuji says, let's go off of my mask. What is this thing called in English? Basically is what he says. And Morgana says, it's a skull. And he's okay, let's go with that. That sounds cool. And obviously, that is not something you could say in the English dub, because it would be Yuji say, what's skull in English? It's skull. Okay. It's that doesn't make much sense. But the way they sort of translate it is oh, that works. That makes sense. And that's sort of a fun, if you're someone who understands Japanese, that is a fun feature if you want to play with the Japanese.
But this isn't like Final Fantasy 15 where it's actively infuriating.
I have never had the issue where they're saying something in Japanese and then I look down at the subtitles and I'm what the fuck? And it was that effect of where it's I have neither processed what the Japanese people were saying nor what the English text were saying, because they were so different that the meanings just sort of conflated and they were so incompatible that they just annihilated and destroyed each other. I have not had that problem at all.
One thing I'm really impressed with is, given the amount of text in the game and in the menus and how much is just built into the art, that it doesn't feel to me at least, playing it without having seen much of the Japanese, it doesn't feel like anything got kind of destroyed or moved around too much. They did a really good job adapting the art too.
Yeah, no, that is one of the things I'm most impressed by with the localization, because that seems that would have been so hard, is just little things of, I do miss the visual style of the Japanese stuff, just because Japanese as a language has such an incredible visual, like artistic quality to it. Obviously, like, you know, kanji just it's like that's what kanji is. And so there's stuff of like I miss having the kanji for the day in the top left corner because it just looked so cool. But that's like, but there's nothing you can do in English to like, because English is just not that, like, is not that visually interesting.
I think they made it as cool as they could.
No, yeah, but they made it all fit, and I'm kind of really amazed that they could find, like, in every single instance in the menus and the UI design, and even to stuff of like, all the sound effects in the world that in Japanese are obviously in Japanese and are that kind of like manga style sound effect stuff, which is so cool. All of that stuff is in English and like looks really good. It fits perfectly. Like it has the same sort of like font treatment as it does in Japanese. So it just sort of bleeds into the background and all the word bubbles that pop up of people just gossiping around you. That's a really cool element of the game. Like all that is translated into English and just like pops up and looks very natural. And none of the UI stuff feels out of place or anything in the way that I was really impressed by, because that just seems like something, you know, replacing where all the kanji are all over the place and replacing that with English and having it fit into the boxes, because obviously kanji, Japanese is like way more compressed in text than English is. So it's like fitting that in and then making it look good. I don't know how you do that, and they managed to do it like perfectly.
They did. My only complaint about some of that is that there's a lot of some Japanese text in the graphics, and I wouldn't want them to change that because it'd be hard.
Yeah.
I wish there were subtitles a couple of times, because
Okay.
there will be, some of this actually happens when you're in the school, is you're running around the school, and I can find the classroom because it's like 1D.
Oh yeah, 1, 2, yeah.
But if you're looking for like the student council room or something, there's kanji on that room, and I assume it tells you something.
Yeah, it says Seito Kaicho, yeah.
Right. But they didn't do anything for that. So,
Yeah.
you have to, literally physically go up to the room and see what it is. And then you can see if it's what you want. And there's little things like that peppered throughout the world where it's like, I appreciate you didn't touch the graphics. 1, because it'd be tough. And 2, because, it'd be disrespectful to the art.
Yeah.
But, I wish something just, popped up or something. I don't know how they could have done that. But,
Yeah, that kind of stuff is hard of, changing the actual graphical
Right.
assets or something like that.
Yeah, generally in anime, what they do is they just put up subtitles for it.
Yeah.
So, But other than that, I mean, you can't ask for them to do a much better job than they've done here, especially given the breadth of this game.
Yeah, it's something that translating this just seems like such a massive, ridiculous undertaking that I don't fully... it just doesn't even make sense that you can do it at some point, especially and do it, again, with, the graphical stuff. And the sound effect thing is probably the thing I'm most impressed by, because that was the thing that, if there's one thing about the Japanese version that I assumed would... probably not get translated into equivalent into the English, it would have been those sound effects, just because that seems like that would have been so much work to try to get into the game and make it look fit in naturally. Because again, while you have sound effects in comic books in English, they are not used in anywhere near the extent it is in Japanese. It's totally different, just because Japanese is just a very onomatopoeic language by its very nature. So it's finding a way to get that to work. I just don't even really understand how they did it, but it's completely seamless.
It's so great, and again, it has the quality of the dub of Persona 3 or 4, where I just get attached to the characters through their voices immediately.
Yeah.
And let's talk about some of those characters.
Okay. Well, yeah.
What I want to do is, because we talked about Morgana, I want to hit on some of the other characters from the early part of the game, and then roll back to the protagonist and some of the basic story stuff. And we can kind of call that a night.
Okay, yeah. Before I wanted to say one more point while we're still talking about Morgana and the Japanese stuff in particular, just because I do want to give a shout out to all the Japanese cast is
Right.
fantastic all over the place. If you're someone that wants to play it with the Japanese voices, you will get an incredible Japanese voice cast if you do that. And for Morgana in particular, that performance is so incredible. And there's one thing about the performance that I just want to sort of highlight for people, that if you don't understand Japanese and you can't get this part of the game, of one facet of the Morgana character that I think is so cool and so well written, is the way that Morgana speaks is in Japanese is this really fascinating mix of old high Japanese and very contemporary modern Japanese. It's one of the reasons why that the line about the skull mask and all that stuff in Morgana knowing what skull is in English is funny and interesting, and an interesting character detail, is because you wouldn't expect Morgana to know English at all, because the way that Morgana talks is generally very sort of high, archaic Japanese, and Ryuji is a modern fucking Japanese high schooler. He's taking English classes, he should know. But one of the things that Morgana does is Morgana refers to himself, his personal pronoun is the word wagahai in Japanese, which for people who don't know anything about Japanese, you have a huge variety of different personal pronouns that people can use that is basically like their version of I or me that can be different based on your age or gender, like your social status, or like historically there have different ones like Sesha if you're a samurai or something like that. And Wagahai is a very specific reference to a Natsume Soseki novel, who's a novelist at the turn of the century, of the 20th century, who wrote a short story collection called Wagahai wa Neko de Aru, which is I am a cat in English. Although like the real sort of meat of that title is not just I am a cat. It's like I'm a cat and I'm better than you. It's like I'm a cat and I am like this high like old aristocratic Japanese cat or something. And it's supposed to be sort of satirical and funny that a cat should not be like thinking of itself in that high way. And it's sort of a parody of stuff going on in sort of the turmoil and change of the Japanese society at the time. And so the reason, and they never say this specifically, but I think like the implication is the reason why Morgana talks in this weird like mix of Wagahai and like fun like weird like high school slang and in English and stuff like that is because Morgana is so influenced by the subconscious world in the way that like you see with Morgana being able to turn into the bus from My Neighbor Totoro, because there's this general public conception of cats can turn into buses. There's also in Japanese society a general conception of cats say shit like Wagahai, but then also they can be like funny and modern, and that's this really small but really cool touch that also just informs so much about the character's personality and how he speaks, because that's how you do a lot of characterization in Japanese, is by having them refer to themselves with a specific like personal pronoun and talk in specific ways and maybe like use like specific kinds of words or abbreviations and stuff that other people wouldn't use. And that's how so much characterization is handled. And it's just the kind of thing that English, there is no equivalent for. There is no better way to translate the title for that Soseki novel other than I Am a Cat. Like if you find an English translated version of that novel or like the movie adaptations, it will just be called I Am a Cat, because there's no other English way to translate that. But that there's a meaning and like a hidden depth there that is intrinsic to the Japanese version that I think it's very cool. And I just wanted to sort of like put that out there for people who don't have access to that, because I think it's a really like it's the first time I've played a game this big and like in modern in Japanese, and like there's stuff about the Japanese script of the game that I thought was so interesting and so well written that just can't be translated, that I just like kind of want to put out there.
No, and I look forward to hearing more of those as we talk through some of this. And I do think the dub team did as much as they could with Morgana on that, because I know hearing all of that, I mean, they definitely do these shifts of Morgana like talking more politely or something, or like the way she interacts with An is so funny, and the Lady An stuff. But I'm sorry, anyway, sorry.
Do not misgender my cat friend.
I'm sorry. But anyway, the way he interacts, but there are things you just can't do.
Yeah.
And, I think in all of those instances, they go as far as they can in English, but there's a limit, because they're very different languages. But yeah, cool stuff. So I want to hit some of the other characters from like your base squad, Like you start with Ryuji and An, obviously, and those characters. And I think it's interesting. At first, those seem blander maybe than other characters in Persona 3 or 4.
Sure.
But I have come to be so attached to those characters, especially Ryuji. I think Ryuji is a fantastic character.
Yeah.
And I think it's something with the whole cast that I've heard a complaint about here or there in reviews of like, oh, they're too archetypal. And I both agree and disagree with that. They are archetypal because Persona is literally built all its characters on the tarot deck, which is about archetypes.
Yeah. It's called Persona. Like it's about like Jungian philosophy is like a core sort of backing of that whole franchise. It's sort of because it's not like they are archetypal, but it is, and like we'll talk about this a lot more in the next episode because you're going to meet some other characters that like we can go into. The game is very aware of the archetypes it is using, and it is exploring those archetypes and flipping them on their head, because they're not just archetypes in anime. The reason why anime/manga, the reason why those archetypes exist in anime/manga is because they are archetypes and like stereotypes that exist in Japanese society about teenagers, and the game is concerned with how society views teenagers in a very canny way. So we'll talk about that more when the story gets deeper into that. But
it is absolutely, and I think Ryuji is, and I also think the Persona games are in conversation with themselves.
Oh yeah,
like you are not supposed to be unaware that Ryuji fills the function of Yosuke.
Yeah,
but
/ Junpei also from Persona 3.
Yeah, but those are also three, to me, vastly different characters.
Yeah,
and Ryuji is, I think, such a fascinating character. You said. I forget on what podcast it was, but you mentioned how you kind of realized that, I think it was actually when we talked about the Trump election, and you were talking about, like, you realized through that, like, why Ryuji is the way he is because he's just so fucking angry.
Yeah.
And I think that is such a fascinating thing about that character because on the surface he is very directly what he is, which is an angry young Japanese hooligan, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like he is those things, but underneath that, like the pathos that comes from that character, particularly through the first arc, which is ostensibly Ann's because it's she kind of has the main beef with Kamoshida.
Yeah.
But if you go back further, it's Ryuji who was really heavily victimized by this guy and by the whole world.
Yeah.
And like the more you dive into Ryuji and that he's a very good person at heart.
He's a little sweetheart. Like
Yeah,
that's the thing that's the most heartbreaking about it is that you get to know him, and this is something that in particular the Japanese voice, like the casting they use is very smart, that they kind of cast it gets type with the voice actor there, that he doesn't. The voice actor Mamoru Miyano in Japanese does not typically play like punk type characters. He's like much more soft spoken, and there's something about like you get the sense of he should have been this like fun loving like sweet dude who's just so nice and so kind, and was maybe even like is a bit of a pushover, and maybe that is kind of like what he was, but his family circumstances, and in particular his circumstances at school where he used to be like on like, you know, kind of the track team star and all that, and seemed like he had shit going really well for him at school, and then Kamoshida came into it, broke his fucking leg, made it so he had to quit the track team. All his friends from the track team now hate him, and so it's like he has been shit on so much by society that, you know, he dyes his hair blonde, he becomes like the stereotypical like punk kid at school because like he can't take it anymore.
Yes, and I love that about this character, and I think one of the best things about it is through the social link, which I've maxed, and then also just the general day-to-day stuff, is the friendship he and the main character develop is really poignant to me. And, you know, because this character is sort of, this archetype is kind of your male best friend in the other Persona games.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, like, Junpei is at a certain distance from you in Persona 3 for most of the game. Like, he is your friend, but he's not your best friend.
And in fact, he, like, tries to push you away at various points in that story.
Yes. And, you know, Yosuke in Persona 4, you're his friend more than he's your friend in some way. Like, it's a very parasitic kind of relationship at some point. And the game knows that. Like, that's the theme of Yosuke's social link at some point.
Until they have to bro it out and punch on each other in the face on the riverbank.
But Ryuji and the protagonist here seem much closer to me than a lot of those other pairs. And part of it is just how they're introduced. Like, it's a little off-putting at first that this game thrusts you into the palace stuff without introducing pretty much any of the cast.
Yeah. Other than, like, Sojiro, or it's just a release Sojiro, I guess.
Yeah. Which is a very different thing than Persona 3 or 4. Like, you meet Yosuke and Chie and Yukiko at school. You don't meet them on your way to school where you run into a fucking castle, right?
Yeah.
But partially because they have that, like, we found the castle together, but also that through that, I think Ryuji and the protagonist, without even knowing each other's histories, realize, right, we hate the world similarly.
Yeah.
And they're just, like, they're compatible as friends. The way it's written is very much, I think, a really good impression of a male friendship.
Yeah, and how that, like, strikes up in school in particular is, like, it's the combination of proximity and, like, this, like, similarity to each other is, like, oh, like, yeah, like, we are, like, birds of a feather or something, like, we can do this.
Yeah, there's just something about that. I think he's a great character, and I think the way he develops, and particularly in those relationships, is great. And his social link is not like the best, most original social link in a Persona game, but it's a really good one.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And I think there's something also to be said about one of the things that sets him apart, and I think sets the friendship and the relationship between him and the protagonist apart from the other Persona games, is that in general, the Phantom Thieves in this are way more proactive than the other casts of characters, in that in Persona 3 and Persona 4, the main cast of characters are reacting to things that are happening around them. They are very like, Tartarus exists, the Dark Hour exists, and we have to sort of react to that fact and figure out what it is and solve it. The investigation team, obviously, murders are happening, we need to stop the murders, people are getting thrown into TVs, we need to solve that, and they're reacting and like following after that. The Phantom Thieves this is one of the reasons why it needs to have the framing device, because if it didn't, it would be so aimless. The Phantom Thieves are, the thing they are reacting to are like, it's the general evil in society. Like, it's just such a vague concept that like, what they're really doing is, as like following the sort of picaresque rogue hero sort of tradition that the genre it's based on, is they're seeing that society is fucked up and they're just going to sort of try to fight against it. And so they're very specifically going out, picking targets, deciding what they want to do, and going after it as an organization. And I love there's like a small character detail of that when they decide to go after the target, all the members of the team have to unanimously agree that we're going to go after this person. It's like this sense of like they are friends and they are also like crusaders in a way together that makes it so that like Ryuji and the protagonist are both like actively working and like striving towards this greater cause that does not have this like single unified goal of we're going to catch the criminal, we're going to stop Tartarus. It's an abstract goal of we're going to make society better in some way, and that I think is one of the things that informs the closeness of their relationship.
In Persona 3 and 4, the characters have to fight.
Exactly.
Because they are given personas and they have an end goal, and they are literally the only ones that can do it. In Persona 5, there are special circumstances. They get their personas. They're the only ones so far that can see this other world, the metaverse.
Yeah.
But they could very easily ignore that. They could step it aside. They could stop being the Phantom Thieves whenever they want, and the world's not going to end.
Yeah.
You know, like it's going to be shitty because it is, but they have no expectation that they're going to fix the whole world. They're going to do what they can one piece at a time. And you're right, there is something so compelling about that amount of proactivity to the narrative and to this team. Like, because each of the Persona 3, 4, and 5 have a central team, you know?
Yeah.
But you don't think about it as much as you do in 5, where being the Phantom Thieves is such a bigger deal in this game than C's or the investigation team is in those games.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think it informs all those character relationships, absolutely.
It's also another important element. This is not just Ryuji, but it's all the characters. Is their chat stuff of that.
God,
it's not
great.
just you're going out and you're like talking to them when you're talking to them, or like they give you a phone call like Yosuke always calls you in Persona 4 all the time. In Persona 5, it's like you are constantly, like every single day, you're checking your phone for your messages, and like during, like after big story events, it is a like really accelerated way to do some of like the character unpacking stuff they like to do, which is where some of that like pacing stuff in Persona 4 comes in of like, we do not need to have another scene of where every character gets together at the cafeteria and talks this shit out. Like, this is not that big a deal. In Persona 5, they get that through of, like, it's like this little, like, 1 minute long chat conversation with all the characters sort of, like, getting together in their little chat client and talking it out on their phones.
If Persona 5 did not have those chat conversations, it would be like 200 hours long.
Exactly,
For them to get all that stuff out.
It is so expedient at being able to make sure, like, okay, as every single character is up to date, and we have to make sure, like, let's kind of, like, re-stress this point a little bit and like kind of push it to the side so that like the we know for sure the player character understands they need to do this or something like that. Is a very efficient way to do that, and then also add some character to the characters.
Yes. Also, I want to say, I desperately wish Sega, which owns Atlus, had done something gimmicky and done like a tie-in messaging app for the iPhone based on the one in this game, because I want that messaging app. It is so sexy and red and awesome. Oh my god, it's great. I want my face drawn by Sojinori Soejima.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just, although, can you imagine, like, if in the actual game you had to, like, wait out the amount of time it would take for some of them to type out the messages they type? It's such a convenient version of texting someone in this game. Of just like, it's just immediate and instant, and it's like fucking, like, you know, Makoto or someone just like comes back with a solid paragraph of text. It's like, here's my fucking thesis statement about what we're going to start talking about.
They're all using really good dictation.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, it's also funny that mostly they don't do anything with like typos or anything in those. It's just like normal speech.
Yeah.
But they do get their Leet Speak thing from Persona 3 out in the fan site message boards.
Yeah.
Which is translated really well in the English.
Yeah. You will meet a character later on that maybe is a little bit more... I haven't seen what they do with the English localization, but at least the Japanese is a lot more colorful with how they make use of the chat client.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fun. An would be the next character to talk about. She's a cool character.
I like her a lot. Yeah,
I like her a lot. And because she also fulfills, by virtue of gender, a very different role early on, because Persona 3 and 4 are pretty gender equal in the amount of characters there are.
Yeah, like especially like at the beginning, you are introduced to, like in Persona 4, it's you, it's Yosuke, and it's Chie and Yukiko, so it's an even split. And then in Persona 3, it's you, Junpei. It's actually, I guess it's slightly more guy heavy because it's Akihiko and then Mitsuyu and Yukari, but it's still like, it is more even.
But that means people have their friends and their groups kind of based on gender. But like, it's a sign of how much of an outsider she is that she's completely comfortable with these two guys who are also just outsiders.
It's her and her boys.
And for a while, it's because Morgana, you know, presents as as a cat, you know. Yeah. But Morgana, as you say, identifies as a he. So it's three guys / cats, and on. And it's actually funny how long you go without even thinking about that. Mm-hmm. And then eventually it's Yusuke is the next character too. So it's a lot of guys. And on, just by virtue of that, you know, comes across as a different kind of female character than this series has had before.
Yeah, it's like it's sort of like a big part of her character arc. I don't know how deep you've gotten into her social link.
Halfway.
Halfway.
5.
Okay, so you've been introduced to some of this stuff then, because I think that's about where I am in my game. That where she part of her character arc is that she is this very innocent kind of girl. Like she is physically attractive, and a big part of like that is also she is, I think, at least I don't remember if she's fully foreign or if she's half foreign, but like she's not all Japanese, because she has natural blonde hair and all that stuff. And that's part of the context of the game that like maybe American players are not going to fully understand, is that like exoticizes her in Japan, and like maybe she's like a very clear minority. Like Yuji is Japanese, he has dyed his hair blonde.
Right.
An does not have that choice. Like if she wanted to, and she says this in one of her social link events, that she considered dyeing her hair black to avoid getting bullied and harassed. And so that's a part of her background, is that I think she's this very innocent girl that doesn't, at this point in her life, she hasn't really sort of thought of herself in a very sexual way yet. She hasn't like tried to approach people in a sexual way, or like engage in like romantic relationships. Really, that's not the stage in her life that she's at yet, and she's not that interested in. And so that's one of the things that makes it interesting of the position she's placed in, is because of the way she is born. She's perceived by the people around her, in particular, obviously Kamoshida, in a like very sexual light, and she doesn't want to engage with that, but she's also doing this part-time job as a model, because again she's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl in Japan. Like that is a much easier like path for her to just sort of like stumble onto, and she has like got onto that career path without thinking about the sort of like more sexual aspects of it as well. And there's like a sort of coming of age element to that part of her character that I think is really interesting and subtle, that builds up over the course of the game, that like it's sort of introduced you to now.
Absolutely, and it's one of the clearest gaps between societal perception of a person and self-actualization, in that she is supposed to be for society the archetype of basically like the slutty schoolgirl, and she's not that at all, as most people aren't. And I also want to say, like, this series gets some flack for not like always having like you can play as a female character or something.
Sure. And
I think
I've seen that. There's a Waypoint piece that like I thought was good on one hand and also very frustrating on the other hand, that dealt with
I
that.
mostly find it frustrating because I think it ignores how genuinely thoughtful this series is about gender, and how much of a focal point that is for like Persona 4 in parts, and how just well-drawn characters are through their genders, which is a factor in society, obviously, in how you actualize yourself and how you are seen. And I think Persona 5 is very thoughtful on that level. And yes, I would love to see the Persona team do a female character from the start. And I'm not saying the choice. I mean, just have a female protagonist and write the game from that point. But when they write from the male perspective, which, it are guys running the team and stuff, and I see that's where they're coming from authentically, that does inform things, and it is not as simple as saying they could just have a female skin. The game would not work at all, because the relationships, and I'm not talking about even sexual romantic relationships, just like you and Ryuji, that relationship is not that friendship is not the same friendship if it's a guy and a girl. And
especially because they are also teenagers, which like makes it even like a bigger divide.
Yeah, and so that's why if you look at like the Persona 3 Portable with the female main character, so much of that game is different, because you just have to, every little character relationship has to be rethought, because they're putting a lot of thought into the gender stuff. These are not just interchangeable characters.
Yeah.
And so yes, I do think it would be cool if they did more from the female perspective in a future game. But while they're doing it from the male perspective, I actually think it's incredibly thoughtful on a lot of those issues.
Yeah, I agree. And I do think like another part of like criticism I've seen that I think there are ways to make this criticism and make it complex and valid, but I've seen it mostly in this very shallow form from some people that haven't played the game yet, which is on Ann's costume as a Phantom Thief is obviously sexualized to a certain extent. Like it's not was the Sydney from Final Fantasy 15 or something like that. It's certainly not. I think probably like the ultimate version of this is Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. Is maybe the most extreme I've seen it.
The ultimate version of this is insert name of female character from Metal Gear Solid here.
That is a very fair point. Yeah, I hadn't considered the larger sort of Kojima magnum opus like universe, whatever. But so yeah, like, but it obviously it is sexualized to a certain extent, but. The thing I've been very frustrated with, and I think it's a similar thing to some of the criticism about the gender stuff, is like, you can just say that about like, oh, like they should just make it like a female character, like blah, 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 blah. but like that's a very shallow criticism. I would want people to sort of engage it on a deeper level of like, well, again, like, well, why is it a male protagonist, and what does that change, and what would it be a female protagonist? How would that change the game? And like consider that and address that in your criticisms. And then also, I think specifically with the On one, you can maybe still have an issue with the way that her costume is sexualized or whatever. But it's also important to note that like we are not talking about them much now, but there are more female cast members in the game. None of their outfits are sexualized, and it's like I think it's a very specific thing they're doing with having her costume be sexualized. And when you get down her social link, you see like there's a part of her character arc is sort of embracing that side of female empowerment. And you can disagree with that character arc and have like issues with it from a feminist perspective if you want to. The thing I've been frustrated about is that a lot of those criticisms have not been going to that part. It just like goes to the, well, her costume is sexualized and then that is bad because it's like this anime cliche or whatever, not dealing with like the deeper issues that the game is broaching. Again, you don't have to agree with like the game's conclusions or anything like that, but at least to tackle with them is what I would like to see.
I'm going to drop a surprise on you, Sean.
Okay.
Western game criticism might not be built to engage with the game as deep as Persona.
Yeah.
Do we think that might be the case?
Yeah,
when it's all built on clickbait, that maybe they're not ready to talk about what are they saying about the rot at the heart of society.
Sure, yeah.
You can't do that in 140 characters.
It's like, but it's like it happens here and there. It's like it is getting better, but it is like, and you know, it's obviously Persona 5 has just come out over here. Like it is a long game. It's going to take a while for people to play the game, have it sit with them, and put it out there. But it's like it's something that, since I have been so hungry for other sort of voices about this video game, I have been seeking a lot of that stuff out, and some of those perspectives I've just found like, partially because like again, like the game has just come out, these people have not. There's no possible way they have finished it, so it's like I am happy and like excited to engage with like thoughtful criticism on those parts of the game, because there are parts of the game that like deal with sexuality. It's like sexuality in particular that I have some issues with that are. It's an issue with like Japanese society, like issues with the portrayals of homosexuality in Japan in general. And I'm really curious to see, there are two small scenes, very small scenes of this game. I'm really curious to see how they localize them, because it's like you have to do something with them, because it's like it just would not fly over here. But like, so there are some issues with Persona 5 in that regard when you're like looking at it from an American perspective. I would like people to engage with those issues.
Yes, no, absolutely. Engagement is different than agreement, but we do want engagement.
Yeah.
So let's talk, just going through some of these characters quickly. I mean, the other one at this point in the game would be Yusuke.
Yes.
Who you get in the second story arc, kind of the focal point there.
Yes.
And we talked about him earlier, actually, a little bit, but I love Yusuke. He is yet another character who, like, none of these characters are, like, literal orphans, you know? I guess Yusuke kind of is because he lost his mother, but... Yeah, so I guess he is a literal orphan.
Yeah, but he was also, like, adopted by, like, who should have been a nice family friend at the time. He wasn't, like, in an orphanage.
Yeah, so all of these characters have either missing parents or absent parents. Yusuke is the closest you get to a literal orphan because his parents are dead.
Yeah.
But he's a fascinating character through that because on some level he is the most, like, not fucked up, right? Like he can talk to people. He's very poised and everything. And
he's incredibly articulate.
And what I love is throughout that second story arc and then on to his social link and stuff beyond that is realizing that, oh, this dude isn't all together. You know, like he has his own issues too.
He's a little off kilter.
Yeah. He has his own issues to deal with, and some of that is just like he's very repressed in a lot of different ways. And the whole point of that second story arc is that he actually doesn't want them to go after Madarame at first.
Yeah.
He doesn't really completely realize what Madarame is doing to him, even though I think he knows it in his heart. And getting through that, and then kind of the other issues where kind of his whole life is upended by that. He's a really fascinating character, and I can't wait to see what the game continues to do with him, because you get his social link much later than some of the other characters.
How much of his social link have you done?
It's like 2 events.
Okay, yeah, because his is actually one of my favorites in the game.
Yeah.
Like, I think because Yusuke is a really interesting character because he is a lot more subtle than like Persona characters tend to be, because he is like repressed. He's sort of like, and he says a lot, like in terms of like he speaks a lot of words, but he doesn't say a lot with them a lot of the time, because I think he does have that where he doesn't necessarily always want to express how he really feels, and is an interesting dynamic for that game. It was one of the things that, like, playing it in Japanese early on with that character, I had a really hard time sort of like grasping him because part of it is just like the way he speaks is a lot harder to understand in Japanese than a lot of the other characters because they just speak like bratty teenagers. It's like, I can speak that, that's fine. Bratty teenager Japanese is like the easiest Japanese to understand, so that works great for me as like an on-ramp to this game. And so like that was sort of a hard thing to sort of get with his diction, but then also he like doesn't put everything out there in the way that a lot of the characters of this franchise generally do, and there's something about that that's really interesting because a lot of his character arc in like his social link stuff, because you like see it like his first social link thing is he wants you to help him sort of paint and like come up with new paintings and use the other world to sort of find new inspiration with art. And that journey and that side of the character I think is really fascinating, and the ways in which he's like the whole journey his character has is like trying to find a way to express himself uniquely through his art. And I think like that is not just, it's not just through his art, but it's like also just like expressing himself to people and opening himself up to friends, because he basically straight up says when you like after you defeat Madarame, like he's like, oh yeah, I've never really had someone to talk to before. Like this is, you just go up to talk to him. I think it's like when after like in front of the subway station or something after you defeat Madarame, and he's just like, you say, oh yeah, if you ever need anything, you can talk to me. He's like, oh wow, I've never had someone to just talk to before. I'm like, okay, geez. Like, yeah. I don't really consider myself a particularly social person, but Yusuke, you take this to a whole other level. I've talked to people before.
Yep. All right, a couple other things before we kind of roll back, and I want to talk about some story points.
Okay.
Igor, Caroline, and Justine, and the new Velvet Room. Holy fuck, someone was depressed when they came up with that.
Yeah, I love the design. I love your shitty little toilet that you can sit on to think about random shit. I really love their Velvet Room set. I think it's awesome.
When they first introduced, they said not Persona Fusion, they said Persona Execution, and I'm like, are you, what?
All right.
And then it starts, and you put your personas in the guillotines. Caroline and Justine put a fucking tarp over them.
They put a bag over their heads.
And you just decapitate your personas to make new ones. It's like actively traumatic the first time you see that.
See, this is what I love about you playing this game for the first time is I totally forgot that was a thing to sort of like note, because you fuse personas so often that in my head it's just like, well, of course you fuse personas by throwing them in a guillotine and cutting their heads off. Like, any other way doesn't even make sense. And then when you say like, oh, like you don't fuse personas, you execute them. I'm like, well, yeah, of course you do. It's like, oh wait, no, yeah, that is kind of crazy, isn't it? Huh? I forgot that I used to be surprised at it.
Like the first time you do one with Jack Frost, like Jack Frost is walking up like with his head hanging and he's got in shackles. It's like, it's so traumatic to see Jack Frost get his head.
The mascot of the company that has made this game, he's been the mascot for Atlus for over 20 years, and you're throwing him in the people's razor.
It would be like if in Super Mario Odyssey, the way you got stars was you put Luigi in a guillotine and just cut Luigi's head off, or Toad or something.
Yeah, that's how you would like unlock the metal hat or something, is you just grabbed a fucker and like cut his head off and took his hat.
Or when you have a Persona Fusion accident and it doesn't go down, as so Justine or Caroline like gets out the fucking chainsaw and like smiles and cuts their head off. It's so fucked up.
Man, can you imagine if in Breath of the Wild, every time you completed a shrine, you took that old motherfucker, threw his ass into a guillotine, cut his head off, and like took something out of his like neck, and that's where the shrine orb was? That'd be such a better game.
Persona 5 goes for it. It goes for it.
Yeah.
So
I really do love Justine and Caroline a lot. They have really incredible character designs, and I like their conflicting personalities.
I do too. They're no Elizabeth, but they are good Velvet Room attendants.
Yeah.
So I love it. And just the overall design of the Velvet Room, of really going far with that expressionism aspect of it being the inside of the character's mind and psyche.
Yeah, and it's his own prison that he's made for himself.
Yeah, and that Igor is saying, the word they use in English is rehabilitation.
Yeah, which that is like kosei in Japanese. It means rehabilitation.
Okay, yeah, it's great, and they do such great stuff with that. So many other small characters we will get to in the weeks to come, because
I'm excited to talk more about Sojiro because I like him a lot.
Sojiro and Takemi and, oh my god, your teacher. I'll get to that.
Yeah, Kawakami Sensei.
Jesus Christ, what they do with that. Anyway, but I want to go back to the protagonist.
Okay, yes.
Always, and that kind of ties into the start of the story and everything.
Yeah.
And go through some of that. First off, what'd you name your protagonist?
The same thing I named him in Japanese, Akatsuki Shun.
Okay.
I think it's a good name. Akatsuki means dawn, and it literally means red moon, so I thought like that fits with the red style. And Shun just sounds like my name, but it's Japanese, so I was like, that works.
Nice.
And they were both one kanji names in Japanese, so it was like really concise and like very easy to identify when my name would pop up. And in Japanese, if anyone's curious, when you had to name your character, you are given 3 spots for both names, and that's it. It's like that's all you get, and that's one of those things that you never think about when a game comes over here in English. And it's like, oh, here, like it's like, oh, why do they only give you 7 slots to put like all your characters in? Which I'm very happy. Akatsuki, my surname for my character, takes up the exact character space limit they had. I'd never even considered that I might not have enough room to put that in English when I decided on that name when I got the Japanese version.
Yeah,
but it's like something that like that was someone's fucking like month was figuring out. Oh God, like it doesn't, like the game just won't accept a name that is longer than 3 characters because it wasn't designed that way. What do we do? And it's like, that was like someone's whole fucking job localizing this game was expanding that out to like 7 characters each or whatever it is.
Well, and then throughout the game of how it's gonna, so yeah, I could not, I got there and I had not thought beforehand of like, oh right, I have to come up with a character name.
Yeah, and you probably want to name this Japanese so it's not
Right.
crazy looking next to everyone else's name.
Right. And to my knowledge, there is no canonical name.
There isn't.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
The Persona 3 protagonist has 2 canonical names.
that is accurate, yes.
And but it's the name Makoto has become more canonical.
Yeah,
so that is
the movies.
But I never used the manga name, which I love, which is Minato Arisato.
Yeah, that's the one I used when I played Persona 3 because that was before the movies came out.
Yeah, and I had never used that with that. So I used it here, and I thought it actually fits the character really well.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Minato Arisato, and it's just a good name, and it comes up, and I like people calling him Minato or Arisato-san or something.
Domo Arisato, Mr. Minato.
That's going to be his cover album of 80s American rock.
It's Domo Arisato, Mr. Minato by the Phantom Thieves of the Heart.
Exactly. So that's what I went with.
From their album calling card.
Yeah. It is kind of fun to play a Persona game and not have like the canonical name out there so you can just do something fun with it. But anyway, yeah. So my guy is Minato. And it is funny how attached you get to the name that you have to stop like and just say the protagonist for like general conversation. Because we don't have like a Narukami yet or anything with this guy.
Well, while we're still talking about names, what did you name the Phantom Thieves like organization for their online thing?
Okay, I would have gone with something more fun, but I wasn't sure how this worked in the game, so I just kept the Phantoms. But I did test, and I wound up not having the guts to go through with it, but I wish I had just done it. If it would have fit, and I wrote Lotus Juice, I wish I would have kept that and just had it be Lotus Juice.
That would be really great, just because that like it pops up. It's always whenever you press the main menu button, it is always the name you picked is always there.
Okay.
I went with, and I like when I did the Japanese version, I went with like the Japanese sort of like the Phantom Hood, but in Japanese characters. I thought like that works. They're like Robin Hood characters. They're phantoms, the Phantom Hood, with English now. I have named them Kaitodan, which is the Japanese phrase for Phantom Thieves. And so now, what's amazing about it is that sometimes in the dialogue, when a character, like when Madarame was reading off the calling card, and it gets to the bottom, and the text is like, or like in English, the text would be like, oh, from the Phantom Thieves of the Heart. In Japanese, it's Kokono no Kaitodan Yori. And so, but in the text they put like whatever name you picked for your thing. So my name now fits the Japanese audio I'm hearing.
Nice.
And I've sort of like weirdly retrofitted this thing so that it all works.
I really wish I would have done Lotus Juice so it could just be on the card from Lotus Juice.
Yes.
Because to my knowledge, he's not in this game. So.
No, he's not. That's for the spin-offs, because that's the same thing Persona 4 did. He wasn't in the original Persona 4 soundtrack, and then when they made the anime, he was all over that thing.
Yep. Oh man, we have so many years of Persona 5 spin-offs to look forward to now.
Yes. I mean, this game is selling extremely well, so.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, so we're laughing a lot. The beginning of Persona 5 is not funny.
No, the beginning of Persona 5 is extremely dark.
Like, that's what we got to get into now, because I tweeted out after like the first 6-7 hours, I think this game might be darker than Persona 3. Ultimately, I actually would not say that, because it kind of modulates past a certain point, and it evens itself out more, whereas Persona 3 sort of has a constant existential dread under the surface. But, like, it makes a fucking impression, because the first thing you see, I mean, there's some fun of, like, the heist, but then it's the protagonist gets arrested, beat to a pulp, given some injection. I don't know what that is.
The cop that has arrested you basically threatens to kill you.
Right. And then you get interrogated, and then you go back, and it doesn't get any happier because your backstory is you just tried to step in and stop a woman from getting raped.
Yeah.
And the dude was drunk, fell down, decided to sue you. You got put on probation.
Yeah, because he's also like famous or something for some reason that's not fully explained yet, but he has like influence on the police and stuff, so he sort of like maneuvered things behind the scenes to really fuck you over.
Your parents kicked you the fuck out, I guess.
Yeah.
And you went and lived with this family acquaintance, not really friend.
He's like, the line of dialogue he gives, and this is what I thought he said in Japanese, but for the longest time I didn't believe it and thought I misunderstood what he meant. But in English, this is like straight up what he says, is that your parents are friends of one of his customers, is the only justification he gives you at the beginning of this fucking game about why you're there, which is like the slimmest relationship any two human beings could possibly have for one another. You are the person who served coffee to someone who is a friend of my parents. I hope you're gonna please take care of me. I'm gonna live with you for a year.
And he is a huge dick to you early on.
Oh yeah.
You really get the impression he only took you in for the money he's gonna get.
Yeah.
And you're living in a fucking attic.
Yeah, that is like this trashed out attic in his cafe that he forces you to clean.
Yeah. And then we jump into the first story arc of the game, which is this guy Kamoshida at the high school who harasses, abuses, and molests, we can also say, all of his students, male and female, and you have your two entry point characters are Ryuji, who had his fucking leg broken to the point where he can barely run anymore by this guy and his whole life ruined, and An, who's being sexually harassed day in and day out, and An's friend, who jumps off a fucking roof. And at that point I was like, they went off their meds when they made this game, because this is depressing as fuck.
And then beyond that, there is this just general sense of especially because, you are the transfer student to the school, and and it's a really prestigious academy, in Shujin Academy, which here's another little fun fact from the Japanese version. The word Shujin in Japanese, one way you can write that word is for the way they use it for the academy name, but another way is to mean prisoner, and that is the word that Justine and Caroline always refer to you as Shujin. So there's a little bit of fun. Maybe it's not so fun, but kind of like a knife in the ribs kind of wordplay about if you being a student at this school is literally you are imprisoned by the school, because if you are expelled, you're fucked for the rest of your life. Especially in Japanese society, if you are expelled from high school, you are never getting into a college. If you're never getting into a college, you are a reject from society, and your life is over as a teenager. It's fucking done. So that's the whole backstory, or the whole element of being in that school, is that school clearly does not want you there. They are very prestigious. They only accepted you because accepting this kid on probation is going to look good, in their reputation. And so but your teacher, Kawakami Sensei, just seems like she doesn't want anything to do with you, hates your guts, just basically tells you, do not make any trouble. I don't want to have to deal with you. I've got so much on my plate. Just fucking be cool, and you're not going to have any problem, but don't do anything. And then Kamoshida spreads rumors about you, letting everyone else in the school know that you have a criminal record, not specifying how you have that criminal record. So everyone in the school thinks that you fucking killed someone, or definitely you hurt, you assaulted someone, something. So everyone in the school thinks you're trash. It's your whole life is just ruined. And then the two friends you make, their lives are also ruined. And mostly by this one real asshole football or volleyball teacher.
By the time you get into the palace and your mission is to steal Kamoshida's heart, I have never been so ready to go after a villain in a video game.
Yeah.
Ever. They justify that so phenomenally. I was chomping at the bit, let me into the castle. I want to fuck this dude up.
Yeah. And
luckily, it's good the game gives you a little cooldown period of learning the systems before you go in and do the mission. But it's man, the game is so dark early on that I honestly went through a period for a couple hours there. I was wondering, is this game too cynical? And my answer ultimately is no.
No.
But, because I don't think it's actually a fundamentally cynical game.
No, but it has to start from a very dark place to get where it wants to go.
Because Persona 3 and 4, I think, are very fundamentally non-cynical games. I think they're very optimistic about the human condition.
And about, the power of human relationships is, the core of what the whole franchise is about.
Yes, but Persona 5 starts from a place of society is broken, people are awful, adults are awful, and kids are victims of society that they can never break out of. Like, it starts from an extremely cynical place, and I think it quickly starts getting out of that, mainly through that same theme of relationships, but also that most of those adults that you meet early on who you think are kind of awful and irredeemable have other sides to them.
Yeah.
You know, like Sojiro, he obviously he warms up in a lot of different ways, and your teacher Kawakami goes on a journey, and I won't say anything else about that. But these are not bad people fundamentally, and that's one of the things I think you're learning.
Is that like everyone is victimized by society to a certain extent? And
yes,
you know.
And I think one of the master strokes of both of the arcs we're talking about today, the Kamoshida arc and the Madarame arc, is that those people are not excused for their actions and they're not redeemed. But by the time their confession comes, you see a level of humanity in them that I didn't believe the game was going to be able to come to at first, based on how much they stack the deck against those characters. But Kamoshida, you never feel bad for him, I guess, but you also see humanity in him.
You understand how someone could get to that point of like, because it is the whole structure of the sort of like the villain stuff in the game and mementos and all of that is in English they call it's distorted. They use the word desire, right? It's like the distorted desires. In Japanese, it's Uganda, which means like distorted, but yokubo is the word they use for desires, which is a much, I think, sort of in some ways broader and also more pointed sort of word that is like, it's not just desire. I think like maybe the best word to use it is like appetite, but like appetite in a way that is both literal and metaphorical. So it's like it's an appetite not just for food, but for like fame, money, sex. And so it's like it's this extreme, distorted, sort of like perverted appetite for something. And you get this understanding of like Kamoshida probably was like an okay dude once. And he's an Olympic medalist for volleyball, and that got to his head, and like his position as like this Olympic medalist at this prestigious academy is nobody can say no to him, and like he just like he's maybe has like a little kernel of something in him that's like when nobody says no, he's pushing those limits, and he's pushing those limits until it gets to the point where he's power tripping basically at that school, which is something that I've never seen it anywhere near the extent of Kamoshida, but like you hear about stories about people like that, and everyone's met someone that even on like a small level that has happened to, like let power get to their head and think like I can just do with people what I want because they can't stop me.
Oh, absolutely. The Kamoshida arc is so real it hurts.
Yeah.
I had a gym teacher in elementary school who, not to that degree, but abusive in a lot she ways.
Sure,
And there was a lot of that hit really close to home. And knowing that, that woman, she did her whole career and retired and never got anything for it, and ran roughshod over that school. And that's what usually happens. And there is something so fundamentally cathartic about the way Persona 5 is set up to this fantasy of stealing someone's heart. But it's also, it's so not a violent act what they're doing in some ways, because it's ultimately this trip of empathy. It's this journey to try to make someone see the side of themselves they've repressed under all these layers of these distorted appetites and desires. And it's such a fascinating, I think, overall metaphor they're working with there with the take your heart. Is you're early on you're worried you're going to make these people brain dead, and you're not. You're kind of like putting their humanity back in, and it hurts them. Because you're not taking their heart, you're kind of putting it back in a weird way. And the way they can literalize all those themes through the palaces, and like Kamoshida literally is the king in a castle, but he's also very pathetic in that way. And Madarame is kind of the same.
Yeah, because like his castle is this school, and it's like, what scale are you actually working on, asshole? Like,
right.
Yeah.
And Madarame lives in a shack, and
Madarame does not live in a shack.
He
forces all of his students to live in a shack while he lives this like quote-unquote ascetic lifestyle, when really he's like off shacking up with like his mistress in some like beautiful villa he owns with all the money he makes on his fucking stolen paintings and then forgeries that he sells, and then forces all of his poor destitute students to work at this fucking shack to produce art for him that then he steals and then puts out in the world. Like, that's one of the things that's most amazing to me about the second story arc in this game, is that on the face of it, it's nowhere near as dark because it doesn't hit you as hard as the Kamoshida stuff, because the Kamoshida stuff feels personal, and I think like everyone has heard stuff or like been close to stuff that has been something like that of someone who's been sexually harassed and stuff like that. Whereas like the Madarame stuff doesn't hit you as hard because it's like it's forgery and stuff, and it's like it's a little bit higher concept of what he's doing. But when you get down to like really what he's doing, he's actually like way worse. Like it's totally fucked what he is doing, and like how he just completely controls the lives of these people and like steals everything that they have accomplished for him and then throws them to the fucking curb when he can't use them anymore.
He's harder to excuse in some ways.
Yeah.
Like you can trace the arc that would make a person like Kamoshida much easier than you can Madarame, in part because part of the revelation is Madarame basically killed Yusuke's mother.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I mean, it's also because Madarame is much older, so he's like been in this. He's picked that lifestyle decades ago as opposed to a few years ago with Kamoshida.
Yeah, but there is like, when you get to those final scenes of both palaces and then the confessionals afterwards and the music that plays there and everything, it's powerful shit, man. You know? It is. And it's often, it's not that you're necessarily sympathizing with the villains, but there is just this emotional release to it that's very powerful.
Yeah. And I think there is and the game sort of like builds on this thing at certain points of, I think there's a broader question to also be asked about like the nature of what the Phantom Thieves are doing to these people and like how right it actually is, like obviously because it is like this weird sort of like philosophical like bullshit of like otherworld game fantasy thing that they're doing. So it's like it's not something you can do in the real world, but like when you really think about you are going into their subconscious and forcibly changing the way they think, like there are consequences and ramifications to that. I think like the game starts sort of exploring around this point.
Oh, it does, and I think the game, it tackles that head on, and it doesn't pay lip service to it. It's like they actually have to think about it, and it's hard to say what they're doing is 100% wrong because they're saving a lot of, you know, if you had the opportunity to do that to Kamoshida and you didn't, you'd be dooming a lot of innocent people to bad fates.
Yeah.
You know, and that doesn't necessarily make what you're doing to Kamoshida 100% right, but it also means the alternative might be really, really wrong. But it exists in those moral gray areas that are interesting and that the Persona games are very well equipped to explore.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Man, yeah.
This is there is a series of cutscenes that kind of straddles the line between the second and third story arcs, but at the end of the Madarame stuff, like after he confesses, from that point, there's like a solid hour and a half of events that play of like, Yusuke comes over to your house that one time, and you have hot pot, and you do some stuff together, and then he gives you the Sayuri, and then that kind of starts transitioning into the next story arc. Everything that happens that is where I fully fell for this game. Not like I wasn't before, but like where it really started hitting me just how monstrously good this game is the writing and the acting and the music and how all these themes were kind of coming together in the aftermath of those first two story arcs, which are very complementary to each other in a number of ways. I realized like 30 hours is a lot for most games, but it's only, like a third of this game, and that would actually be around like the 24-hour mark or something. And I was already just so attached to this world, so attached to these characters, and so deeply wanting to know where they're going to go and affected by the emotional connections going on. And it just hit me like, man, this is something really special. Even for Persona, this is something special.
Yeah, like it's a fascinating game, and it starts really strong, and in my opinion, it only gets better from there. So I'm so excited too.
Yeah. And, today we mostly talked about some of the mechanics and some of the basic stuff. We have so much more to dive into. We haven't talked about much of the music. There's more story points to talk about, social links to talk about. We will have time to do all of that.
Yeah, I think we will reconvene here next week. There's more stuff to talk about, I think, with because we're still kind of early on to talk about the full scope of what the game is doing with like the pacing of the different sort of social stats you have in the social links, because it's like I think next week you will be deep enough into that to sort of talk about the broader picture, because there's a lot of stuff that's still going to open up for you in the game. Like there's a lot of new characters to get introduced to, new dungeons to talk about, new music to talk about.
I'm 30 hours into this and have not met all the characters on the cover. So
no,
there you
like
go.
Not even really close. I think you're like halfway there basically. So a little over halfway.
Yep.
To just all the characters.
All right. So next week, more Persona 5. So if you somehow listen to all of that and haven't gotten Persona 5, get it.
Yeah, get it.
Obviously.
Play it. Live it. Love it. Make the shrine for yourself. We'll reconvene next week.
Appreciate the bass.
Yes, always be appreciating the bass.
Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
This week on the podcast, we have more chat on Persona 5.
Yes.
You already know we love it. We're just breaking down the story as we play through it. Sean and I are both at about the same point, which is around the halfway point of the game, around 50 hours.
Yeah.
Late August through the third and fourth arcs of the game, and that is where we're going to cut off for spoilers. So we've got lots and lots to break down there.
Yep.
All right. Doctor Who is good. You know what else is good?
Pizza?
Pizza's really good.
Pizza's very good.
I had pizza the other night. It's pretty good.
Pizza's very good.
Yeah.
What else is good, Jonathan?
Persona 5.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty good.
You know, you get a pizza, you play Persona 5, that's a good night.
It's a very good night. Maybe if you get a pizza, you watch Doctor Who, and then you play Persona 5, that's a fantastic night.
That's a fantastic night. I've had a lot of fantastic nights playing Persona 5.
So have I.
This is a good game.
Yeah, even on my second playthrough, I have gotten sucked in pretty hard at this point.
To recap,
Yes.
we like Persona 5. You can listen to last week's episode for generalities on why we like it. Last week, we spoke in spoiler depth about... we didn't get that deep into it because we were talking about a lot of different things. But we talked about the first two arcs of the game. So basically the first two palaces, the Kamoshida Palace and the Madarame Palace.
Yep.
This week, I have gotten to around the 47 to 50 hour mark. Depends on how you're playing it.
Yeah.
And you've gotten to around the same place. And that roughly aligns to end of August. And we have done the third palace, which is the Kaneshiro Palace. Yep. And the fourth palace, which I don't even want to spoil it yet because it goes in, it zigs and zags.
Yes, it is, as in fine Persona tradition, it sets up a lot of rules for how the structure of the game and the dungeons works, and then it says, you know what, fuck it, we're going to have a dog have a Persona in this one.
Yes, exactly. Not in Persona 5.
No, but that's Persona 3 did it, and every Persona game has their own weird twist of fuck it, in this one the mascot character is going to grow a human body inside of themselves. And Persona 5 has something that's not quite as disturbing as that, but is, if you thought the beginning of Persona 5 was dark, the middle of Persona 5 is also very dark.
Very dark. So, yeah, we are going to talk about those third and fourth story arcs of the game, and not that I necessarily have any grand revelations about the quality of this game. It was great. It still is great. But this game goes places.
Yeah, it does.
And we're going to talk about that. So, spoilers from here on out. If you have not played to that point in the game, you might want to go back, play some more, because it's great and fun, and then you can come back and listen to this when you're exploring Mementos or something, because that's probably the only part in this game where you can actually do podcasting.
Yeah.
That, or I have a lot of personas to fuse. Let's do this, Igor.
Let's crack your neck, put on the gloves, let's do this thing. I'm going to go from 28% Persona Compendium to 40% Persona Compendium tonight.
I just hit 40% Persona Compendium, so I definitely, I don't know if they've changed anything about it, but I feel like I am getting new personas really constantly through Fusion. It's really addictive.
yeah, I like that part of this game a lot.
Yeah, so, alright, so much going on in this game at this point. I have 18 confidants at this point, so I must have almost every social link in the game.
Yes, there is there's some party member stuff that happens, but in terms of the normal people you meet in the world and those kinds of social links, I think there's only one that has not been introduced yet.
So is there not a sports club or drama club or anything?
No.
That's sad.
Yeah, you're at Shujin Gakuen, you don't join clubs because you are the student who everyone thinks murdered someone or something before you came to this school. I don't think they'd be very welcoming to you going to their club.
I get it, but I also this is not a complaint, but it's an interesting thing to me of that this game has much less of the weird outsider social links than 3 or 4 did.
Yeah.
Where 3 especially, but 4 to a certain degree also, you have your party members, but you also just there's just this kind of sprawl to the game world where you meet all these people out in the world and they're only maybe they're not related at all to the main story, they're tangentially related or something, and those are really fun to explore. There's not that many of them in Persona 5, and that's okay because I think the overall focus of the game is so good and it executes so well, but I do miss it once in a while, even though there's enough to scratch that itch, the politician, or Kawakami, or I just started the one with EY, the guy at the gun shop.
Yeah.
But even then, they're very, very clearly related, and that's okay. It's just something that's interesting to me to note.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that all the Persona games have a different sort of main focus, and it's Persona 4 has this very specific focus on the characters and that broader world, and like the main plot stuff is not as important. Like the main plot stuff is still good in Persona 4, but it's very focused on, you know, having stuff of like going out and doing like, especially in Persona 4 the Golden adds a bunch of these, but like the band, going out and doing the band stuff, or going on like the school trip and all that, and like has almost no connection whatsoever to what's going on in the main plot. It's just there to sort of spend time with the characters, and it's like a 30 to 40 minute sections of that game periodically where you do that. Persona 3 does not have those, and Persona 5 doesn't have those, because I think these games are much more focused, and Persona 5 particularly is very focused on the main plot stuff, and all the social links / confidants are designed around and are contextualized by them helping the main character in some specific way to him being a phantom thief.
Specifically, what I would say is Persona 5 is about the phantom thieves. Like, it is about the group, the characters, but also the general mission and how they affect the world, and everything ultimately ties back into that.
Yeah.
There's really no, like, dangling threads that are not in some way related to that. Like, the furthest I've probably seen on that ledge is either the politician or the girl who plays shogi. Yeah. And even there, they give a very specific, and it actually plays very directly into dungeon stuff. That's one of the things to talk about is, we didn't get into this much last time, they really did a lot to make all the confidants, all the social links tie into a bunch of different things you do in the game, mostly in the dungeons, but in other parts too. Like, one of the things I thought was amazing was it's the shogi girl, whatever her name is.
Hifumi.
Yeah. And you meet her, and the first thing you get from her is that what's the ability you get from her? Because it's really
you get the ability to swap out party members in the middle of combat,
which is like, that changes everything.
Yeah, like, and now, like, you realize last time on the podcast I was talking about, like, oh, there's some stuff you get in this game that when you start over a new game and you don't have access to it, it seems crazy. That's one of those of, like, I started this playthrough Persona 5, and, like, as soon as I got, I guess it's Yusuke is the first one you get that you don't have all your party members at the same time, and I was fighting someone that, like, I needed a fire spell or something. I was like, oh, I'll just switch on out. I was like, oh my god, I can't do that. This is fucking crazy. And there are a bunch of things that develop specifically in this area of the game where you get all these other social links that give you little things that were such a fundamental part about my, like, the latter half of this game and my habits in playing it, of, like, stuff like going to Chihaya, and she has a lot of abilities that help you get more money or get more social stat boosts and stuff like that. That became a very normal routine for me playing the game. And then when you don't have access to that stuff, it almost hurts, because you keep on thinking like, oh, this will be fine. I'll get my charm leveled up I'll go talk to Chihaya and pay her some money, and then that will help me get my charm up in this situation. Oh wait, I can't do that. I guess I'll do something else today because this doesn't make as much sense.
I didn't know that was Chihaya was for, and now I feel foolish.
This game, I talked about this when I played it through the first time. I think I alluded to this game is way more than Persona 3 or 4. It is very complicated to try to maximize your efficiency in playing the game, because it gives you so many tools. There are so many things you can do, and so many things that affect your ability to maximize yours, like how you're relating with your social links, how you're increasing your social stats, how you're engaging with the dungeon stuff, that, like, trying to figure out, like, even when you're just in the middle of it, but especially when you've already played it and know what all that stuff is, trying to map out, like, okay, wait, no, if I hang out with this person, I'll get this ability, which then will allow me to, like, increase this stat quicker, which will allow me to hang out with this person, which will then give me this ability to get this stat up quicker, so I can hang out, like, if there's, like, this net of so many different routes you can take, and so many different strategies you can take to try to maximize how you're engaging with that side of the game. It's insane.
Okay, I want to talk about this for a minute.
Okay.
We can go back to some of the things we were talking about, but I do want to focus on this for a second because, I just got through, it's not quite done, but I'm mostly through Summer Break.
Yeah.
And Summer Break is a fascinating part in Persona 5, because 3 and 4 actually even kind of allied parts of Summer Break in different ways.
Yeah, 3, you basically skip, like, 2 or 3 weeks of it, right? Because you're, like, sick.
Yeah, there's that, and then in Persona 4, you have to go work at Junes, and things like that. This game gives you Summer Break, other than a couple of little things here and there.
Yeah.
And, it actually even works in this inverse where you usually don't have something to do during the day like a social link, but at night you have a million things to do. But it's interesting. So once you have Summer, and that's also the point where the web of social links is pretty much open to you, and it's insane. I got into this routine where I just, like, kind of finished playing those 3 weeks last night, because I did Futaba's Dungeon, like, immediately once I had it.
I think the game specifically gives you those, like, first couple of days where there's basically nothing to do during the day, specifically to indicate to you, get this done immediately, because this whole month, like 4 straight weeks of the game, are just completely open, which is like the longest stretch of just pure social link time in any of the Persona games.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me, but and I want to talk about this because it's a really interesting phenomenon with Persona 5, where we've talked with Persona 3 and 4 about the stress that can come from planning your schedule in these games, right? But it is on a whole other level with Persona 5, where I feel like every day in the game, like every time a new day starts and I see the calendar progress, I have to like breathe into a paper bag for 30 seconds to like calm down of like, it's just a game. Whatever you do, you're going to have fun with it. You're probably going to play it again someday. You might fuck up. Oh God, what do I do? Mm-hmm. And it's like, it is so stressful. There are so many things to do. The game does interesting things where it gates a lot of your social links, like midway or late through. You will
almost every single social link has a gate through it. Like there are a couple of ones, like Yoshida's doesn't progress in a normal way at all, or like Mishima's doesn't progress in a normal way. Right. But most of the ones that are like your normal social links that like you want to get note points by talking to them and stuff like that to advance them, almost every single one has at least one social stat gate in the middle of them.
Yeah, so you have a social stat gate. They're often pretty robust social stat gates. It's like you have to get pretty far with your social stats, and so there's so many, and different social links give you different things. Also, it's not just those abilities, but some will give you your charm boosts and your courage boosts or whatever.
Because a lot of them also give you like straight up like 3 notes in charm, which is like the most you can gain in any one interaction with something is by getting 3. Right. And so like those are like, no, like if you do this, you make significant progress in these stats every time you interact with this person.
Yeah, so you've got all that big web going on, along with your DVDs and your movies in the theaters and your books and your study spaces and your diner spaces
and like
your
the
jobs.
batting cages and like the spa in your like neighborhood and like like you have the beef bowl job, the convenience store job, the flower job. You get the you can work at the bar.
Yep,
like there's you get the second movie theater opens up at this point of the game. Like there are
within all that, you also have mementos and you have your investigations where over the summer, almost everything you get from Mishima, you have to go investigate. So there's another layer. You don't just get the name.
Yeah, because that's the only way you can advance Mishima's progress also in his social link is by doing the things he gives you. Yeah, and you have to investigate some of the social links he gives you by like joining some of the jobs and stuff like that.
This game is very, very busy.
Yeah.
It is worth asking the question, is it too busy?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I do think it's worth asking.
Like, this is also coming from someone who, on their first time playing through the game in a second language, got all the social links and maxed out all my social stats. So, like, I'm not a normal player of this game, so I don't know from that perspective. But for me, especially with this being the third Persona game from this team, / like, if you want to count, like, all the spin-offs, like, the fucking 5th or something, or 6th if you count, like, there's 2 for Persona 3. Like, that, like, complicating that side of the game as a veteran player of the Persona franchise, I found really fascinating. And there's stuff like, even I'm playing it through the second time, and I know, because I've already played this game, that I am doing better at this point in terms of all that stuff than I was the first time, and I managed to finish everything. Like, it was, I cut it really close, but I did manage to finish everything I needed to finish my first time playing through the game. And even knowing that, I'm still stressed out, and I'm still reloading saves to be like, no, I'm not going to just settle for getting 2 proficiency points at the batting cage. Fuck that, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go talk to Chiaya, or I'm going to go do something else and get 3 points or something. Like, I want to maximize this as much as possible, and actually doing that is difficult. And, like, there's no perfect way to do it. No. In a way that, like, when I played Persona 4 The Golden, that side of the game felt like, oh, this is easy. Like, this is just, like, partially because I played Persona 4 once all the way through, but also because all the things they added onto Persona 4 The Golden, like, it gave you so much more stuff to be able to sort of maximize that side of it without giving you that much more stuff to do on the other side, because they only add 2 social links, one of which is a very abnormal social link that's, like, I, like, maximize that game without even really needing to think about it much. Like, again, this is my second time playing through. I don't think I went through a stretch of, like, 3 or 4 days over the summer without me, like, reloading a save to, like, the previous day to be like, you know what? No, actually, I'm going to do this instead because this will be easier.
I had not been doing it a lot until summer, and then it was like I was pretty constantly, like, it wasn't even that I made mistakes. It was like I was trying things out. Like, what will I get from this?
Yeah, like,
I'm making a save, and I'm going to try something.
I feel like the game kind of invites you to do that because saving and loading your game is so much more accessible in this one. Then in Persona 3 and Persona 4, you had specific save points you had to go through. In Persona 5, you can save wherever you want and, like, very quickly load up your old save, and it loads up in, like, half a second, Yeah. And there's something about the speed and efficiency at which you can do that it kind of feels, and, like, having the skip feature and all that stuff there, it feels like the game is kind of inviting you to be like, you know what? Because it's kind of in that thing of it's always telling you to take your time in a way that when you are at this point in the game, you're like, fuck you, game, I can't take my time because you're only giving me so much time. And so you're like, I have to reload that save because I know, oh, wait, no, okay, if I accept like that phone call from Yusuke, then I'll get some extra social link points with him that will make it so that then this next day I'll be able to actually up my social link with him instead of just having to like bank points with him because he's not ready to advance.
It's weird because I got all of your friends' social links either maxed or to the point where they were I'm like gated before any of that, so none of that really even has played into my summer. And it's crazy. Like, it's just this tiny sliver. No, I think you're absolutely right, and that's still only half the answer to me, because I think you're right on the mechanical side that amount of busyness it's very challenging. It's also incredibly rewarding.
Yeah.
Even when you feel like you've kind of made a mistake or you're like not sure if you did the right thing, there's something so rewarding about the effort you put into it and like what you get out of it. And like whenever you like finish a segment of the day and you feel like I made good use of that time, even if in the back of your mind you're like, oh, probably a way to make better use of it, but who knows, right? And that all is very rewarding. But I think that's only half the answer, because to me this also ties into thematically that I've seen the criticism around the internet a little bit that people love the style of this game and recognize that the overall stylization of it is really impressive. But I've seen some people criticize that they think it's like maybe too much, that it gets distracting visually. And I don't think that. I think it's another question worth asking, because this game is very visually busy also, and it is something worth noticing. But to me, it's all of a piece, because when I first started seeing that, my first reaction when like over the first couple hours of Persona 5 wasn't that it was necessarily too busy visually, but that, oh boy, I don't know what's going on quite yet. That it takes a while to kind of settle in and figure out all the different moving pieces of the UI and just the overall stylization. But once I remember when this clicked for me was early in the game when you first have to go to school and it makes you follow the fucking train line there.
Yeah.
Which I actually think the game maybe should have made you do a couple more times just because it's such an interesting thematic thing.
I like to do it every now and then just for fun. I like to just go like walk somewhere the hard way instead of just fast traveling. Exactly.
It's really interesting. But like I got lost a couple of times doing that. It's kind of hard to figure out where you're going, and I realized that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point. This game is about living in Tokyo. It's about this busy, crazy, cacophonous life. And I think the visualization of this game is expressionistic. It is taking what is going on in the characters' heads and exploding it onto the screen. And that is a thematic point. If you feel like it's busy and sometimes hard to get your head around what's going on, that is the developers would say yes. Yeah. That is what we were going for, because there is this explosive quality to the visuals that are kind of intentionally they are this coordinated mess.
Yeah.
They are this coordinated mess of an exploded psyche on the screen. And I think that also goes hand in hand with just how busy the game is on that social link and just general time management level, is that this isn't Inaba. This isn't Gekkokan High and Inaba, what's his? Tatsumi Port Island, where life is a little slower and easier to manage.
Yeah.
This is fucking Tokyo. You are one kid in a sea of millions, and you are trying to do your best. And I think the game is almost built in such a way where you're never probably going to maximize your time perfectly.
Yeah.
You could still I still think I probably have a good shot at finishing every social link by the end of the game. I'm not sure when it exactly ends, but I feel like I've made enough progress. But you're supposed to be on edge, You're supposed to be on your toes, because that's what this setting is about, and the setting is not window dressing in this game. It is tied into everything this game is attempting.
Yeah. And I think you especially feel that really strong in the summer break section, because I feel like, and it's fortuitous because also we're in Colorado, it's April, it is starting to get hot. And, when I first played this game, it was in October when it was cold. But I remember even then, and especially now, the summer in this game just feels overwhelmingly hot to me. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is, there's oftentimes it'll tell you the weather, and it's either torrential rain, or it's this burning hot night, or whatever they translate it as. It's
heat wave.
Yeah, heat wave. It's you're always aware of it is very hot. If you go into Mementos, the heat weather has specific effects and stuff like that. Every time you go, you're wearing your summer clothes, and then every time you turns to night, Morgana half the time is complaining about oh man, it's gonna be a hot one tonight too, huh? And the window is open, and the room looks different, and there's just this sense of heat. All of your friends are constantly coming over to your cafe and want to hang out in your room and just rest in the air conditioning and play video games, or watch a DVD or something, because it's so fucking hot outside. And when you go outside, you have the cicadas are crying, and so you have the sheen on the sound effect on the screen all the time at the edges. It's really does, like, it puts the pressure on you in a lot of ways, just with like those subtle effects of like, it just feels like it's hot, it's summer, and I have so much stuff I need to do. I need to hang out with all these people. I need to go into Mementos. Like, I need to, like, you know, finish up the Fatapa Palace or whatever. Like, I want to go fuse these personas, and like, I need to go work at my job. I need to, like, there's all this pressure, like, pushing down on you, and it, like you said, it is very much a part of like what this game is trying to convey about living in the city and about living this busy life, and also like not just living like the busy life of the city, but on top of that, living the life of like, you know, trying to live the good, like a good life, trying to live a life of like, I'm going to do right by people. I'm going to, like, I have this mission. I'm going to like work towards succeeding at this mission, because every time you upload social link, not only do you get like extra persona powers, but like also maybe you get like the ability to swap people in and out of combat. Or like Hifumi has a whole set of abilities that she gets, that you get from her later on, that add like a bunch of little tiny things that are incredibly useful in combat. And so like constantly, you're getting all this feedback about, I am doing better as a Phantom Thief by doing what I'm doing right now. I'm not just living my life in Inaba or like in Tasmi Port Island, which in Persona 4 and Persona 3, there's an aspect of that daily life stuff that feels way more relaxing, because it's like, oh, like I just get to hang out in this nice quiet town. And here it's like, no, everything I'm doing is like to the cause, because I'm always getting these text messages from my friends and they're all stressed out about what Megieto is doing or whatever. Like, it's a constant thing. And it's one of the things I really love about this game, is how it is able to really sort of like capture that essence of like living in this really busy city life.
It's so great. And when you pull some of these strings together and pull it off, it is so wildly satisfying.
Yeah.
Like, I had, over the summer break, you can rack up 4 Mementos targets before the timer runs out on those 21 days.
Yeah.
And so I had these 4. 3 of them you have to investigate. And I'm like, well, I'm not going into Mementos until I know these fucking names.
Yeah.
And I probably had the time to do it if I wanted to, because the summer is also, as busy as it feels, it's also fairly relaxed in a lot of places.
They give you a huge amount of time. Like,
yeah.
It is straight up 4 weeks at the end.
Right. So you have a lot to do with, but I was like, I want to figure this out. So, you know, I did the investigations, which required me to do more with my jobs, made me really feel like a Phantom Thief. It's something I love about Mementos, is that really makes you feel like you're playing this role more than if it was just the palaces.
Yeah.
And you'd saved 3 people, you know?
Yeah, because you're doing these investigations, you're finding out your names, you're finding out what these people did,
Yeah.
and then you're going after them, and they're not these bigger than life, like larger than life targets. It's like, oh, it's like this one dude who beat his girlfriend, and it's like, you know, it's not as crazy as like what, you know, like the extortion ring that Kaneshiro was running, but it's like, this dude's still a fucking piece of shit, and
Right.
we need to fix this.
Yeah. And so, you know, I got all of them together, got all my ducks in a row, got the team together at Leblon, and Morgana gets on the table and starts talking about the targets, and he has 4 to go through, so it's like 5 minutes of text to scroll through of all these targets. We get to Mementos, I take them all the fuck out, and I get back out, and it's just like there's something so satisfying, especially when, you know, the protagonist breaks through the red window, and like you have the music, and it's showing all the things you accomplished.
Yeah, it's just like fa-ching, fa-ching, fa-ching of like all the, like, you beat all these bosses and like went up all these floors and stuff.
Yeah, and I had 200,000 yen on me and all this, and it's just like, yep, a job well done for the Phantom Thieves.
I love how much money and experience you get for doing those side requests, because it's like, it's something where you want to do them anyways because it's a fun thing to do and it feels like appropriate for the game. But I also like it's really like worth it from a gameplay perspective as well. You are very much rewarded for going out of your way to doing those, because it's like, it's a hefty chunk of experience and money.
That's a really important point to make, I think, is that pretty much everything in the game gives you a real tangible mechanic award.
Yeah.
And that's important because you don't quite notice it in Persona 3 and 4 because all of it is executed at such a high level. But, you know, you could ignore a lot of the social links and it would not hurt your core progress through the game. It would hurt your heart because you would be inhuman if you didn't go visit the sickly dying boy in the park or something. But you don't need to go visit the sickly dying boy in the park to, for instance, swap out teammates in a battle.
Yeah.
Here, like, what would be a very missable social link, and technically still is here, is absolutely crucial, and doing as much as you can of everything. It's not just that you want to see the social links because they're great pieces of writing, and you want to see them for the story value. All of that is still there and has not been diluted, I don't think. But there's also just these much more tangible rewards that makes everything feel so worth your time, and also in tandem raises the stress level of the game.
Yeah.
Very, very high.
Because it's also one of the things in the game that is like that I just never do because I'm so just I need to get all the social links and all that stuff. But they have that mechanic where you can work out in your room, or eventually you can go to the gym and that increases your maximum HP and your maximum SP. And like SP is such a valuable resource in this game. And it's like I always am like, oh my god, like the new game plus of this game has got to be insane, because you must spend so much of your time just fucking doing pull-ups in your goddamn room, getting ripped, like getting this really massive SP bar that, like, you know, since I've played the game already, there are a lot of strategies you can use, like making coffee at LeBlanc and stuff like that to give you SP items, and there's a lot of stuff, or like fusing personas in specific ways that like is a lot harder to maximize that stuff. And like Persona 4 the Golden, I didn't even intend to end up making personas that made completely trivialize the SP management in the game, but you can just make one so early in that, where it's like you have to be about at this point in the game before you can make your first persona that has Invigorate, that regenerates SP at the beginning of each battle. So it's like there's stuff you can do to really minimize the SP pressure in dungeons, but like that's only like for me, who's played a bunch of these games and has played this one twice. Am I not feeling that pressure that much? Like the first time through the game, there are like, especially the Futaba Palace, like there are areas where like, fuck, like I'm like, I really need Yuji to have more SP, or I really need, like, I wish I had more SP, and that just hanging there of like, you could get more SP if you just worked out once in a while, you fat ass. Like, what? Get off your ass, do some fucking pull-ups, and maybe you can cast that extra zeal. I don't know. It's like, you don't understand. I have to hang out with my hot doctor friend. She's a hot doctor, and she's my friend, and she needs me. I can't do the pull-ups right now. Man. But you always know you can do it.
Yep. Man, Takemi, I got her right to the line of where I need like level 4 charm months ago in this game. I love that social link, and I was doing it so fast, and then I hit that brick wall, and I haven't seen her in months.
Yeah, I just finished her social link again a little while ago, and it's her social link's great. And there's something I like about, like, it can be a little bit frustrating hitting those social link walls, especially when they're that late, or the social stat walls that late in some of the social links. But there's something I like about you. Like, because specifically with that one, I remember the first time I played through the game, I was like, all right, I'm going to get my charm up now. And, like, there's something that's very motivating about, like, because since there are so many different social links that are gated at different places by, like, all those different social stats, like, there's no one way to be like, I'm going to focus on knowledge here, and then guts, and then charm, and then knowledge. Like, there's no one of those that, like is the perfect way to make your way through the game. It's just, like, which one do I want to focus on? Do I want to get EY as early as possible? Well, then, like, work on your guts, like, really early on. Like, do you want to hang out with Takemi, do charm, and, like, even, like, past this point is where that actually even gets, like, more specific, where that it happens with more different social links. That is, like, all the different ones, because obviously eventually you need to have all of them up to 5 if you want to get all the social links in the game.
And I'm at 4 with guts and knowledge, and 3 with everything else, but I have to be right on that line with charm, because I've poured so many points into it.
Yeah, I'm at 4 with everything right now. Okay. I played the game once, and so I know all the good strats, and it feels really good. But again, because I think I was about where you are the first time I played through the game, and, like, I know I'm doing way better, I'm way more efficient, and I'm still so stressed out playing the game. It's really... It almost feels unhealthy at points in terms of, like, how like you said, you advance that day, and it's just, I'm filled with so much self-doubt about, like, you know, I know I probably could have gotten, like, because if I had gotten the bonus from Chihaya and then went to go study at the cafe, like, I could have technically gotten a total of 4 points to social stats. It would just have been split across 2, and that is more, but it's not as many in one specific area. Like, which one is fucked? Like, what? God. Because, again, there's no right answer in that. Like, it's hard.
No, and I think I've gotten good at it. Like, you know, one of the things I did over the summer, because I realized there were a lot of areas where, partially because a lot of my, you know, social links are gated, I have a lot of times, either evening or more often day, where I cannot do any social links. So I have to do something else. And it's like, this is actually a great time to go rent a DVD and watch it morning and night, and just do that and then return it to the next day. And so I've gotten the next 4 DVDs unlocked. I've watched all of them. I did them all over summer break. And those, for each sitting, give you 3 points. So it's like, I don't necessarily need kindness right now, but I'm going to, and I should just get those points in while I have it.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a lot of stuff you think about like that, like, I've also got the video game console now.
Yeah.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah, the fake Famicom's really good.
Fake Famicom, the music, love fake Famicom music.
Yeah.
Those are great. Star Fornius.
Yes, and you get to get even more fake Famicom carts later in the game. And
Where are those sold?
You haven't unlocked it yet. So it's something like you're about to get in the next section.
I didn't know if it was at that like recycle place.
No, I think maybe another one ended up getting sold there, but there's another store that you get access to later.
Yeah, because I also I'm pretty sure I've acquired every book in the game. I don't know how the fuck I would read all of them. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to like see all the DVDs and movies and games and stuff.
Yeah, no, the book stuff definitely feels like that is like on your New Game Plus. That's a big thing to try to get the read every book trophy because like there are a lot of books in the game because you don't have every book in the game because like the game's not done yet.
I have them up to now as I feel like I've caught all of them.
But there are a lot of books in the game.
Yeah, no, but I feel like I've been pretty diligent just catching them as they come along.
Have you gotten to the store? Because like there's so many different ways you can end up here, but you eventually unlock a store that has more books that like it has books that are 3, you have to read them for 3 sessions to finish them, but they give you more stuff, and then you have to they unlock more books progressively.
Is that the used bookstore?
Because it's like Bookland or something. I don't know how they translated it, but
is that the one?
It's like a whole other section of the map you have to travel to. That you like unlock it, like the places that you like go out on dates with people.
Yeah. I think I haven't gone there on my own yet. As I think I just got it through the Shogi Girls.
Yeah, that's one way you can get to there.
So
you can select there on the map and go there and buy books from there. Awesome. But you have to specifically pick it.
Right. Yeah, because there's the bookstore in Shibuya, and there's the bookstore in the red light district, wherever that is. Shinjuku. And then, so there's this one. So I have 3 bookstores now.
Yeah, there are a lot of books in the game.
A lot of books in the game. Like, they said, saw that in Persona 4, and were like, we want to do more of that.
Yeah.
And have DVDs, and have games, and have movies. And oh my god.
Yeah.
It's so great. But god, those DVDs are so good. The second round was not quite as funny as the first.
Yeah.
I did particularly, though, because I am a fan of the show it is based on, I liked ICU.
Okay,
And just like the specific lines they have the doctors on that show saying are so funny. And of course, Morgana's reactions are always great when he just like slumps in his chair. Or I love when like you're at the movie theater watching a movie and Morgana is just in the bag and looking up at the movie and he's just enjoying himself so much. And I just love the image of you've snuck this cat into the theater, only paid for 1 ticket.
Yeah.
And Morgana's just sitting in his bag. Just Morgana must like he must have like a cushion in there or something.
Yeah. I mean, it is an interesting point that like Morgana is getting very cultured over the course of this game.
Yes.
Because Morgana is there every time you're reading a book. Morgana is there every time you're watching a TV show. Every time you play a video game, and every time you go see a movie. Like Morgana is consuming all of this pop culture at the same rate you are.
Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, I have finished 2 social links.
Okay, I have finished. Because which ones have you finished?
Ryuji and An.
Okay, yeah, because Ryuji and An are the first 2 I finished. Because I think that feels like those are the first 2 you're supposed to finish because they're not really gated in any way. So I finished them. I finished Takemi. I finished Kawakami, and I feel like I finished another one, just like today, or just like right before you came over.
Yeah, I gotta
remember what the 5th one was.
I'm very close on Kawakami, but there's something I have to do, and I won't be able to do until school starts.
Yeah,
and then
I didn't even think about that. That if school isn't going on, I guess you can't trigger that part of the event.
Yeah, it's fine. I can do other things at the same time. Yeah, no. I'm not losing time, but
you don't know what you get for getting level 10 with Kawakami.
Yeah,
you get a couple of things.
Anyway, but you get a lot with Kawakami.
Yeah, you do.
But let's see. I mean, Takemi, that'll be ready to roll as soon as I got my charm up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hang because I love.
Yeah, you get a lot for completing that social link too.
Yeah, there's this. The social links are great.
Yoshida, that's the other one I finished.
Is that the politician?
Yeah, he's the politician dude.
Yeah, I'm not done with him, but he seems to advance really rapidly.
Well, because actually, he just advances every single time you meet him.
Good.
You don't how you respond to him doesn't even matter. Which is something I wish I had known for most of my first time playing through the game because I was like, oh, what? Because it's how I play these games a lot of times is I would reload a save and go through a social link thing again if I felt like I missed some big answers to questions that made it that would get me a bunch of points. And then, with him, I realized, halfway through, wait, I never have to go meet him, and it doesn't advance. And I looked it up, and it's like, motherfucker. Yeah. It just goes every single time.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So but because of that, I'm also taking him a little more leisurely sometimes.
Yeah, you can tackle him whenever.
Yeah,
because his abilities are nice because they make persuading demons in the demon negotiations and stuff a little bit easier, but it's not, essential.
Not essential, although the show me the money thing you get When I'm in Mementos, because in Mementos you're never going to get like enough experience for it to matter really on normal enemies, but you can get money, and you're so short on cash a lot of the time in this game.
Yeah.
That's actually been really useful, because the Mementos run I just did, I was regularly getting like 3,000 yen out of these dudes, and I was like, I can get a lot with 3,000 yen.
Yeah, I do really love like you just like pushing it every single time, and they're like, okay, yeah, fine, I'll give you more money. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess I'll give you more money, until you push them to the absolute edge. They're like, no, fuck you. Like, I gave you like 20,000 yen, you monster. Like,
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I mean, I think we're going to have a specific topic at some point in the future talking about social links and our favorite ones.
yeah, because it's hard to talk about right now because, like, obviously we're in different spots and stuff. And it's hard to talk about the social link when you're in the middle of it because you don't know the full perspective. I don't want to spoil them for you.
May I highlight one just because it comes up in the natural progression, and I wanted to talk about it last week, but it's really during the third story arc.
Okay, yeah.
During the third story arc, Ryuji comes up to you, and he has found an ad in his mailbox for a maid service.
Yes.
And
a maid wink service.
And he's very knowledgeable of or he knows the wink, that's what he wants, right?
Yes, that is very much what he wants.
And he wants you to hang out with him and do the maid thing, because he has like an apartment across the hall he can use. And then Mishima gets in on it. And so these three dudes are going to go, and they know it's not really a good idea, but they're going to...
And it's maybe probably illegal.
Yeah, and they're going to call the maid over, and they don't really know what the maid does, but they have ideas, but they have no plan if... Like, it's a typical teenage... It's actually a pretty familiar scenario for Persona.
Yeah.
But then it goes in a very different direction, because the maid comes over, and you're like, hey, that's Yukari's voice. That means it's Miss Kawakami. And
and then like you see her character portrait, and you're like, I would recognize that chin line anywhere, because it's like her face has a very distinctive shape to it, because it's like not quite like the normal like Japanese like anime female face. She's got like this very distinctive chin.
Yes. And so Miss Kawakami is the maid, and at this point Ryuji and Mishima have chickened out and are in the closet.
They're hiding out in like the balcony.
Right. And so you are talking to her, and you know, at first it's really awkward, but then like she kind of decides to trust you and gives her, because she seems really desperate for cash, gives you her number, and you decide, oh, that's what the yellow phone in LeBlanc is for, is we're going to use that to call Miss Kawakami. And this whole time I'm thinking, please let this be a social link. Please let this... If they are actually going there, that will be amazing. And so I realize I have to get my guts up to call her. So I work furiously to get my guts up.
Yeah.
Get my guts up.
Gotta eat that Big Bang Burger.
That's, I think, how I did it. And then I call her on the yellow phone, and lo and behold, she comes over as a nurse, cleaning your room, calling you master, and it initiates the Temperance social link.
Yep.
And that is one of the most amazing like build-ups to a social link in the Persona series.
Yeah, it really feels like they looked at the best social link from Persona 3, the MMORPG one, where, slight spoiler for Persona 3, that social link ultimately culminates in you finding out this character you're hanging out with in this MMO is your homeroom teacher at school, which is such an amazing payoff when you get to the end of the game and you've completed that social link and you reveal this information to her that you've discovered a while ago but she doesn't know about. And so, but they looked at that and like, how do we incorporate a teacher into the social links and have it be even more insane? Oh, let's like have her work for some sort of like dubious service for like extra money on the side because of all this tragic backstory things that she has, and then have you hire her as a maid and also make it straight up like, in my opinion, the most valuable social link in terms of the abilities it gives you are so huge. Really... Like, she can do the laundry for you. So, like, because, like, every single ability she has makes it so that little tiny mundane tasks that normally you would have to spend a little bit amount of your day on to accomplish that you don't want to do because you want to do something bigger, you no longer have to spend time doing that because she does it for you.
How do you activate that?
There's a laundromat in the neighborhood that like where LeBlanc is.
I've been there.
Yeah. If you go up to the laundromat and you activate it, you get the option to call Kawakami and pay 5,000 yen to have her wash all your clothes for you.
But she can do other things, right?
She can do other things. So she can wash the laundry for you. She can also, and this is like as you progress through the game, you unlock these other abilities. So she can wash the laundry for you, and so that's basically Persona 5's weird way of doing like item identification in like a Diablo game or something, is you get clothes that are dirty and then you have to wash them.
And see, I'd just been getting rid of them because I didn't want to take the time. I didn't realize, I knew she could do this, I just couldn't figure out how to activate it.
Yeah, so, just go to the laundromat and Morgana will guide you from there, don't worry. And so she can do that, but she can also make coffee and curry when you unlock the ability to get curry as well, which are items that generate SP in dungeons. So that's really useful if you have some extra cash on hand to have her make some of those before you go into dungeon. and she can make infiltration tools like lockpicks for you, so you don't have to spend money making or spend time making those if you don't want to. But you will know like, oh, there's going to be like 3 or 4 lock checks in the next dungeon. I don't have any lockpicks. Hey, I'll call up Sensei, have her make them for me. Then I'm not going to tell you what it is, but the level 10 one is such a fucking game changer. You're going to hate yourself when you get it because you're going to realize, oh my god, if I had gotten this earlier, my life would have been different.
Well, I know what my priority is now, Sean.
No, it's like when I first, because for me, there was a whole other level to it the first time I was playing the game. It was the combination of like, oh, getting this really awesome ability and also having to like sit there and be like, what does that say? Because it's like, it's all just like text in Japanese. It's like tends to be fairly technical text with a lot of kanji. I'm like, oh, holy shit, she can like, because I wasted like a day last week making shit at the laundromat. Oh my god, she can do this, and like deciphering what it is. It's a whole extra level to the surprise and like joy of finding out, holy shit, I had no idea that you could do that in this game.
I really do. I never want to play this game with New Game Plus because I think it would actually spoil a lot of the game. But I cannot wait to play the game again once I know what's what.
Yeah.
And like really try to maximize it,
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So Kawakami's Social Link is really, really good.
It's good. And I won't go into any other story things with it because I want to wait until we do an actual like spoiler link or Social Link spoiler cast.
Yeah.
What do we call it? Spoiler link? I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I want to talk about those. But it is just such an amazing build up. And then the Social Link itself, it's not just useful. It's a great story, great writing. And
it's one of the other, like, I think it's a really key Social Link in terms of the overall like structure of the game's story and how it shifts in tone, because it's like, and it's something that Sojiro's arc, when we talk about like the stuff that's in like the 4th dungeon, like it is that sort of echo of, you start this game off with like all these adults being total assholes and being incredibly cold to you, and you assuming that like they're like that because they're just assholes, and then slowly you learn about them and realize, oh no, they've been dicked over as much if not more than I have, but like they in some ways don't have as much of a, they don't have like another out in society because they're adults and I'm a kid and I still have like a future that I can work towards and a chance, and it's like it's much harder for where they are, and that's like
I mean, you're learning how to make the future better is not to fall into that scenario,
Yeah, so it's like Kawakami's Social Link definitely is like a big one of those stories in this game.
It's great. And the Maya Social Link in Persona 3, the online game one, is just like innocent flirtation, In this game, it's innocent flirtation, but done in a non-innocent way. And it's very...
Yeah, no, like we will have a long conversation about, like, this game is over, the number of romantic interests you have in this game, and the relative age of those romantic interests compared to the relative age of your main character. It's just something I hinted at the first time I played through the game, but I'm really excited to talk about it, because it's a weird, really interesting thing this game does, I think.
Yeah, I am interested to see more of this. Because actually, that's one thing to note, is I finished the On Social Link.
Yeah.
And, romanced her because you got to.
On. Yeah, I mean, she's the lover Arcana. Like, you have to.
Yeah, and the game is more overtly sexual with its romances than the others. Because the others, like, you can kind of read into it what you want, but they do mostly seem like kind of innocent high school romances. This is, like... you and On do it, at level
Which,
10.
like, I think specifically for the On Social Link feels like it's actually, like, how that story is supposed to culminate in a lot of ways, because so much of that story is about her, like, sort of, like, kind of accepting and growing into that side of who she is, like alongside her modeling career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So we'll have a lot to break down there. Let's talk about some story stuff.
Okay.
And the 2 palaces, and keep this relatively focused so we can end soonish. But okay, so the 3rd story arc is mostly Makoto's story.
Yeah.
But this is also the mark here is Kaneshiro,
Yes.
who is the Yakuza of the game.
Yes, he's the mafia boss. Technically, I don't think he's technically Yakuza. I think
He's not? Okay.
No, because they never use the word Yakuza to describe him in the Japanese version.
Yeah, I was curious. When they said mafia in this, I'm like, is that a translation choice? Is that...
No, that's
okay.
mafia boss is just how he's called.
Then that's actually a question I have about Kaneshiro, is what's his voice like in Japanese?
It's very sort of snively. It's and I don't know what they do when he transforms into the fly thing at the end of the dungeon, but in Japanese he raps. So I don't know. It's like
they do not do that.
Yeah, like because they looked like from the English text they kind of did a little bit of that, but they didn't go the full 9 yards they did in the Japanese version.
Yeah, no, I was kind of surprised just how snively he is in English too. That's a very like. he's a little bitch,
Sure,
he's an
yeah.
asshole.
Yeah, although he does in Japanese because he talks in a very like thuggish, like Yakuza kind of way. Like he has a snively quality to his voice, but like how he talks is very tough guy.
Yeah, and they don't really replicate that in English
Yeah.
as much. I was a little like I thought that voice in English could have been more forceful, but whatever, it's fine. I mean, he's kind of the least interesting, I think, of the marks so far, but by intention.
Yeah, like it's very much he like is in the background so they can focus more on Makoto because he and Makoto don't really have much of a relationship together, but they have been building up Makoto before this point in the way they did not with An and Yusuke.
Exactly, and I love the third story arc because I think Makoto, other than Morgana, to me so far is the best character in this game, hands down. And
You've only met Futaba, so there's a lot of room to grow here.
Futaba's fantastic, but Makoto is just one of those fucking standout characters.
Yeah, she's really good.
She's fantastic, and her story is so interesting because we talked about this a little bit last week, but they seed her throughout the first two arcs of the game, and really heavily near the end of the second one, where if you look around, she's constantly following you, she's being harassed by the principal. That's actually an interesting thing about this game is that Persona 4 pretty much never broke POV from the main character. Persona 3 does it very occasionally late in the game. Persona 5 constantly breaks POV.
Yeah.
to show you.
Like it will cut to Makoto and Sai in particular a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, her older sister Sai.
Yeah, and once you see the connections, it doesn't feel as jarring.
Yeah.
But early on, you're like, oh, they don't usually do this.
Or you also have the one director dude that every once in a while you cut to in his like Skyrise office, and he says like slowly more and more menacing things until you realize, okay, yeah, no, this dude's definitely evil. Like he's definitely up to something bad at this point.
Exactly. But anyway, so you have these scenes. You know the kind of pressure Makoto is under. I know it's Makoto. They keep saying Makoto. What did you do, dub team? You're so good at this, and you dropped the ball on pronunciations.
Like, because I've actually been looking around a little bit at like some of the criticisms and stuff, and from what I understand, I haven't been able to directly verify this, but a lot of people are talking online like Atlus Japan actually like specifically requested in the dubbing process that is how those names are supposed to be pronounced. Which I have no idea why. It makes absolutely no sense why that would be the case. And again, I don't know 100% if that is true, but that is what people are saying.
Honestly, that would make... I mean, it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense because Japanese companies do weird things. And you can tell the actors are straining on it. It does not sound natural. And these are professionals. They know how to say the names.
Yeah, because like a lot of basically all the voice actors in English have worked in anime and stuff like that before, so are familiar with having to read Japanese names.
And the weirdest thing is the names that aren't mispronounced, you know? And like some of them are fine. Like Futaba, I think they draw out the A a little too much, but that's a really tough name to say.
Sure, yeah.
Like, because you would really say like Futaba, but that's like
Futaba.
It's weird, you know. Like you can't really say that in English the same way. So that's fine. But yeah, Makoto, it's like no, that's not the name. That's not the name. Or like sometimes there will be an elongated vowel, like in Nishima, and they won't do it. They'll say Nishima. It's like no, it's Nishima.
Yeah, like you even went to the trouble in the like text of the game to put both of the I's there, where usually that wouldn't happen, and yet I guess they don't pronounce it.
Yeah, it's bizarre. But anyway, Makoto, you know, she's under all this pressure, and this also comes at a turning point where the Phantom Thieves are trying to figure out, well, what do we do next? You know, they're very lost, and she decides, I'm going to kill 3 or 4 birds with one stone, and you guys have to prove you are just to me by taking down like the biggest criminal in town. You know, and this also helps Makoto because she's the student council president, and Kaneshiro is preying on all these kids. Financially, maybe sexually, we don't know. Yeah. And anyway, so there's that.
I would not be surprised with this game. They do not directly imply it, but sure.
And then this is also the part where we meet Akechi, a character from Death Note. Not literally, but pretty much a character from Death Note, who is a boy detective. Not a boy detective in the way Naoto was a boy detective, in that he is actually a boy. Yeah. But he is and also doesn't seem to be that as good a detective as Naoto Shirogane.
But we've only just been introduced to Akechi, so there's room for him to grow.
Sure. I mean, he's been around in the game for a while. He hasn't been that big a character yet.
Yeah, they definitely like sort of seed him on early and like sort of pick him up here and there, because you get that Justice social link with him that advances, and it's the most erratic social link you could possibly find in one of these games.
Nice. So anyway, Akechi is kind of harassing the Phantom Thieves on his show and stuff. And so Makoto, you can tell she's having this crisis of faith. She chooses to resolve it in this way. You decide to invade Kaneshiro's palace. Turns out to be a bank in the sky. That's pretty cool. And then Makoto becomes part of the team and has a bitchin' fucking motorcycle Persona.
Maybe the best Persona this franchise has ever had. Like that.
Yeah.
That moment when she, like, even though you've, like, if you've seen, like, I think it was like the second trailer where you see her for the first time, you see that scene in that trailer, and even like knowing that that's what her Persona was going to be, when you get there in the game and you see that scene, it's so fucking cool.
Such a great scene. And I think Makoto is maybe the best extended character introduction in any Persona game of a character outside of like the core team,
right?
You know, because like, and there's a lot of good ones. You know, in Persona 3 you got Aigis, and in Persona 4 you have all the other people like Kanji and Rise and all that.
And like Naoto has a pretty good one because Naoto's seeded on kind of early.
Yes, and Naoto I think would be like a runner-up for me, but Makoto's story arc of how long it takes to develop, the way they tie it into where the Phantom Thieves are and what they need to do, and with Kaneshiro, and that she just gets to this point, and it is, you know, visualized in that scene where she gets her motorcycle Persona, where she just can't take this fucking shit anymore.
Yeah.
That's where she is, and like she is... Starting out, you wouldn't think that she is like maybe the most emblematic of the themes of this game, but by the time you get there, she is one of the most emblematic of these characters. Of that, she has been put upon in totally invisible ways. You know, she is not a punk like Ryuji, and she is not, you know, kind of a outcast model like An, or she is not someone with a criminal record like the protagonist. She is like the best student in the school, and she needs to fuck shit up because it's ruined her life.
Yeah, because like, and it's something that obviously you have like equivalents in almost any society of like the honor student, like teacher's pet, that kind of thing. But specifically in Japan, like they use the word yutose to refer to her, which is like exceptional, excellent student, like this top student of the class. She's the student council president, like, and she like does what, like, you know, Kobayakawa, the principal, calls her into his office all the time to give her commands and all this stuff. And it very much feels like this direct sort of indictment of the attitude of the education system in Japan that is so intense, that puts so much pressure on students to like work, to like study incredibly hard at school, to like go to cram school like during the evening. So it's like you know, Makoto almost certainly would be attending 2 schools basically at the same time to like prepare her, because she's also a senior at high school, like she's about to graduate, so she's preparing for entrance exams next year, like, which are in Japan incredibly intense, and like if you fuck up and like don't get into the school you want to get into, like that could very realistically ruin every almost like employment opportunity you have for the future that has been set out for you. And like she is so like in that track in her life, like set onto those rails, that like when she gets to that point where like everything, her sister, the principal, like the students, like her grades, like the school, society, everything is just like piling on top of her and never like giving her room to try to be anything that she wants to be and express herself in any way. And she's always having to give herself to everything, that like when that cracks and she's like, fuck this shit, it is so powerful, it's so impactful, and it's like, it's, you know, I love the really aggressive Persona awakenings in this game, but like this is the best one of those to me, where it's just like, because it's been building up for so long and you're just like, yes, like just like let it go, rip the mask off, and like blood spews out.
We didn't talk about that. That's how they do it, is you literally have to rip. When I saw that for the first time with the protagonist, I like gasped, because that is intense.
Yes, you like the mask, like that, their like iconic mask that like sort of puts their costume together is grafted literally onto the skin of their face, and they have to rip it off with like blood spewing out, and then their persona bursts forth. And I love all the Persona voices are really good of them like talking about like, oh, what have you been doing all this time? Now you must finally awaken to your justice and set me free, and just like boom, and then she's on a fucking motorcycle, and she's like this dope biker lady who also knows Aikido, so she can just beat the shit out of people. It's so good.
It's so good. And then, you know, from there she throws herself into the mission of the Phantom Thieves with more gusto than pretty much anyone else on the team.
She becomes like the strategist, because she is like, it's one of the things I love about her character is that because she was like the number one student at school, like she is actually wicked fucking smart.
Right.
And so there's something really fun about that, is because it also puts into context how your group up till now, like Morgana has gotten by a lot on like instinct and sort of knowing some stuff about the supernatural world, but you haven't had someone that has like the larger sort of like perspective to like push people forward and like strategize things. And so you get her, and all of a sudden your group. And it's one of the things I love about this game is that for each subsequent character introduction, you keep on getting the sense of like how much more powerful the Phantom Thieves are now that you have Makoto on your team who knows her shit.
And knowing that we're headed, we talked a lot last week about the framing device, knowing
Yeah.
we are headed to that point where the Phantom Thieves are going to get so big an entire SWAT team is going to come take you down, you see every step on that path, you know?
Yeah.
And it feels meaningful. No, if Makoto had a velvet room, it would definitely be a prison. Also like the protagonist, you know? And it's just so satisfying. And I think the whole relationship with her sister, Sai, who you also start getting to know better on the future side of this game.
Yeah, because this is around where her social link opens up.
Someone explain the chronology of that to me, that you can have a social link in the future that will help you in the past. I don't get that.
Dude, it's Philemon. It's like, it's the grand web of time and of life. You are nothing, and yet you hold infinite potential. Like, what is a little bit of, like, Arcana bursting through, like, the time portal? How are you to, like, put your nose up at you? That, like, you go to sleep and wake up in a, like, psychological prison in your own mind, attended by a man with a large nose and two eye-patched cyclopean twins that also are, like, kind of dominatrixes.
Yes, it's weird.
The little bit of time fuckery is totally fine by me.
It is funny, you know.
Yeah.
It's like it's such a weird. Because I was wondering, when do we get? Because the Judgment social link comes in at different places, but I was like, are they going to do something with Sai? And then it starts. It's like, that's hilarious. But no, I mean, you start seeing some of Makoto's home life with Sai, and while I am sure we will learn a lot more about Sai and why she is the way she is, she's a real jerk to poor Makoto.
Yeah.
Because Makoto has done nothing but be a good little sister.
Yeah.
And, you know, she straight up calls her useless. And I find that a really powerful moment. And that is, you know, that's the direct thing that pushes Makoto to go join the Phantom Thieves, is what her sister says to her. But it's also like, that is what people who go into that kind of life get, is you're told to do all these things and do all this. And at the end of the day, you're just kind of useless to everybody. Yeah. And that's what society kind of gives back to you. And I think anyone who has been on that kind of track has that kind of awakening hope, or you go crazy and become a politician.
Yeah.
But other than that, which is where Makoto would sadly probably go otherwise. And no, she has that awakening, and you're right, it is just so satisfying, and it drives that third arc so hard. And I also always want Makoto on my team and almost never take her off.
Yeah, no, because also I like her ability set is nice because she's a like nice middle character that, like, you know, the fray spells are nice. They do some good, like they have some like kind of extra abilities against enemies that have some like status effects on them. That's pretty nice. And then she has a healing spell, and she has a melee attack, and she has energy shower or whatever. Once she has that, cures certain status ailments. She's just like a really nice all around character.
Yeah, she's really powerful.
It's also like it highlights, because this is at the part where you have like a number of different characters, that like way more, like two more than you can have in your party at one time. And it's one thing that's like one of the biggest, most significant improvements that Persona 5 has is just that your teammates level up as you like go through, even if they are not in the battle with you. And the game is very clearly specifically designed around the concept of that you are switching people in and out. Because even a lot of the dungeons have different sort of phases of you encountering different enemies depending on where you are in the dungeon. And so for some dungeons, at the beginning, you maybe are rolling with a crew of like Ryuji, Yusuke, and Morgana. And by the end, you're rolling with like Ryuji, An, and Makoto, because like, oh, now I'm fighting these different sort of configurations of enemies, and these characters are more useful.
It's also very useful in the way SP goes down. Yeah. You can say, all right, An is out of SP, let's get Morgana in here, or the opposite, or something. Yeah. That's actually the only way I was able to get through Futaba's Palace, because that one is...
Yeah, Futaba's Palace is pretty brutal. Like, I was able to get it through it pretty easily this time, because I knew it was coming, but the first time, like, that one is... It gets you.
Yeah, and I had like no SP items, but I figured it out. I have an SP patch as my accessory. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. But yeah, no, I mean, Makoto's a great character. Overall, of the 4 palaces I've played, Kanashiro's is my least favorite. But I still really like it.
Like, that's funny because for me, it's actually one of my favorite ones in the game. I really like the puzzles in particular. I like my favorite section of any of the palaces, I think, is the lock room at the end, where you have to do the algebra and like move and it's just like that moment where you're going down the elevator and you see it and it's like, that's fucking awesome. Like, the end of this dungeon is a gigantic lock. Like, that's such a good idea of like a visualization, and you like working your way through it in those rooms.
And with the algebra things you get.
Yeah, with the algebra. And then by the time you get to the end, it's like, okay, Flux is like, okay, P equals I equals 2, and like L is like because at first, like, they're very simple, and by the time you get to the end, like you like looking at it, it's like, okay, yeah, because you just go through your inventory and like try to keep in mind every single one of these.
It's no, and let me be clear. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I just found the other three personally even more phenomenal. They're all phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing that I'm halfway through the game, 4 major palaces. They're all home runs.
Yeah, they're all really good.
Yeah, and I think some of it is just like aesthetically, I found the bank slightly less interesting, but still beautiful, and I love the way they do it. And the lock room, once you get there, is so great.
Yeah, I like all the stuff with like the security cameras.
Yes.
Like, I think there's something fun about like you make your way through something and then you break it, and so like all the security cameras break. So if you ever go through that hallway again, you're fine.
Yeah.
There's something about like that puzzle design of the dungeon that I really love, and it also like now that we're at 4 of these that we can talk about on the podcast. Like, you can highlight now how different every single palace feels from one another. Like, they are all structured so differently. Where, like, some of them, like, one of the things that's really cool about the bank one is that there are only, like, 4 safe rooms in that whole dungeon. Because of how circular the design is, it keeps on racking back in on itself. You keep on, in almost like a Dark Souls-esque manner, you keep on finding new shortcuts that lead back to an older safe room that then you can save in to go back out.
Yeah, exactly. It's
really cool.
No, it's really cool. I love that one. There's something that like the museum just kind of tickled the art, like the art major in me, and I love that. But they're all great. The bank one is great, and I love the way Kanashiro's ends, where you break him, you steal his heart and everything, and then he's gone to the police, and you're kind of waiting to hear. I actually like that because he's off confessing.
Yeah,
you just haven't seen it yet. But I love all that. I mean. Yeah, that palace is great. I really love the music, and I love the music in all the palaces. That one has a really good song.
It's one of the biggest strengths of the Persona 5 soundtrack over the other Persona soundtracks is I think across the board it tends to have better dungeon music.
Yes.
Like, a lot of the dungeon music is really good, and in particular the bank one, particularly the first bank theme is really catchy.
It's so great. Like, my favorite dungeon palace music so far is Futaba's palace, the pyramid.
It's really good.
But they're all, like, the castle, the museum, the bank, the pyramid, all 4 of them, just outstanding. Like, there's no piece of music in this game that is not batting 1,000. It's so good. But anything else to say about that story arc?
No, I think that's...
and I love, once Makoto joins, it's just such a joy, and then it's like, the game very easily could, I think, coast on how well it's doing at that basic format, and could go with another shitty adult for you to target and all that stuff. But instead... You get to that flash forward with Sai, and she's like, how did you take down, like, an international hacker ring? And it's like, where the fuck are they going with this?
How did you take down Anonymous, basically, is what she says.
Yes, and so then you get into the most convoluted and so far maybe most satisfying stretch of the Persona 5 story, which is the story of Futaba, the sad little girl.
Yeah, the Hikikomori.
Yeah, I mean, she's not actually younger than you, but she seems like...
No, she's younger
she
than you.
is?
She's 1 year younger than you. Yeah.
Well, okay.
She doesn't go to school, so it's hard to tell, but she is.
I didn't mean she was like Nanako. I didn't...
Oh, no, she's not a 5-year-old.
Yeah, no, she's younger relatively.
You are technically her senpai.
Yes. But anyway, man, what a story. That I actually just wrapped this up today because I did the palace really early and I had a lot to play through.
Yeah.
And I'm still in that week where everyone is going to hang out with Futaba, which is awesome.
So you haven't really been introduced to her fully yet because, like, you haven't, like, you've saved her and everything, but, like, you still don't know how she's going to fit into the team yet.
Not fully. I mean, I know she's going to be your support character.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, in terms of, like, the narrative dynamics, because her character is so reserved still that, like,
But I'm getting a sense of it, and I think she's a great character. But either way, the story around that, I mean, it's so convoluted where basically Medjed, the hacker organization, decides they have it out for the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, they are going to basically bring down Japan economically through hacking.
Yeah.
And you have to defeat them, and it's like, well, fuck. And at the same time, a mysterious person named Alibaba starts texting the protagonist and says, I know you're the Phantom Thieves. They're listening in on you, and it's like, I want you to steal someone's heart, basically.
Yeah, that's such a great moment, that, like, time you're just, like, randomly in class, and you think, like, oh, Ryuji texted me or something, and then it's, like, this weird face on your screen, you're like, I'm Alibaba, and you're like, what the fuck?
It's almost like they did everything else up to that point of the texting in class for that moment.
Yeah.
Because it's such a great moment. And eventually you find out Alibaba wants you to steal the heart of a girl named Futaba Sakura.
Yeah.
And don't know why, but if you do that, Alibaba will help you take down Medjed. You realize Sakura is the name of your guardian, Shojiro. And you're like, okay. And you go ask him, and eventually you realize Futaba is his daughter who stays in his room and might be abused in some way. Yeah. Even though Shojiro at this point seems like a pretty decent dude. So you're like, that doesn't seem right. And throughout all of this, you see these little cutaways to the person you will eventually find out is Futaba. And then the team realizes, wait, Alibaba must be Futaba, otherwise this whole... Because they also, Alibaba gives you a calling card to give to Futaba.
Yeah.
And like, they must be the same person. And you're trying to think, okay, why would someone want to have their heart stolen? And I think it is such a brilliant twist on the Persona 5, framework up to this point of like, you're not stealing a bad person's heart, you're not stealing someone's heart unknowingly. Someone is in such pain that they have figured out what you guys do and are asking you to steal their heart. And then the story that extends from there of what happened to Futaba and her mother and where Shojiro fits into all of this, out fucking standing.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite parts of the whole game for sure. It's like, because I always am so amazed whenever like Persona games are able to do that in the middle, where it's like all of a sudden here's this like huge twist on the structure of like the characters you've met up to this point, or like how you're playing the game. And here, like, this is one of the most significant ones of like, you like it, and it's a interesting sort of dynamic because you're so used to the sort of like building rogues gallery and like that of like going in and like finding some asshole and changing their heart, and you think at the beginning of this section that's probably what it's going to be, because like you don't know who is running this hacker ring, but you know that, oh, that's probably how it's going to culminate. You're going to find some dude who thinks he's like, on top of the world and is all high and mighty because he has these hacking skills, and that like they like all the world is their oyster because they have these abilities, and then you'll like find out who they are and change their heart and all that stuff. And instead you find out, no, like this is this girl who's sad and alone and afraid, that also represents this other kind of like with all the other characters, a like archetype that exists in Japanese society and in Japanese media of like a certain kind of person that is harmed by society in specific ways. And this is like the shut-in, or in Japanese you call it hikikomori, which is a whole phenomenon that's been going on for decades in Japan, of people literally like locking themselves up in the room and like cutting themselves off from society entirely. And so she is that, and like she wants you to go fix her, and having to do that and like in uncovering that like through her dungeon of like what her past is, what she thinks her past is, and what maybe actually happened, and like figuring all of that out is such a fascinating part of the story.
And, it would be such a shame if the game didn't do something like this at some point, because as I said last week, what these palaces are these like journeys of empathy.
Yeah.
Of like you getting to a point where you kind of see this villain, whoever they are, face to face for what they truly are. And sometimes that is disgusting, sometimes it's pathetic. In this case, what it is you're going on a journey of empathy for someone who is good and who truly needs it, And it's not, there is a boss battle at the end, and it's actually a really cool one in this case, but that's not what's important. It's about piecing together kind of the mystery of this girl and what can we do to help her. And that's what matters, and I think it's a real standout of the game so far for me, is this whole story and the palace encompassing it, because the Pyramid Palace in the middle of the desert, that is my favorite palace.
Yeah, it's really
good. The
music
music is amazing. It gives me a really heavy Sonic Adventure 2 vibe.
Yeah.
And I say that in the best way possible, because those desert areas in Sonic Adventure 2 are really evocative, I think.
Yeah.
And like musically, aesthetically, it reminds me of that. I think the palace is so creative in that really it's just one corridor you're going up. The thing's got just a couple of save rooms.
Yeah.
It really only needs like the one, but they give you extras just for fun.
Yeah.
And you just have to get up there, but you have to keep going off these side corridors to basically redirect these lights.
It is maybe the longest continuous like light mirror puzzle in video game history.
Yes.
Like, it's not that complicated a one, but it is like technically that is what it is, and it's like, but it's like 6 hours long.
Yeah, it is. And like I did it all in one day in the game, but it took me a couple of sittings in real life to play through it. But man, I dug it. It's so great. And like even the intro stuff where you have to go into the little town.
I love that. It's such just a smart thing of, again, like it's like you have this very specific formula in mind of you go into the palace, like you probably get kicked out at first, and then you find like the secret route to go in and all that stuff. And here, having to go off to this whole other town, like off to the side, and do this weird little thing of like trapping that dude in the like alleyway or whatever, is so cool, of just like taking something you were expecting of the process of entering a dungeon and kind of turning it on its head a little bit. And just like the idea of there being this whole other, like it's tiny, but there's a whole other area of the palace that is like completely disconnected from the main area. It's just a cool sort of like psychological element, because you've never had that, like Persona 4 never had that. You never had something in Persona 4 where you like went to the dungeon, but like, oh wait, no, like actually, like before you can go into Naoto's secret base, like there's a missile silo over there that you have to go and infiltrate to get like the key code or something.
You have to go play Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just a cool concept that you normally, it actually, partially because I played through Ocarina of Time so recently, but it kind of reminds me of, in Ocarina of Time, there are a lot of dungeons like the Water Temple, for instance, where you have to go through the ice cavern first to get the ice boots to then go to the Water Temple, and it's kind of got that aspect of like, it's not just one contained area, it's like this small journey you have to take.
It's something actually the classic Zelda games do really well, is all those like different paths you have to take to get to the actual dungeon is often a puzzle room in and of itself. Yeah, you get that here with this, and it's great. And then the overall just aesthetic of the desert and tying into both her mental state, but the Alibaba name and stuff like that, and all of that. It's such an interesting thing. You get that great animated cutscene of them driving through the desert, which was in all the trailers. Which, by the way, I think we're now officially past the point where any footage is in the trailers. Because I think the trailers just go up to the desert
almost. stuff. Like nothing that's like really overt main story stuff. Like there are some images, I can think of like one in particular from the trailers that we have.
There's that one character who has an image, anyway. But other than that, like I know the desert, I was waiting for a desert palace because that was in all the trailers.
Yeah.
But anyway, no. I loved this palace, and the story progression through the palace is so delicate and precise in its pacing, where basically the story you learn is her mother seemingly committed suicide. Futaba has had to take the brunt of this because there was a forged suicide note that these dick adults basically made and tried to make Futaba the sheep for this,
Yeah, like sort of like pushed it on her to like give the story plausibility that like Futaba was such a bothersome child because Wakaba, her mother, was a single mother and like had all these pressures as being a researcher, and the story they constructed to sort of make the suicide plausible was that all that pressure of her life got to her, and so she jumped in front of a car to just end it. And, they sort of like psychologically abused Futaba to sort of convince her that was true, to make the story sound convincing overall.
And so Futaba is basically this, genius, this really smart person who clearly feels very deeply about these things and has become this shut-in since then, and your heart just breaks every step of the way. And I think this palace, even more than and all of them do a great job at it, but this palace in terms of, visually literalizing and actualizing what's going on with the character, this palace does it best, especially because of those puzzle murals you have to do.
Yeah, where you're like literally reconstructing her memory through like reassorting these like sliding puzzles.
But also turning her memory into like these, hieroglyphs, where like it's not really clear what happened, and they are like this archaeological thing because her mind is pretty broken at this point. And again, Persona 5 does not pull its punches. This girl has been deeply abused, but not in the typical way we think of that.
Yeah, and not in an obvious way, but like it's clearly has like,
and not by the people who love her either. Like that's the other thing is what happens to Shojiro over the course of this story and how that character is revealed. Because it's not just that he's not a dick; he's a really good guy, and he's tried so hard. And you realize why he is the way he is with the protagonist at the beginning, both because I think he has high standards, but also because it's gonna be. I think he's doing this for genuinely altruistic reasons. Yeah, but he can't open himself up like that. Yeah, and just seeing like what he's been through, he really has tried to be the best person he can be, the best father he can be in this scenario, and to have to live through that. I mean, you're basically healing two people at once with this. Yeah. And there's a moment at the end where, all right, you do the palace and all that, and then you wait like 3 weeks for Futaba to sleep. Yeah. And I'll admit, that is one of the, it's funny, but it's also like, that's one of the ones where it's like, I would think there'd be a little more urgency about figuring this out, but whatever.
Yeah, but no, I mean, Sojiro tells you that this happens every once in a while, which is a really funny scene where everyone's like, we're going to have to tell him. It's like, she's doing this again, huh?
But, the first time Persona 5 brought a tear to my eye was at the end of that when it's so simple, but all that happens is you are sitting having a coffee with Shojiro and Futaba walks in. Yeah. And she doesn't walk in dramatically. It's not like anything big happens. She just walks in and sits down to have a coffee, and the fact that she is able to do that and like the look on Shojiro's face and realizing what this means to him and what this, means to her, even though she's not going to admit it right now. Yeah. That is an immensely powerful moment. Yeah. Yeah. Just the fact that she can get out of her room and come to her, dad's coffee shop, it means the world. Like you feel like what the Phantom Thieves did in that moment more powerfully than kind of anything else in the game so far.
Yeah, I agree. And it's when, like, a couple of weeks ago on the podcast, I talked about when I was walking around outside and, like, listening to the Persona 5 soundtrack, and, like, a song hit me really hard in a way I wasn't expecting. I had to, like, sit down for a second. I was listening to Alley Cat, which is a song. It's a song that plays in a couple different places in the game, but it very heavily is featured in this section. That's a sad sort of, like, electric piano song that for me, because it's, like, really prominent in this section and a couple other places with Sojiro and Futaba in particular, it, like, really emblemizes, like, their relationship. And, like, and then also, like, you'll see, like, coming forward, it's this weird family thing that is being made between Sojiro, Futaba, and the protagonist character, because they're all kind of living together, and it's like this bizarre family unit. But it is that, like, moment of where, you know, slowly over the course of the game up to this point, you are definitely getting the sense of, like, oh, Sojiro is definitely, he's a better guy than you think at the beginning of the game. So at the beginning of the game, he seems like a total dick. You think he's just taking you in for money or something, and he seems like he's probably some womanizer or something on the side, and at this point you realize, oh, the person he's talking to on the phone all the time that you think he's, like, talking to, like, all these different women or something, that's Futaba, and, like, he's talking about, like, going and getting her food and stuff. And it's like that moment of realization of, like, oh, this guy I thought was kind of a dick, or maybe like a complete asshole, but at least probably kind of a dick and, like, a really cold person that I've been slowly warming up to over the course of, like, it's one of the things about the social link design of the game that I think is smart, and how they, like, you have to really work to advance Sojiro's social link, because he does not
still haven't gone beyond, like, level 3 because it's hard.
Like, it's hard. Like, you have to really commit to spending time with him if you want to get to know him better, because that's the kind of guy he is. And it's only until this moment where you, like, have this opportunity through Futaba to really deepen that relationship. And here's, like, one thing that, like, because you're past this point, you're not going to know this, but in Sojiro's social link, once you get to rank 4, you cannot advance him past that point until you clear Futaba's palace, because...
Oh, then I haven't been wasting time.
Yeah,
Good.
Not really, yeah. So it's, like, one of the things that's intentional about that design. And then past that point, it actually gets easier. Because, like, that's how his social link is designed, is you have this opportunity to now get to know him and become a kind of this weird family with him. It's like that process and this, like, inflection point of this story is so powerful. And, like, it's like when I thought about when, like, that song just sort of, like, brought all these memories of, like, the scene here where he tears up after she walks into the cafe for, like, just half a second. Like, it's so powerful because you know this dude is such a hard ass about all this stuff. Like, he's puts on such a, like, tough exterior, but deep down, like, this is a guy who took in this woman who was his coworker that he probably was in love with in some way, but never had a relationship with, and he took in her daughter into his home, who was, like, her psychologically traumatized daughter who can't even, like, basically go out of her room and still function in society, and he took her in and took care of her and has been trying to find some way to take care of her. And he has a line in this game where he basically says, I think the translation is basically, like, how do you fix psychological wounds? Right. But, like, in Japanese, it's like how do wounds of the heart heal? And, like, he, like, tears up when he says that. It's, like, such a hard thing to take, you know?
I gave the answer, I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
Because I don't know how, there is no answer to that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is when I realized, if I can identify one unifying theme of Persona 5, you know, like, if the unifying theme of Persona 3 is death, the unifying theme of Persona 5 to me, and the word I keep coming back to, is empathy. It is a game about what disconnects people is our inability to not just be able to understand each other, but to want to take that step. And of course, it's set in Tokyo because it's even harder when you're in a setting like that there's so many people, and that just distances all of us from them more and more and more. You know, and the world would be better on every level if people took the time to look past whatever that exterior is and think about someone deeper down. And that is the role the Phantom Thieves are really taking in the world, is through taking their heart, kind of forcing these acts of empathy, but also realizing, like, if we want to make the world the way we want to see it, then we have to live that through people. We have to be able to look at a Shojiro who was kind of a dick to us at first and realize, well, why was he that way? What made him that way? What happened here? And realize this is a good dude.
Yeah.
You know, Miss Kawakami, she seems mean to you at first, but you do her social link, and it's like, no, she's a good woman who wants to do good in the world.
Who's a great teacher.
Yeah, who's a great teacher. And, like, all these steps, like every story in the game kind of keeps coming back to those points. Even when people are sort of irredeemable, that doesn't mean empathy isn't possible.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really powerful thing, and it's another one of those things where Persona kind of reaches for some of the biggest questions you can ask as a human, and then explores them in this beautiful, beautiful way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Persona 5, man.
Persona 5, it's a hell of a game.
Fucking game. Yeah. So who knows how much we will be able to play for next week.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can keep a pace and I don't. It's hard to know if we'll be able to make through 2 solid dungeons, but that would be a good chunk. Like knowing where the game goes. Although it's going to be interesting seeing how we start splitting up the discussions from this point, because we're getting closer to getting all the party members, and if you've played any other Persona game, once you have all the party members, the story starts moving into a new sort of phase. So
right. I mean, I will have more time to play this game this week than I have last. Like last week, I just didn't even have a lot of time to play it, but we'll see. Yeah, it's so great. I'm so happy to be talking about it.
Yeah,
this game is something else.
It's really remarkable. Yeah, and this was one of my. I say this is one of my favorite stretches of the game. I mean, the truth is, every part of the game is my favorite stretch of the game.
It's a remarkably consistent game.
Yeah, but it is something where it's all the Persona games are like this, but I think Persona 5 even more than the others. It does each step, each sort of episode, each phase feels so distinct and powerful and unique from one another, to the point of you have the Futaba section that is also the summer section of the game that feels so different from everything else. And that's, I think, why I every time we're talking about this, I'm talking about oh yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of the game. I think I've said that about every single thing we've talked about so far, because they are all my favorite part, because they are all different enough to stand on their own.
But you're right. I mean, I've played half the game, and it does feel to me like I've watched 50 episodes of anime or something that had, distinct arcs, but very well, but better done than most anime, frankly, is able to do that with long-running stories. So, goddamn, this game is so great. And just every time I look up from our timeline here and I see your Persona Shrine and I'm reminded of just how great the art is, I just want to go play more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we will play more. We will come back next week. We will talk about Persona 5. Hopefully Trump hasn't nuked anybody.
Well, let's not keep our hopes too high, Jonathan. Let's keep our expectations realistic.
Someone needs to change that dude's heart.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually, but first I think we all need to go to the beach.
Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack
and Sean Chapman.
We are here to talk about Persona 5. It's still good.
It is still very good, yes.
I want to start off with a little bit of Persona 5 talk.
Okay.
Very non-spoilery Persona 5 talk.
Okay.
But Sean, I just reached basically the last day, your last free day in the game.
Right.
Where you can finish your social links and stuff in Persona 5.
Yes.
And I have never on a first playthrough finished all the social links in a Persona game. I did it in Persona 5. There are some still story-gated, automatic ones, but hopefully those will finish because they're automatic and I have no control over it.
The game's just fuck it. Yeah. No, you're forever will be rank 9 with Morgana or something.
Right, and that's where I actually looked. It's only Morgana and Igor I'm rank 9 with. Everyone else is 10. So I maxed all out. I did it on literally the last possible day, unless there's days I don't know about in the future, but I looked it up and I don't think there are.
No, there aren't.
Yeah, this game, it's kind of funny. Persona 5 is a much longer game than 3 or 4, but its calendar is much shorter than either of those games.
Kind of.
Well, because 3 goes to the end of January. 4 has, it kind of skips January, but it has February and other things.
That's only the golden, though.
Right, sure.
The vanilla Persona 4 doesn't, so I think, they added that time in. Because I do think, Persona 5 doesn't skip as many days. It doesn't, skip huge chunks of time the way Persona 3 and 4 do.
It doesn't do it that way. It does, take time away from you, but it's you're right, it's different, it's a different thing. But yeah, I mean, but in this process, so I clutched it last day, I did it. The just sheer ecstasy I felt when I basically got a text from my last social link buddy who I was not sure, why have you not had a day yet this week, you fucking stupid little kid.
Shinya, yeah.
That's the thing, you cannot easily predict when social links happen in this game the same way you can in 3
It's
and
definitely
4.
more difficult.
Yeah, and so you can't draw a calendar for yourself the same way you could with 3 and 4. But I got that text and I was just yes! I was shouting in my empty room at the TV, I was so happy. But before this, I had been filled with deep, deep anxiety.
Yeah, no, I was there once.
I want to show you what this produced. I brought it along because in November of Persona, I started taking out paper and a pen and just started like charting everything because I was so like I was close enough that I thought I could do it, but not close enough that it was in the bag.
Yeah.
So I got obsessed with this, and like I am clinically diagnosed with anxiety. That is a thing about me. I take medication for it. This game was not. This game set that off in the most glorious, beautiful way possible. Where I charted every day of December, morning and night, everything I did.
Man, Jonathan, I just have to say, it's been a long time since I've seen your handwriting.
It's bad.
It's been a while.
It's bad.
And man, it's really bad.
My November chart was messier, so I abandoned that. You're looking at that now. I tried calendaring out December for myself, but you couldn't really do it, so that didn't work.
Yeah.
And so anyway, like, that's how obsessed I got, is I had front and back page charts where I charted everything. I was cycling upwards of 10 saves. I had because I was just in case I have to go back, here's the other option I could have done that day. And I did have to do it a couple of times, not by long stretches or anything. But it worked in the end. I got it, and it was the most satisfying fucking feeling in the world.
Like, I have to be totally honest, when last time on the podcast, when you told me how far you were and like how far your social link progress was, I didn't think you were going to make it. I didn't say anything, but in my heart of hearts, I was like, you're like close enough on the edge in like my mental projection that I didn't think you're going to quite make it, but I didn't want to discourage you. I also wanted to see you flounder.
As you can tell, I had to work really hard.
Yeah.
Like, this involves, like, my play clock right now is 89 hours. It's actually way more than that because of reloads and stuff, especially with this part. But, like, man, it was fucking stressful. But, like, and I don't know if they make a Persona 6 at some point, I don't know if I can do it. If they make it harder than this was, like, Jesus Christ. But that's the other thing, is that Persona 5, once you figure out what tools to unlock and, like, use, you feel like the master of the fucking world in this game.
There's that point, for me, the first time I played it, it was around halfway through summer, and like getting a little bit deeper into Hifumi's social link was the one where I was like, put all the pieces together and be like, okay, this is how you do this. And it's like the fucking clockwork just process of mastering everything and like mastering your schedule and finishing off all those social links. Because when I played it in Japanese, I had about a week left by the time I had finished all my social links. This time through, with these, like, I finished all my last social link that like there's not a story gated one on December 3rd, although like really I had it done like in late November, but Shinya's like you have to do so much stuff with him to like go into the mementos and shit that it was like, I know I have this one done. It was the only one done. So really, like, it was like around like November fucking 20 or something, I really had all of them done.
Yeah.
And so that was like such an amazing feeling of seeing just how much more extra time you can have in the game when you go in from the beginning without, it's not a new game plus, it was still like completely nothing, right? But just all the knowledge I had gained on my first playthrough and going in again, there's so much shit you can do to maximize your efficiency that like because even with this, like my second playthrough, I realized some things of like, oh fuck, if I had done this differently, I'm pretty sure you probably can't maximize every single social link before you go into Nijima's palace, but you can get, just because I don't think there's literally enough days with the social links you unlock there to do it, but like you can basically unlock, complete all of them except for those that you just literally don't have enough days to finish them at that point in the game, and it's fucking ridiculous.
It's fucking ridiculous, and the game knows it because they give it to you as like a specific challenge of like, this game is very clear of what days you have and what days you don't.
Yeah.
And like it gives it to you in chunks. And I'm split a little bit on how I feel about that pace-wise versus Persona 3/4, but I do think it's really interesting on a challenge level of like, these are the chunks of time you have, do with them what you will, and then you can just imagine the game in the voice of Igor probably cackling at you. Yeah, pretty much exactly like that. And you're just, but it's amazing. Like, there are so many things I kind of wish I had known going in, but at the same time, I'm glad I didn't, because that act of discovery and then scrambling to figure it out. Like, you were joking about one of the things in the Temperance social link of when you look at it, you're like, does it really say that?
Yeah.
I had that with the Fortune social link. And my recommendation to players is max Temperance and Fortune as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Because that will free weeks and weeks of your time. I mean, like, not an exaggeration. Like,
no, yeah, it makes a huge difference.
Huge difference. Like, and you could have a long, drawn-out fight of who is more useful, temperance or fortune. But it is insane.
There are people who have probably done that math, who have done that chart of like,
Yes.
okay, like if you do finish this one here, that opens up theoretically this many extra days. But if you do this one, it's like there's so much shit that goes behind the scenes and how you try to maximize that stuff out, because it's not just like the abilities those things give you, but then you have to like figure out how to maximize making use of those abilities.
Yes.
And that is another challenge on top of everything.
I mean, as you can see, I have my notes of like this thing up on
Yes.
this morning of like, so I know I did that, and I was like marking the number of notes I got from a social link, so I knew where it's just, it is crazy, and I felt like an insane person at some point, but it's also like someone on the Persona team wanted people to do this, because that's how they built the fucking game, man.
Yeah.
That's how they did it, and now that I'm on the other side of it, it was a blast. And I have, I think, a good chunk of the game left, you know? You can tell me.
Yes, you
Yeah,
do. Yeah.
yeah.
There's the whole ending.
Yeah.
It is a whole thing.
So, yeah, but man. So everyone knows what we're going to talk about in spoiler terms later in today's podcast for Persona is I'm at like the 90-hour mark. I've finished the 5th, 6th, 7th palaces and all that, but we're only going to talk about palaces 5 and 6 and those 2 story arcs. And that brings us to a very important inflection point in the story.
Yes.
So if you have not played that far, to the end of the 6th palace, the Nijima Palace, as you said.
And like everything that comes after that. So it's not just like, oh, you like played it and then like haven't quite beaten the boss yet. Like, do not listen, because it, like there's a lot of story stuff that happens immediately after completing that dungeon. That's very spoilery.
Yes, and then I think next week we'll talk about the end of the game.
Yes.
So, because I played like 40 hours of the game this week, so if I can't finish it in the next week, that'd be weird.
That would be very concerning, yeah.
Yeah, no. I was, just so people know, I was off work this week, so that's how I was able to basically do a full-time job of Persona this week.
Yeah.
And it was worth it. Yeah, I got to spend time with my dog and play Persona, and again, Persona, I'm thankful, is a game you can, for lots of it, play one-handed, which is good if your dog...
Yeah, right.
If your
wink,
dog...
Wink. Play it with one hand.
Oh, I see what
That's
you're
what
doing.
I do when I call Kawakami.
No, I meant that my dog wants to be in my lap getting a like head scratch, and I need to like also.
Yeah,
but I'm also,
right.
Like,
the dog in your lap needs a head scratch. Wink, wink. Yeah,
That's
I totally know what you're saying.
fucking.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Anyway, so it's been fun. So let's go ahead and move on and talk about Persona motherfucking 5.
Persona.
I think that is its official title.
It's
so
basically
good.
what I call it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I said, from this point on, we will have spoilers for the 5th palace, which is the Okumura Palace, the 6th palace, the Nijima stuff, and all the fallout of that. Not getting into the 7th palace stuff too much, hopefully not at all, but those 2 parts of the game, you will know it if you've gotten to it.
Yeah.
And other than that, spoilers in 3, 2, 1, scamper away if you haven't gotten there. I want to start this by talking about a specific character.
Okay.
And it'll take us through some plot points, but then I want to go back and talk about other things in depth.
All right.
It's just so fresh on my mind. I want to talk about Akechi.
Okay, yeah.
If you don't mind.
Akechi Goro.
I had such a weird arc with this character, personally.
I think everybody does.
Because I thought, spoilers, Akechi, again, if you haven't played it, Akechi is one of the bad guys.
Yeah.
He is the guy in the black mask causing the mental shutdowns.
Yes.
And I thought, I honestly predicted that pretty shortly after we met him.
Yeah.
I saw Akechi and I'm like, this, duh. But
I mean, because they have the scene where he, like, with the pancakes and all that shit.
But that's so early in the game.
Yeah.
And when by the time you finally get to the reveal, it's so far later in the game. I went through this weird arc with him where I disliked Akechi so much and I found him so off-putting. I thought at some point, am I being unfair? Because like there's really been no more evidence that he might be a bad guy.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a good guy. He's coming by the cafe. I keep kicking him out every night because you can do that and it's funny. But then I feel bad about it. And then he comes to you after everything with the Okumura Palace and the Phantom Thieves have had their fall from grace. And he has this offer. And I thought, maybe I was wrong. Like, maybe that's too predictable, and he is a good guy. And I even made a tweet like, Akechi's growing on me.
Yeah.
I still think and the thing that kept ringing in the back of my head, though, is he's a shitty fucking detective. Because he makes no real deductions. The biggest red flag, honestly, is when he comes and makes his case to the Phantom Thieves. I'm like, you didn't deduce they were the Phantom Thieves. You were standing around and saw them go into the palace and followed them. Both Futaba and Makoto have actually done the deductions. You haven't done shit and you're calling yourself an ace detective. I don't know if I trust this guy, But okay, he's helping us out. He seems nice. He's on my team. He has these moves that no one else does, so it's nice to have him on the lineup. So, he has curse and light skills, which I don't always have a persona that has that, so it's nice to have him. And then he's the bad guy, and I'm like, I fucking knew it. But I don't know how I feel about it 100%. Yeah. I like a lot of the drama that goes along with that, and I'm not going to talk about what happens with Akechi beyond this arc, but I think where they ultimately bring the character is interesting, and I like some of that. But I did wonder if it was like too predictable too early that it played with my emotions. And then the other thing with Akechi is the English voice doesn't work. I don't know if you've heard it.
No.
I don't like that. It took me a while to determine that I specifically, and I don't think it's that the actor is doing a bad job. I don't think that character type works in the English language.
It's hard, yeah.
Because he is basically Light Yagami from Death Note.
Yeah. And his Japanese voice sounds like the Japanese Light Yagami. Yeah.
And that is a very set archetype in anime that is, I think, very doable in Japanese, with not just the Japanese language and culture, but how Japanese actors act,
Yeah, and just like the way that, because Japanese is such a vowel-heavy language compared to English, which is so heavy on consonant sounds, that you have like a much sort of smoother range of modulation between high pitch and low pitch in Japanese, that you can do the pretty boy like polite Bishonen character, which is what Akechi is, and have that very soft toned voice and make it sound good. And English, that's just with the way our language sounds, it just doesn't sound right. It sounds like a put on every time.
And that's the problem, is that Akechi never in English sounds natural, whether he's pretending to be good or he's being bad.
Yeah.
It sounds wrong all the time. And that's honestly the main reason I never liked Akechi, is it's this dude's just putting on a show. And the thing is, in Japanese, I think you can get past that. I think you can, Death Note, Light is the bad guy from episode 1, but you can watch him interacting with someone else and his voice doesn't sound false. He's being false. But and the Death Note dub has this problem too.
Yeah.
Where I think there's some good voices in the Death Note dub, but the English Light doesn't work one iota. And that's what the problem is. Just it always sounds like someone pretending to be nice. Whereas in Japanese, you can kind of they are pretending, but it doesn't sound like.
I think one of the other differences is the way that politeness works in the Japanese language is everybody's pretending to be nice if they're talking in honorific language with you. It is, and that's not to say that they're being deceptive. It's kind of the way that honorific language sounds a lot of the time, in kind of an intentional way, is that this is not how this person really is. They're putting on a polite face for you, and it can be very difficult to tell, are they putting a polite face on for me because they're just someone who's very polite all the time, or is it because they're an evil motherfucker and trying to kill me with their magic powers?
Right. So, kind of a mix. I think I reacted negatively to Akechi for kind of 3 reasons. 1/3 of that is that you're kind of supposed to. He's not a nice guy. 1/3 of that is I didn't like the English performance, and I don't think it quite works. And I think they're between a rock and a hard place on that, so I'm not damning the dub for that or anything. Yeah. Again, 99% of this dub is outstanding, I think. And then the other third, I do think there's a little bit of the game maybe plays it a little too long of is he or isn't he a bad guy, and then the reveal when we get there's so much good stuff in there, but there was a little bit of I get it, he's a bad guy, we can stop drawing it out and being obviously it's no one else. It's who on our team betrayed us? It's well, it's the guy who just joined and is an asshole, obviously, and whose costume is too self-aware ridiculous, Everyone else's costume is just ridiculous for the sake of it. His is douchey, ridiculous.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah. But so I had a couple issues with that. Overall, I loved this part of the game in so many different ways. But Akechi is such a weird, interesting character to talk about. So
yeah, I think what's interesting is I had, with other than the voice stuff, I had a very similar reaction in terms of my relationship to him throughout the game. I'm curious, did you, when the pancake dialogue happened with Morgana, did you catch that he heard that?
I did, but I didn't, because it's so long before that comes up again, I didn't know if it was important. I didn't know if there was some kind of maybe the writers didn't catch that or something, but I did. I'm he shouldn't be able to hear Morgana.
Yeah. So because when I caught that, I was in the back of my head for the entire game. Every time I saw him, I was you motherfucker, you weren't supposed to hear that. And so and it wasn't that I hated him, it was that I knew that he was going to obviously end up being a bad guy, because of course he heard the thing, but then it is that thing where it goes on for so long that then it starts turning where you're like, no, but he can't be. And for me, there's like gameplay stuff that the gameplay stuff made it where I was like, oh, maybe he really isn't, because there was like a weird fortuitous thing where, because I had not seen the box art or something for the game, because I had the digital version of the game, so I wasn't like really aware of what the box art looked like that much, and I hadn't, because the standby feature on the PlayStation 4, I hadn't seen the boot up screen of the game that much either. Like, I've only seen it who knows how many times, and a lot of time I wasn't really paying attention to it. And it just so happened right around the time Akechi joins your team, I booted up the game again from nothing and to watch the opening movie, and I noticed in the boot up screen it's all the party members, and Akechi's there too, because he's also on the box art, and the only other people that are on the box art are all the main characters and Arsena, the main character's persona, and that's it. And so it's like, and none of the other villain characters show up there, and that was when I was like, oh wait, shit, okay, is he supposed to be? And then right after that, he joined your team, and then he has the only other 2 spell types that none of your other teammates account for.
Exactly.
And it was like, wait, holy shit, maybe he is a good. And I kept on thinking that they're going to reveal that he maybe he's not evil, but he has been operating in some way in the metaverse that you didn't know about, because he could hear Morgana back then, but he's just been playing all that close to his chest.
That's exactly, because I actually had the same thing where I had the box art but never looked at it.
Yeah.
Where he's actually kind of off to the corner, so you can easily miss him if you're looking at, because it's a very busy image, as most images in Persona 5 are.
Yeah.
So I didn't think he was literally going to be a member of the Phantom Thieves, but then he starts joining you, and then I remember looking at the box art, I'm like, oh, maybe he's one of the Phantom Thieves. And the pancake thing, it's not inherently he has to be a bad guy.
Yeah.
It could be that, he never tells us exactly when he got his persona, so maybe it's just he's had it for longer than we thought, and he, for reasons unknown, he didn't come forward. That doesn't mean he's bad. That's that's a jump. We didn't have any inherent reason to think he's bad. There was something about him where I just didn't trust the guy. But you're right. Once he gets on your team, he has a costume. He gets the baton pass and everything.
Yeah, he has his own splash screen when you finish the all-out attack. He has all these different lines and dialogue.
And they even do the thing that most of the palaces do, where each palace, the enemies are often built in such a way that you're supposed to use your new team member.
Yeah.
Like in the Okamura Palace, it benefits you to use Haru because a bunch of enemies are weak to the Sayo skills.
Yeah.
So same thing with Akechi. So I had him on my team for most of the casino dungeon, which is really fucking long.
Yeah.
And so I really kind of got to not necessarily like Akechi, but it's he's one of the team.
Yeah, and it's especially, there's the moment at the end of the Nijima Palace where she, arbitrarily ups the number of coins you need, and then he's like, oh, haha, I have this card, because that was when he first took the card, was when I was still on the, no, you're still a bad guy,
right,
and thought, this is going to be something, you're going to fuck me over at the end of this dungeon with this card you took secretly. It was like, oh, I see, but then it's no, he's actually helping you, and there's something about that where, I was never full, where at that point in the game, there was a really long part of the game where I just was not sure one way or the other where his allegiances lay. And it was never that I was fully convinced that he, at the beginning of the game when some of those scenes happened, I was like, of course he's going to be the bad guy. But then at this point I was like, he could go either way. I kind of have no idea. And even if it ultimately just goes back to, aha, he is really the bad guy, there's something about that of holy shit, there was something about that journey with that character that I really, especially when, we're not going to talk about the specifics, but when you find out more about his backstory in the next dungeon, and obviously, any Persona game, they're going to, every character has a more complicated story than what they, you see up front. That's the whole point of what a Persona is. And so when you kind of find out that you're not necessarily think he's the most amazing person in the world, but he becomes a far more sympathetic figure. And I think that work does a lot of where you ultimately don't know, I think, how much of him being with you as a part of the team was honest. How much of his relationship and friendship with the main character is kind of how he's really and how much that person he really wants to be. Because it's also one of the things that really I thought was interesting and kind of compelled me more towards it. Maybe he actually will be ultimately, or even if he is a bad guy, maybe you reform him or something. I don't know if you went in Mementos with him, but if you go into Mementos with him, he has lines all the other normal characters just driving around Mementos, and that's what the stuff I was like, this is a whole lot of work to put into this character for them to only show up in this one section of the game as a playable character. And he only shows up in that one section of the game as a party member, so...
It is really... So yeah, I'm not saying it's a problem with the game. I have very complex feelings on it, but the more we talk through it, the more I'm thinking... You're supposed to. You're supposed to have really complex feelings on it.
Yeah, because I think you're absolutely supposed to be extremely suspicious of him early on. Because because it was something where I wasn't sure after, because again, like that happens so early in the game, that I wasn't sure by the time I got to him being like a party member, if that shit with the pancake line was actually way more subtle than I remembered it being, and it was just kind of like a fluke that I caught it, because maybe I was paying way more attention to the lines, because it's not in my native language. But then obviously playing it the second time I got to the scene, it's like, no, it's so obvious. It's so, like, there's like 6 lines of dialogue in a row, like, all pointing to why the fuck are you talking about pancakes, Akechi? And it's, like, really obvious. They're trying to make it obvious, I think.
And when you, because they play the scene again.
Yeah.
And, same thing, like, this game is long,
Yeah.
And even the scene with the pancakes, that's a small part of a much bigger series of scenes. So it is easy to look at it and be like, that rubbed me the wrong way, but maybe I'm wrong,
Yeah.
Like, you start to doubt yourself in weird ways. So it is fascinating. Like, that is an example of the game using its length and its conventions and its gameplay style to push you in interesting directions. It plays with your heart really strongly,
Yeah, because it's like one of my favorite parts of this game is how they play around with like the way that social links work and everything, because they have a lot of very different, unique kinds of social links in this game.
Yeah.
Where like most Persona 3 and Persona 4 have like kind of like 2 or 3 different kinds of social link. It's like it's a normal social link, it's a story social link, or like you have Fox or whatever, like, and you have like the Velvet Room one. This one, there's a bunch of ones that advance in very different ways. And that moment where I think it's when you get Justice Rank 6, when you're like standing outside the building, and then all of a sudden you get like all the powers with him of like, oh, now he gets baton pass and he gets the recovery one and he can like survive a fatal hit, and it's like he just gets like 5 abilities in a row. It's like, okay, holy shit, I guess we're doing this. And I thought that was like a really amazing moment of where you've been building this social link with him up through the story progression of the game the whole time, and then like it's at that moment that you gain all the abilities you would have been gaining with him if he was a party member up to that point.
I agree with that. I think that's really interesting. I will say, though, overall, his social link and the way it progressed kind of felt to me like they got to the end of development and they were like, fuck, we forgot to give him a social link. Because it felt very like each one of those.
Sure.
Even compared to other auto social links, which are never the best. Teddy's, I think, is really good in Persona 4. But other than that, they're generally not the best social links. That one just felt a little bit like... there were moments, for instance, where I thought, that was a really interesting scene with Akechi. There's going to be a social link thing here. And there's not. And then there would be like just kind of a passing nothing. And then you would get an advancement.
Sure.
It felt very haphazard to me. And I do think, while in general I love the social links in this game, there are a couple that feel a little phoned in. And some of that is just it being, I think, the third game. And not everything can feel fresh. That one... But on a mechanical level, it's used excellently, I think.
Yeah.
So you're right about that. I just wanted to put that out there.
Sure.
Yeah. But Akechi, interesting character.
Yeah, and
literally has Light Yagami's hair. Like literally, someone opened the manga and was like, "How did Takeshi Oba, Sugumi Obata, or whatever his name is, Sugumi Oba, I think is the name, the artist of Death Note. Okay. How did he draw characters? There we go. Let's do that.
Yeah,
it's because that art style that Sugumi Oba has is so distinctive, and they very much borrow it for that character. So like that was my first reaction to him, is like, he looks like a character who's a real dick in another anime.
Yeah. And
I don't think that's a coincidence. And then the more you go, you're like, this really isn't a coincidence.
But he has a laser sword and a laser gun. That's pretty cool.
No, it's cool. And even though, as I joked, I think he's got like the douchey version of the Phantom Thieves costume, it is still fun to have him walking around with the fucking crow mask.
This huge crow mask and like this like bright white getup, because I do like how much he stands out against everyone else with that outfit on.
Yeah, no, that is a conversation we'll have to have, is what are the best Phantom Thieves costumes, because they're all good, but some are better than others.
Yeah, that's true.
So I pull for Haru, but there's a lot of good ones.
I mean, the main character is pretty fucking stylish.
Pretty fucking good.
But he tightens his gloves. Man.
You always have to set the main character aside, though, because they're always cooler and more stylish than anyone else.
But I mean, you said what's the best Phantom Thieves costume?
It's a good point. There's a lot of good costumes in this game. The cosplay from this game is going to be incredible.
It does feel like they almost like did that almost a bit on purpose to be like, hey, cosplayers, here you go. Make Haru's costume.
Yeah. There is this quality whenever the Phantom Thieves are like talking to someone else in the metaverse who also isn't a mask and stuff, of like, And they do make like jokes about it sometimes where it's like, it's pretty ridiculous because there's a bunch of people in silly costumes, sometimes having very heavy conversations. And I love that. It often is very funny. But yeah, no. So yeah, Akechi is a really interesting thing that kind of continues throughout this, because where it ultimately goes is he's not just a bad guy, but he shoots you in the fucking head.
He fucking shoots you in the fucking head. It's so fucking nuts. Did you watch the bad ending version of it?
No, but I've heard, like, if you don't finish a dungeon, he comes and kills you, right?
Well, no, I mean, because in that scene in the confessional when, like, it all comes back to the present and you, like, have to, you're talking to Sai, basically, because the good ending and bad ending are not that different, but it's, like, pretty kind of amazing when you get to see what the bad ending is you can, it basically depends on if you sell out your friends, you get the bad ending. If you don't, and you say, like, nah, fuck you, cop, I'm not going to tell you anything, cop, then you get the good ending.
I didn't know there was a split there, because I just gravitated towards, I'm not going to tell you anything. I guess I didn't realize there was a literal split there.
Yeah, because I'm just going to say what the bad ending is, because it's not different. It's the exact same cutscene as you get. Obviously, like, cuts out, like, a bunch of stuff, like, after that, in, like, between those 2 points that sort of sets up that actually you're going to survive this and all this shit. But it's the same scene where, like, Akechi walks down, encounters Sai, but she doesn't know anything about the phone because you didn't get that part in the dialogue. And so she just kind of, like, is like, why are you here? He's like, oh, I'm gonna go blah, 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 blah. And then she just kind of walks past him. He walks into the room, pulls out a fucking gun, shoots the guard, and then does the animated cutscene where he shoots you in the head, and your head splats onto the table with blood shooting out, and it just, like, holds on the main character's dead eyes for, like, 5 seconds, and then it just goes to credits.
That's amazing.
That's the bad ending is you just get fucking murdered. And that's it. It's like this 16-year-old boy just gets murdered in a police station. That's the bad ending to this video game. It's really fucked up.
Here's the thing, that scene is so extreme that I was worried I had gotten the bad ending. Because in the moment,
me too.
I wasn't sure if there was an actual split going on, because I thought it was so obvious you're supposed to not sell out your friends. But I was wondering, like, did I say something wrong? Like, is there something I did wrong? Because I get shot in the head, and then it's a while before you get back to he's alive.
Yeah.
And I said, seen all the machinations, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure something's coming. But you get worried, because the other Persona games, even when you get a bad ending, they don't go as far as you get shot in the fucking head.
Yeah.
Persona 4 has some crackers of bad endings, but this one, man.
Yeah, and just like that image of, like, your just main character's lifeless eyes staring into the camera. It's like, Jesus Christ.
And there's some really good animated cutscenes in there, like the one afterwards where it's like 3 minutes long of all the other characters going about their daily lives, hearing about you dying. And of course they all know there was a plan and they're hopeful, but it's just this beautiful, wistful scene.
Yeah.
I actually found the track from that on the soundtrack today while I was listening to some other songs. And I just flashed back to that scene, and I was like, that's a really powerful scene. Because you as the player are still not sure what's going on. Because that's a really interesting thing about this part of the game is we talked last week about how Persona 5 breaks first-person POV a lot.
Yeah.
And 3 only did it in select moments near the end. 4 never did. But 5 will often break POV. And they really break POV later on because they directly cut out scenes for you so you don't know what your own character's plan is.
Yeah.
It's a really, I think it works wonderfully, but it's such a weird move, you know?
It's just the thing where that sets off, like, the end section of the game with, excuse the pun, it sets it off with such a bang. I wasn't going to go there intentionally, but then I realized it was going that way, and so I had to say it. But, like, it sets off, like, the ending phase of the game where, like, because I mean, even, like, the stuff we're not going to talk about that happens in the Shido dungeon is fucking nuts. And then, like, obviously the stuff that happens after that to, like, the ending of the game is even more fucking nuts. And it's like the ending of this game goes in so many places. It has all these twists and turns in a way that, like, is not really how Persona typically has gone. Like, even in Persona 4 where they're, like, kind of doing a murder mystery thing, by the time you get to that point, like, it doesn't have that, like, feeling. Like, it is one of the things I think is one of the weaker parts of Persona 4 is that it doesn't manage to capture that by the end, because I think the huge runtime of that game is just not conducive to telling a murder mystery story at all. So it's like, it's not a huge issue with Persona 4, but it does feel like they're kind of going for it, like the mystery thing, and just, like, doesn't really nail it. Whereas, like, here, it's so exciting. Like, that moment where you're just like, Because like you, the first time I played the game, I was like, he could be dead. Because Persona 5, especially after like the Akechi stuff had me like so on one side or the other and like so unsure about where I stood with that character, I was like, fucking anything can happen in this game. And I would be like, okay, sure, yeah, I guess I'm playing as Ryuji? He's the main character now? I don't know. Like, I have no idea what's going on.
Because I also had, I had kind of thought I'd figured out what was going to happen before I even entered the Nijima dungeon. Where once I realized that, the opening cutscene with the casino, the flash forward, that's clearly a palace.
Yeah.
And once we had like Sai tells you in the flash forward, I was your next victim. I thought what was going to happen was all of that was in a palace. Like the interrogation, that was Shadow Sai, all of that.
Yeah, that's exactly the thought I had before going to her palace also, was that like that was going to be like, you had to set this up to steal the treasure or something, was how I thought it was going to go.
Right. So I thought, none of that was like literal. And I was half right, because it's the interrogation room has a palace version, but he is actually arrested. Akechi brings actual cops into the metaverse.
Yeah, which is one of my favorite parts of like the details of that plot, is like they have so much sway over the police force that they just literally bring a huge SWAT force into the palace using his app.
And that's the thing I couldn't foresee. So that's where my prediction kind of went awry. But so even then, like, even though I had some of the major brushstrokes right, the details are so intricate that I was on the edge of my seat through all that. Like, what actually fucking happened?
Yeah.
Because it is this weird mix of you were in a palace, then you weren't in a palace, but then you were again when you got shot in the head. And somehow all of that works. And the joke I made on Twitter about this is the plot gets so complex, I imagine the storyboards looking like a conspiracy wall from an Oliver Stone movie.
Yeah.
Because it is... And it's a testament to the game that once you're through the other side of it, it makes sense, but it is such a wonderful mind fuck on the way there.
And I love how long they hold off actually explaining what happened. Like it's a long, because I just played it the other day. It's like a 30-minute section of the game where like you get shot in the head and don't get the explanation of how you survive, and have to like go through all this process, and like finally it's like, okay, yeah, holy shit, because it's like a really intricate plot.
And if you're not done with your social links, you're also thinking like, what does this mean for my social links?
Exactly. Like, how do I like get to hang out with them as a ghost? What happens here?
It's very or even if I am alive, I've faked my death, what happens? The ultimate answer is you go out in a hoodie. It's good enough. But it's
a pretty cool hoodie.
It's a cool hoodie. It makes you look extra suspicious, I think, but whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, so much good stuff there. I mean, do we want to backtrack a little bit and go in order, maybe?
Yeah, we should back up because we haven't talked about the Okamura stuff at all.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I said this earlier because the key character in the Okamura stuff is Haru.
Yeah.
And at the time, when I played through it, the Okamura stuff was my least favorite part of the game.
Okay.
I'll say that. Because I think there are, and I still do think there are some pacing issues there where, like, there is a long series of scenes and, like, mandatory, you don't get to do anything today, and series of days and stuff.
Sure.
From where, like, Morgana goes off, and then you have to go into the dungeon, and you meet Haru through Morgana and all that. And there's some phenomenal stuff in there. No doubt about it. It's just there's so much of it. And you're kind of, at some point I just got itching to like, I want to get back into kind of the game and not just this series of kind of mandatory scenes. And I think that could have been broken up a little bit better. Like, you get a little bit of daily life without Morgana, but it's on rails. It's not you going out into town. And I think they could have leveraged that a little bit more and broken it up. So
I don't know. The first time when I played the game and I answered a question right and I didn't have him go Yaru Janeka, my heart broke in pieces. It shattered. I don't think I could take going out on the town without him in my bag.
No, I absolutely get that, but that's kind of the point, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't, because it's all done in one kind of continuous series of scenes, I don't know if the actual drama of Morgana being gone completely sinks in, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. What I was just going to say is that Haru is the key character here, but because so many other things are happening, Haru, really, you don't get to know her as a character until afterwards. It's an interesting character introduction. And of all the characters in this game, I'm not saying she's my favorite, but she's the one who's snuck up on me the most.
Yeah.
Because I just finished her social link and everything. I love that character.
Yeah, me too.
I think Haru is a fantastic and I think underappreciated character. Just because I can, it's very easy to talk about Morgana or Makoto or something because they're more flashy, or Futaba, who we need to talk about because we didn't really get to get into her yet. But I think Haru is just a really cool character, has a really cool arc. She's basically like if you mixed, I don't know, Fuka with Mitsuru from Persona 3,
Sure.
you would get Haru, I think. But I think she has such a wonderful character design. I love her character portrait. It's one of the more manga-esque, and I love it. I love her. I think she's got the best costume of the Phantom Thieves. She's actually super useful in battle. And
She's like maybe is my most favorite character in terms of like a stat and move distribution. Like she's really powerful.
I have her on my team almost always.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just... I don't know. I love her voice in English, and it sounds very much like it's matching. It sounds like a Japanese archetype of a high-pitched kind of voice, so I imagine it's very close to what you get in Japanese.
Sure, I don't think I've really heard her English voice much.
Okay, yeah. It's a good performance. But, so I really love that character, and it is interesting when I think back on it. I kind of am excited to someday play through the game again and see that Okumura stuff again, knowing Haru, because it's not like the other ones where you get a lead up to that character.
Yeah.
You see her a couple times, but it's all kind of... I mean, you don't even see her Persona awakening, really. You
Yeah.
see kind of a secondary one, even though her introduction with Morgana is fantastic.
So good.
Yeah. So, but that was just some of my thoughts on kind of that area of the game.
Yeah, like I didn't have any of the pacing issues you had because I thought I love what they do in this whole section of the game of like there's just this because it's something that I think like builds up is like starts very very early, but this is where the Phantom Thief stuff starts to turn.
Yes,
and it's their, as you said earlier, it's their fall from grace where it's like there's just this tension that has been in the group for so long of just like this like even though they do have like a purpose, there's a sense of aimlessness of like you don't really know what you're doing. Like you don't have a bigger goal, you don't have something you're really moving towards. You're just kind of like hopping onto whatever is coming up like in front of you and is like the easiest thing to go for. And in particular, like Yuji has like his things where like he's getting very mixed up into like wanting to be famous and like it's really going to his head, and I think it's going to the other members of the group's head, and like Morgana's issues start sort of getting pushed into the background, and like those things, especially playing through a second time, like there's so much stuff this game builds up like very quietly from like the very very earliest parts of like some of the stuff that's like very important to the main plot of the like mental shutdown case and all that stuff. There's like a lot of really interesting things that build up that you can't really notice the first time through, but there's also just a lot of little tiny things of like, oh shit, I see where this is starting to happen. Like I see where like Ryuji's starting to go off the tracks and stuff like that, and that like tension. Like I just like had this knot in my stomach through this whole part of this game of just being like, of just knowing like I just want to like, I want to grab you guys by the shoulders and shake you, like sit down for a second and think about what you're doing. And I think it's something that
I agree.
If I was playing this as a teenager, I don't know if I would have that reaction, but there's something about like, no, I see what you're doing and you don't want to do this and you're going to fuck this up. And it's like that slow build is excruciating, but it's really interesting.
I agree, actually. I have some pacing issues, but I think that is the strength of this section. And where I want to say specifically I felt it most is one of the things we haven't talked about much with this game is it has this really interesting system throughout where you are hearing chatter from people, and it will stop every couple of days and like take a landscape from the game, like Shibuya or something, Station Square or something like that, and it'll have just little whisper boxes and stuff.
Yeah.
And every day you see the Phantom Thief, the fan site thing with like the poll, but there's also like little comments from people, and so you get more and more of this chatter. And as you go through that section, the characters don't quite notice it. But I think you as the player, again, I think POV is a really interesting thing in this game because it is not a one-to-one thing at all, and it's not meant to be, which is interesting for a game that is essentially told in the first person. So it's really interesting to go with that. But you have this thing where the Phantom Thieves are becoming so big, so fast. They're getting to like 90+% approval on the fan site. Everyone loves the Phantom Thieves. After Medjed, they are big celebrities. Everyone loves them. And everyone wants them to take down this guy, Okumura. You can't even really pinpoint the moment where that guy even came into the narrative. It's just like all of a sudden, everyone wants us to take down this Okumura guy.
They start talking about shit that he was doing like at the very beginning of the game. And it's like so interesting to see that stuff slowly building up. Like you said, by the time he becomes a big issue, you don't even know when like this guy like ever entered the picture at all. You're like, wait, who the fuck?
Right.
The guy who owns Big Bang Burger? The place that I go to get my guts up? What are you even talking about anymore?
Yep. So like every day through that section, not just through the story stuff that's setting it all up, but then once you're in the palace and once you send the calling card and once you're waiting for the confession to come, you just, and because also Sai infers during the flash forward that something different happened with Okumura.
Yeah.
And you don't know what that means. You just feel like something bad is going to happen. So why do you guys not see this? This is going to go so horribly wrong. By the time you get there and he has basically that, spastic breakdown on national TV, it's like, oh my God, you can see it coming, and that's what makes it so nerve-wracking.
Yeah, because then especially it's when you finish the palace and like the player gets the scene of him getting assassinated, but the main characters don't see that, which is funny because there's something about my memory that I couldn't quite remember if the player characters saw that happen or not, and was like seeing this like, right, okay, yeah, they don't see it, so you have to go through, especially if you finish that palace early, you go through like weeks of this game like knowing something like bad, like you don't necessarily know because you've never seen what happens when someone's shadow gets destroyed. If like you don't know if he's just gonna fucking die, you don't know what, but it's like you know something awful is going to happen, and you've just sort of come around to like really getting to know Haru. It's like, oh no, like her dad's going to fucking die.
And she's like the nicest person in the game.
Because she's like, and it's one of the reasons why I think she's a really important character to introduce there is like she's this bright ray of sunshine where it's like she's that like injection of optimism back into the Phantom Thieves, like even at their lowest point, where it's like even like the worst thing has happened to her, that's like she's lost her only remaining family member, and like all of this massive pressure is suddenly on her shoulders as the only like heiress to this whole like company and fortune and all this shit, but she's still like the most optimistic of the group and like willing to move forward and is like the most attached back to their original ideals. That's like her slow development and like introduction into the plot of where she seems at first kind of a little bit superfluous as a character because she's used more as a joke early on, and then you get to know like, oh no, like she's exactly what this group needs because they have so lost sight of what they were trying to do.
And it's so interesting how they tell that story, because it's not that anyone does anything wrong with like intent. It's not like any of these characters I think become bad people or have bad goals or anything. It's just naturally they're doing something. They're teenagers. It's beyond
they're kids.
It's beyond their comprehension. They are trying to do the right thing, and it seems so obvious that Okumura is doing all these bad things. This girl Haru seems so nice. We have to help her, and yet they never stop to ask themselves, we want to do the right thing, but are we doing the right thing for the right reasons?
Yeah.
And it's a weird question. And it's like the morality of this section is so interesting. And I want to go back to something you said about how, they seed this stuff throughout the game. It's something I've really been struck with in these, as I'm entering the home stretch of the game, which kind of almost starts here because that's the fall from grace, and then everything kind of comes from that. It really is like, this game is like the Titanic in that it is giant and it is sprawling and it is long, and yet it is being maneuvered with this incredible precision. It is it's probably the longest game I'm going to beat. Like, I don't think I've ever played a 100+ hour game before that I actually like beat the game. The games can be 100+ hours, I just haven't done it. But it's like that moves with this level of precision and purpose at all times. In all things, it has precision and purpose, and it leads to what we're talking about in this section of the game where, again, it's off-putting, not because there's a flaw in the game necessarily, but because they meant it to be.
Yeah, it's so stressful. Like, because it was also like, it was just that whole trip where you're in Hawaii, and it's just like the whole time, like, you're seeing how big the Phantom Thieves got, and there's just this whole, there's a really good sort of like late capitalism part of that story of where like, stores, because, you never trademarked the fucking symbol, like, joke's on you, you would be so fucking rich if you had goddamn trademarked the Phantom Thieves logo somehow. Obviously everyone would know who the Phantom Thieves were,
right.
But like you'd be rolling in the dough at that point. But like the world sort of, and the way that like, Marxist, like modern Marxist theory, like the way that late capitalism works is no matter what rises up to oppose it or sort of undermine it or fight against it, late capitalism just like expands and consumes it and incorporates it. And that's like exactly what happens to the Phantom Thieves. Like even in like both in a like bigger picture way like that, but then also in like a very literal way of like it's part of the villain's ultimate machinations is like manipulating the Phantom Thieves.
The Phantom Thieves become part of the system they're fighting.
Exactly. And it's like they're taken into account for, and like they are marketed and they are like put into the system and they are used. And it's like it's, if you're looking at Persona 5 as a punk game, which it very much is a punk game, like if you look at any punk band, it's like what happens to the punk band? They like sell out, they become mainstream. If they like are successful, they become mainstream. Like they like go on the fucking like MTV or whatever, and they do all that shit, and they lose whatever sort of like grassroots, like hardcore, politically motivated message that they originally aspired to have. And like either like they disband the band because they can't be profitable, but they stick to their values, or they sell out their values and, go to get huge concerts and get like the fucking concert movie made and all that stuff.
Yeah, and so, it sets up that fall from grace so organically, and then I think the fallout from that is done so organically, where I love how this game, all the Persona games, their fundamental theme is time at some level, right? Because it is, you literally see the progression of the days. But this one treats time, I think, very interestingly, where, because it is about media perceptions and social perceptions and that stuff, it's not day one the Phantom Thieves lose everything. It's like over that next month, you see their approval going down and down and everything going to shit. And I like that because it's very true to life. Something doesn't happen and then the public turns on a dime. It takes time. And I like it's, so you're right, there's all this stress leading up to it, and then there's all this stress leading out to it, and then we're not quite going to get to where I think all of this pays off in the final arcs of the game, but boy, does it fucking pay off. Because you're right, it's about that punk kind of idea of like, what do you do once we've gone mainstream and lost it? And that's a question they have to ask themselves. Man, this is a good game.
Yeah, and like one of the characters that I think really shines in this part of the game, even though like he becomes less likable because of the role he needs to occupy as Ryuji, that like he becomes he's the focal point of I think where they start losing track of themselves because he's become so into fame. And it's like that thing of where early on he kept on telling jokes about like, man, we're getting famous, like I'm gonna like tell these girls and then like I'm gonna go out on a date or something because I'm so famous as a Phantom Thief if I could just tell them. And at first that's a joke, and then slowly it's like that's not a joke anymore. Like he really just kind of straight up is trying to do that now. And there's that like, and it's such a natural feeling. It's such like it's one of those things where you just know Ryuji, like you, and it's something that these games have always done very well with their Ryuji characters of Junpei, Yosuke, and Yuji. And I think he's the best version of this archetype of the best friend, the best guy friend in the group, and how like everyone has had like those friends growing up, especially if like you're a guy and have like that kind of like male friendships can be really complicated in a lot of ways. And there's just that like when you know that this dude who's your friend is going off the rails, but like it's very difficult in male friendships to sort of like make that move and like try to like say like, hey, like sit down and be like, is there something wrong? Like, and have a real like heart to heart, because that's just not how that really normally works. And it's a bad thing about male relationships, but it's like very true about how that operates. And I feel like Persona 4 has like Yosuke has some rockier moments in that story where it feels like I wish I could tell this dude like, come on, like let's like stop being such a shithead to Kanji or something like that. And there are parts in that story where that like doesn't feel totally in sync of where the story is going with that character, where here it feels like it's so intentional, it's so deliberate, and it's so excruciating where like I need you to see what you're doing, Ryuji, because I know how much this is going to suck for you when the other shoe falls. And when you get to that scene where like they all start laying it out and Ryuji just completely loses his shit, because that's the scene where like a long time ago in October when I was first playing the game and I was talking about him and saying like the thing with him is he's just so angry all the time that it's like boiling beneath the surface. He's just so upset. He's so angry at like the society he lives in and the injustices he's being subjected to. And like when that like finally really explodes and you see like, yeah, like he has not gotten over all those issues. Like that has been underneath the whole time. And he feels like he feels like he deserves to be recognized by society in a way like that he never has been, and now he deserves to be recognized more than ever because he's actually doing like a good service, but like he can't be recognized for it. And then to find out that actually no, he's been played for months now is so brutal.
Like he's been his whole life is what he feels like. Like nothing will ever let me escape this.
Yeah.
No, that scene is incredible, and I can imagine what that scene sounds like in Japanese because I've heard Japanese actors go to that place, but that's not a place English actors I think are often equipped to go. And I would just want to give a shout out the actor who plays Ryuji. That is maybe one of the best pieces of acting in this entire. Dub.
I watched that scene back through with the English dub, and
phenomenal.
He's really good. Like I think he's of like all the ones that I've like listened to more in depth. He's my favorite of the English voice actors, and definitely in terms of like how it's like it's a slightly different character and like version of that voice than the Japanese, but it feels like just as valid a version of the character.
He's so good, and that again that would be a scene that if an English actor weren't quite able to pull it off, I wouldn't blame them because we don't usually get to that pitch in English.
Yeah.
But the way it's fantastic. I mean, it sends chills down your spine. It's like your heart stops for a minute, like all the other characters.
Yeah, and it's that moment in like where you're in the room with like the one person who's like really lost their shit, and everyone else is like upset but hasn't like totally lost it, and like that really just like stomach like sinking into like your heart sinking to the pit of your stomach, feeling of like, oh god. Like, this is like normal societal relationships have broken down in this room right now, because it's like the mask has come off and he's like just completely lost it and is screaming at Morgana. And because you've been spending time with Morgana, that's like, this is the last thing that Morgana needs right now. This is like, Morgana's like in a dark place too. It's like, Ryuji, fucking stop, please stop. And it's like you have as in real life, you actually have, even though like the game could try to give you some options like or something to try to stop that, in real life you can never just like put a cap on that shit and just fix it by saying something.
No, I really do feel like that's a scene that kind of solidified this for me. The Persona 5 cast is kind of this, because of the story being told, this interesting amalgamation for me of like the tone of the Persona 3 cast and of the Persona 4 cast, where Persona 4 is a game about friendship. These people are kind of friends first and compatriots in this battle second.
Yeah.
Whereas in Persona 3, at certain points, I don't think you even can call Junpei and the main character friends, because all of those characters are put together by circumstance, and I think they become friends over the course of the game, but it's a really interesting point. In Persona 5, it's both. They are victims of circumstance, but these people also love each other and are friends, and are going to stick together for the rest of their lives because of what they've been through, the shit they've been through. But so there are these fantastic moments where everyone in that room, even when the shit hits the fan, loves each other deep down. I think Morgana, part of the pain is that Morgana does love Ryuji.
Yeah.
And Ryuji does love Morgana. They just can't say it to each other, know? And so it creates these really interesting dynamics where, in Persona 3, and this isn't a criticism, I'm just saying, sometimes when the characters don't get along, it doesn't have quite that same emotional resonance because they're not as close in a lot of ways. But in this, it's like they are all each other has.
Yeah.
In the whole world, they are an oasis in this sea of humanity that is Tokyo.
Yeah. And it's just that thing the game like asserts over and over again, like every single social link, every party member you get, and just like basically every story is just like how lonely all these people are. And it's like and like your role in the game is to like make connections with people to sort of fix that loneliness, which is a part of Persona 3 and a part of Persona 4, but like it's everything in Persona 5, because everybody's alone in some way, and like everybody feels isolated in some way, and it's like,
well, and
you creating that close-knit family of people is so integral to the movement of the game.
Absolutely. And I've talked before about how at first this was off-putting to me, but I'm at a point in the game now, I've seen every social link where I'm totally okay with this because it's part of the story. This game does not have the sprawl in its social links that 3 and 4 has, in that it goes to weird places. It a little bit here and there, but overall not nearly as much as 3 and 4. But Persona 3 and 4 happen in smaller communities. And again, it's not about that sea. It's not about deeply lonely people. It's not quite the same thing. And so you can kind of tell those stories with that sprawl. And one thing is that I noticed, it just hit me the other day of that I haven't seen the school building in a while in Persona 5, and it's like, oh right, the school is such an important community center in 3 and especially in 4. You spend so much time there. You have teammates and friends there.
You have clubs. Like everything is about revolving around your school life.
Yeah, you have almost nothing there other than the Kamoshida Palace. The school is really not that important in Persona 5.
Yeah.
You are not even really incentivized to walk around it all that much. You can't.
And one of the things that's interesting is like you're really not incentivized to walk around it that much, because there's like it's the biggest school any of these games have had, and it has the fewest amount of stuff in it. Like you can go around, like there's the whole practice building, and there's practically no one even there. But
that's the point.
Yeah.
Like I do get to this point in Persona 5 where at some point I'm like, I haven't really even looked at the school in a while. That's kind of the point, that in this scenario, the school isn't the community center it is for the cast of Persona 3 and especially 4. It's something different. And for Persona 5, the Phantom Thieves need to exist in part because otherwise they would have no community.
Yeah.
And so that's a really interesting theme running through this game, that if you've played the other Personas, it directly plays on your expectations.
Yeah, and this is like because you've seen the Sojiro and Futaba links to their completion, and like this part of the game, like all that stuff enough because we finished Futaba's Palace and everything. That like to me, like that's one of the biggest things about this game is like it is about you like the Persona 5 characters live in a world where like you are not just handed a community and you are not just handed a family. Like those are things you have to build for yourself.
Yeah.
Like, and that's like there is no standard like normal family dynamic in the game anywhere on any of the characters. There's nothing. Like even like in Persona 4 when it was never front and center, you knew Chie has a mom and dad at home that have a totally probably like because it's never come up must have a totally normal relationship, and like she like I think her dad's a cop and that's why she wants to be a cop. And it's like you get little bits of information. Like Yosuke is like maybe slightly like in a weird relationship with his dad early on because like he didn't necessarily want to move out here and he only moved out here because his dad got a job here. But like he has a family that he goes back home to every night. Even if you don't see it, you totally get that vibe. There's nobody has a normal family. Like even like none of your social link characters have like normal family relationships.
No.
And like the family you're a part of is this really bizarre, haphazard, ridiculous like setup that at first is this incredibly cold, frigid relationship between you and Sojiro that's like straight up antagonistic at the very beginning of the game, to you having like building this weird family unit between you, this dude you're not related to other than that he's the guy who served coffee to someone your parents know, and then his sort of adopted daughter who is in no way like is not blood related to him, that he's only adopted for like 2 or 3 years, that has like locked herself in her room for most of that time, that the only reason he is taking care of her is because she's the daughter of the woman he loved but could never have a relationship with, and then like you are in a crime fighting team with her. It's like it's the most insane,
Plus the weird talking cat.
Yes, and so Morgana's there too. It's just like the most weird fucking family unit. It would be the most like bizarre, out of this world, eccentric sitcom you could possibly make is like Cafe LeBlanc and like the adventures of these 4 ridiculous or 3 and like a talking cat person like family is so insane. But it's so heartwarming when you get to that end point and you've really put everything together and you've gone through all the work. It's just like this is a real bond that is shared between all these people.
It's a real family.
Yeah.
I strongly believe, I've seen all the social links now, that Sojiro and Futaba have the 2 best social links in the game.
I agree.
Very much like I think in Persona 4 on my second playthrough, I realized I think the Dojima and Nanako social links are the 2 best in that game.
Yeah,
partially because of how they work together.
Yeah.
And it's the same here where Sojiro and Futaba's social links are in conversation with one another, and there are multiple points in both of those social links and some of the surrounding story material that just is part of the main game that's just straight up tear-jerking.
Yeah.
And not because it's sad, because it's fucking beautiful. It's about this family rising from the ashes of trauma, that, you were abandoned by your parents after you were accused by this asshole of assault and sent out to Tokyo in the middle of the back alleyways with this guy who, again, served your parents' friend coffee once. And, but by the end, like, Sojiro is like a father, Futaba is like a sister, which leads to, I have some problems with the romance in this game, but we'll get to that in another conversation. But, like, it is this very tight, beautiful family unit. And, again, it's also reflected in the Phantom Thieves, who are also a family in a certain way. And, I do think absence and broken families have been a theme in Persona from the beginning of this team working on the games, at least. In 3 and 4, even though, as you say, there are plenty of representations of normal families, there are a lot of central stories about broken families or holes and absences. And I think you can just tell that is a theme that, for whatever reason, this team is attracted to. But you can tell they've really dived into it in Persona 5, because that's the whole game.
Yeah.
That's what the whole game is about. And it is about, how you build families and communities, and that the whole confidant. I actually really love that they made that change in English to calling the social links confidants.
Yeah.
Because it reminds you constantly that it is about this larger network you're building for this purpose, and there's a reason why everything is so tightly knit and connected on both the narrative and mechanical level of the game. And it just, this game has an exponential emotional flow where I feel like every couple hours are exponentially more powerful than the ones before.
Yeah.
And
it's the thing that, like, I think it most shares with Persona 3 is that effect of, like, early on, I think, like, the game is off-putting in so many ways because of, like, how cold it is and dark it is. It's like, Jesus Christ. But, like, you need to go through that work to get the sort of returns you get at the end of this journey, which is like even longer than, like, by a pretty significant margin, even longer than Persona 3. But it's like when you get to this point, it's so satisfying and it's so incredible, and something that, like, it has been hard in some ways seeing, as someone who already beat the game, like, seeing people having to make that journey and wanting to be like, you just don't, you can't see the bigger picture. It's like when you were talking about, like, I think on our first podcast about, like, how hard it is to advance the Sojourner social link, and I was just like you have no idea what you are in store for when you are over that hump, motherfucker, because it's like...
You would never imagine from, like, ranks 1, 2, 3 that would be one of the best social links in the Persona series.
Yeah.
You would never guess that, because it's just you and this dude making coffee.
Yes.
And where it goes, man...
You end up making some real good fucking coffee is
and
what
curry,
happens.
And curry. Yeah.
And really you want the curry because it raises everyone's SP. God. It's way more useful.
These, as we said before, these games are fundamentally optimistic and affirmative about the human condition.
Yeah.
But Persona 5, even more than some of the other ones, wades through a lot of shit to get there. Not shitty game, just like, storytelling that puts the characters in the shit, you know? And Persona 3 does that too. I mean, Persona 3 ends with you fucking dying, and is still, I think, an affirmative stance on things. But Persona 5 also has that darkness in it, and the way it overcomes that is how they allow you to buy into that optimism.
Yeah.
That people can overcome these things that happen to them. And, Sojiro and Futaba and the protagonist, maybe the scars they have will never fully heal, but when they're together, they can be happy. Yeah. And that, I'm thinking about that because that is such a simple theme to, like, write down, but to actually actualize and make you believe it as the player experiencing this story is a next level thing. That is not easy to pull off.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like only a video game can sort of achieve that character relationship effect with Sojiro. Like when you start getting to this part of the game where, like, it's turned all the way and, like, you know how much these two people love each other and, like, rely on each other now. You and the main character and Sojiro do, and it's just you need to have that, like, personal connection of actually having been like, this motherfucker just will never open up to me. Like, I'm making coffee with him every fucking night, and he won't say a goddamn thing. It's like going from that point to, like, him being basically your dad is so amazing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I said this the other night. I don't know if I said this on Twitter, but I was thinking this the other night that this, I'm at 90 hours with this game now, and not done. There's more. I'm definitely less is ahead of me than behind me.
Yes.
But there's still more to go. And yet, these 90 hours don't feel longer to me than Persona 3 or 4 at all.
Yeah.
And that's amazing. And yet, when I think about how much has to happen to get you to certain points in this story and in its development, of course it has to be that long. Of course it has to be. Yeah. There's just no other way you could do that, And it is amazing that this is a game this long, and there's really no complaints out there about its length that I've seen, at least, because there can't be. That's just, it has to be there.
Yeah, it is the exact length that it needs to be, for sure.
We have not talked a lot yet about Futaba.
Okay, yeah.
Because we talked about, the fourth arc last week, but by the time that's all over, she's still just kind of getting out of being comatose.
Yeah.
Boy, is she one of the best characters this series has ever given us.
Yep.
Holy crap.
Yep.
Like, I could make the argument that Futaba is the X factor that unlocks the heart of this game.
Sure.
When she shows up. I think she is...
I mean, like, because she gets introduced, like, literally at the midpoint of the game. It is like...
It's crazy for me to think there were, like, 40 hours of this game without Futaba.
Yeah, like, think about how that feels when then you have to start the game from the beginning.
I know.
Like, oh, fuck, it's so long before I get... Because also, their abilities are really fucking good.
They are, but she is such a great character.
Yeah.
The writing on her is so fantastic, and I think probably one of the best things about the localization is how much... I haven't seen it in Japanese, but I can tell where they're trying to get things across.
Yeah.
And I think just that character has such a strong voice in the writing and in the performance, and I love that about it. She is so... That character just comes fully developed when she is on the scene. And just, when she comes out of her room. And we talked about last week that tear-jerking scene when she just walks into the cafe.
Yeah.
And Sojiro just kind of becomes a puddle because of it. But everything after that, I think her social link is probably, if I'm picking one social link, is my favorite. I think the writing there is like, with all her like internet speak and stuff, that is 100% on par with the MMO social link from Persona 3.
Yeah.
It's so great. But like, her character exists on such this fine line of heartbreak and inspiration, where, especially in her social link, there's all these... She is such an optimistic person, and yet under that, she was bullied as a kid, she lost her mom, she was traumatized, she's been a shut-in all her life.
Yeah.
And, her list of life goals is little things like being out with people.
Yeah.
And all these things, and...
Going and buying a video game on your own.
Right.
Someday we'll all do it.
God, but every one of those feels like the biggest achievement, and that character just feels... so inspirational in so many ways, and then it's just this. Whenever she talks, I just get happy in the game because she's such a wonderful character. Whenever she's got the best lines in the chat when you're doing the phone stuff. Just she's a fantastic character, man.
Yeah, she's just so, and this is like where like her Japanese voice performance in particular is just incredible. Like, and she's such a funny character. Like, she's so off the wall in so many ways because like it's particularly in Japanese. Like she because she's so smart. That like language is kind of like a game to her, and they really get this like sense across of like she just flails wildly between like different modes of speaking in English or in Japanese. Like sometimes she'll talk a little bit in English, but like between like barely even putting a sentence together, but like in Japanese in particular, like that it can work really well because like you need like this bare minimum of information to come to bring things across, or she just talks like a fucking feudal samurai and just like okay sure, or like I love in the text chats she will just like take this complete 90-degree turn and just like make a joke or like insult Ryuji or something out of completely nowhere, and it's utterly hilarious.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the Japanese version, but I can just say, like, so much of what you're describing comes across to me in the localization. I think the writing on her is so good. Very good performance. At first, it was not the voice I expected. Yeah. And I'm guessing it's not like a dead ringer for the Japanese, because it sounds like
it's very different, actually.
I would imagine it's a lot deeper in one. But it's a great voice. It's a great performance, and she is consistently funny and just kind of the life of the party in some ways is how you could describe Futaba. I mean, there's a scene that we're not going to get to talk about today because it's from the next palace that she has that is in the next palace. The seventh one has a lot of like scenes in it. Yeah, and there's a particular scene with Futaba that is the funniest thing in the game. And oh my god, this character, whenever they kind of put her front and center, she is a absolute delight. Yeah.
And one thing I really love about her is the gameplay side of her as well. And she feels way more active than in like the battle in like that gameplay part of the side of the game than most of the other navigation characters feel. That's like, you know, like Fuka is not a really active presence in you like tackling Tartarus in Persona 3. Like Rise is not a huge part of you exploring the dungeons that much.
You hear them a lot, but
you hear them, but like they don't interject in any way, like physically into the action. Like they just sort of say lines that, especially like because they say the same lines over and over again, you just completely tone it out at some point. Whereas like Futaba, especially like as you get her social link up, she like regularly, literally interjects into battle and has like some of the best. Like her social link is really crucial to level up if you want to do really well in the battle side of the game, because she has like probably the most ridiculous and overpowered any ability of anyone that only triggers on random, but she has the ability to just at the beginning of battle put you into a all-out attack state. It's just like, and I had one that it was the most fortuitous fucking thing in the world, and it was so amazing. So in Persona 5 you have the treasure demons, right? That like each palace has one that's like another higher level one, and when you put them into a defeated state, you can capture them, and you want to capture all of them because it does add to your Persona compendium, and they're very useful for fusion because they just fuse things up or down their Arcana rank, like depending on how high level the treasure demon is. So they're like really easy if you like really specifically want like the next level fortune Persona or something. I can just fuse these two together. But for whatever reason, for like all Palace 3, I just had not found one of those fucking treasure demons, and I grinded on the dungeon a little bit. I was like, I just can't get one of these fuckers to spawn. And I was like, fine, I'll just beat the dungeon and I'll get it in Mementos one day because different weather conditions make it easier to find them. And then I went into Mementos and was in that section of Mementos and found one, and I attacked it, and then immediately Futaba just like, it was the first time she had used this ability in the whole game for me. Like this is my second playthrough, so obviously I knew she could do this. But for this playthrough, the first time she did this, I kind of forgot she did it. And she just comes down and puts it into a state where I can just like, oh, thanks, yeah, I'll just grab it and then move on. Like, thanks Futaba, that was fucking awesome, because getting those things into a down state is a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah. Getting them into a down state and just like guessing what their weaknesses are, and then at some points you'll like, oh great, their weakness is lightning, but I'm so powerful I'll kill it in one hit. Like, I have a couple of those that I've fought, but I can't capture because I just can't get them down, you know? And Futaba is extremely useful.
Yeah.
She's just a great character too. So wanted to mention that. Getting back on track with like this fifth story arc palace.
Yeah.
So the spaceport one.
Yeah.
I love that palace.
It's very cool.
It's a lot of fun. I don't know if it distinguishes itself as much as like the first four do, just because there's less tricks to play, but the design of it is so fun. I love the part later on when you're flying through all the...
the last section of the game. I think like it has probably maybe I think the trickiest puzzle in the game of you having to like fly through and like go like loop around on yourself and stuff to get to the end room. Like I like that. Yeah, the space stuff's cool.
It's also a really challenging palace because that is I think the only one where I voluntarily took a day. Because I got to a point where I just was completely out of everything.
Yeah, my first time through the dungeon, like I was so on the edge that like by the time I finished it.
Here's the thing. If I'd known exactly what was coming, I could have made it because what was left was all the flying stuff.
Yeah, where there's not a huge amount of enemies there.
But I didn't know that, and I just looked at the map, and that's a ton of rooms. So I just assumed, like, there's no way. So I voluntarily took a day and came back, and all worked out in the end because I finished my social links.
Yeah.
But, like, that's...
Well, that could have been the line between you finishing your social links and not finishing your social links.
Which
is the reason why I never made that choice. I just could never do it. It's in the back of my mind, if I miss it by one fucking day, I'm going to kill myself.
I know.
Like I'm going to go back in time and murder myself here to keep myself from making this stupid mistake.
It is, but like I literally like I had no SP, I had no SP items left, I had very little health. I was fucked. Like, and I had already had some really close calls, so I was just like I'm gonna take the risk and just and then I went back and did some grinding and stuff and got up. But no, I think it's a cool palace. This is how good the palace music is. That's my least favorite Palace song, and that song is awesome.
Yeah, and like
space one.
And one thing I do kind of like about it is it sounds like Persona 4 dungeon music. Like,
it does.
Like most of the Persona 4 dungeon music is more in that style, which like I just love the Persona 5 dungeon music top to bottom, and I think Okamura's Palace is like easily the weakest one of them, but even then is like it's kind of on par with like aside from like the couple of like special Persona 4 dungeon songs like Heaven, I think it's like as good as like the best ones from Persona 4.
It gets you pumped.
Yeah.
That's all it really needs to do. And Persona 5 generally goes above and beyond that. Yeah. But all a good dungeon song needs to do is get you pumped, and get you moving through that space. But I mean, it's cool. It's another just aesthetic marvel. I think the whole idea of like the worker robots.
Yeah.
And it's just a great it's another great, there's a lot of expressionistic stuff in this game, and that's one of them.
Yeah, there's that part when like pretty deep into the palace where you like see that like all the robots that have been collapsing over the course of you going through here are just literally getting like dumped into lava and like that's it. And it's like, oh Jesus Christ, like this is what this dude thinks of his workers.
And Haru, it is actually kind of interesting because you don't know Haru that well. You kind of get to know her through the dungeon, and like seeing her reaction, all that in real time, helps it hit home for you. Because I think if you didn't have that character there and didn't have that personal connection, it might not hit as hard. But realizing like she has to think like, oh, my dad is doing this shit,
Yeah, it's also something where this is another area in the game where like it. This game is so Japanese and it's like really specifically focused on Japanese social issues, where I think for like a lot of American players I have seen, like there's this really interesting reaction where in America, like I think like this dungeon more reads as something that like you hear about this happening in other places, like because for Americans dealing with it, it's like, oh yeah, like Walmart and Apple and shit like outsource their labor to like India or China or whatever, and that's where all these horrible conditions are. Whereas like this is a really like pertinent like current issue in Japan is like work culture, and more specifically like overwork culture, and people literally working themselves to death because of the way the culture sort of works in that way and incentivizes people to say like, no, this is your life, this is what you do, you work for us, and like you're going to like work, and like that is who you are, and you will like work from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m, and you have like you have a family, but you are never going to see them, and like that's, it's not to say every Japanese company does that, but that is a thing that happens in Japan way more often than it happens over here, and that's where like you have those messages that like particularly in the early part of the dungeon that you see them all the time in the battle scenes, but then even in like the palace like sort of hallways and stuff, they're little consoles that are just constantly projecting like work and like all these different forms of like the Japanese language. It's just work
or you have those machine puzzles where you have to take a 30-second lunch break, and that's the longest you can get to do it.
Yeah, and it's just it's a really brutal fucking like look at that shit. That's hard to deal with. That again, like if there's a American perspective that I've seen in a lot of like reading forum reactions to this game that like I don't think fully realize like no like sure in America like it does happen in places in America, but like this is like a real like happening at home kind of thing for how this game is set.
It is interesting to me that Persona 5 is, I think, pretty easily of 3, 4, and 5 the most culturally Japanese in what it's
absolutely,
and in terms of its focus on societal issues, and yet of course it's the one that's exploded the most worldwide.
Yeah,
which also speaks to, I think, the more specificity you tell a story with, the more universal it can get in some ways. Because while we don't have necessarily those literal factory conditions anymore, you know, work culture is a huge issue in America, and you can tie the line even realizing that this is a specific Japanese thing they're talking about, but it obviously applies to the human condition in larger ways. Yeah. You know, I remember reading, I think I read this on Wikipedia, but it was a quote from the director that at some point in the development of Persona 5, they were planning the game to be about a backpacking trip around the world. And that's where a lot of the palace ideas came from. But then it was after the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami that they said, no, we need to make a game about Japan.
Yeah.
And you can feel that this is, I think, there is a kind of wave of Japanese art at the moment in film and TV and games that is, you know, taking a very critical look at Japanese society.
Yeah.
We talked about that with Shin Godzilla, for instance.
Yeah, which was like really fun to watch that movie while I was playing Persona 5 and like, oh, these things are like really in conversation with one another in a lot of ways.
Yeah, so interesting stuff. But yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about, we mentioned it, that, you know, there's that part earlier where Morgana leaves the team, eventually comes back, everyone's happy again, and of course it leads to Haru having one of the best character introductions. Yeah. And one of the funniest.
So funny. When she decides, like things have, like, degraded so much in the conversation, she decides just to start over from the beginning again. It's so fucking funny.
It's great. And, of course, she has the perfect costume also for that specific introduction. And they used it in all the trailers, so I was wondering when that was coming. Because in the trailers, it almost makes it look like Morgana is introduced with that character.
Yeah.
And, of course, she's not. Morgana comes in way, way later. Or Haru comes in way, way later.
Yeah, like, when I first saw the trailer where it introduces Haru and, like you see that, like, I thought that, oh, she's, like, the, like, older, and she's been doing this for a while, and she's, like, the Mitsuru or something of this game that, like, introduces you, like, along with Morgana to being this person, and it's like it's the exact opposite, which is really good.
One other Haru note: in addition to having my favorite Phantom Thieves costume, she has my favorite splash screen.
Oh it's so good.
They're all great, you know, but hers just like where she like makes the table, puts the tea on, and sits down and crosses her legs, and it's the adieu. It's fantastic.
It's really, really good. I love her persona design. Like both of her persona designs.
Her
really
evolution
good.
is so cool.
Yeah. And I just love, like, when she awakens to her, like, fully formed persona in the dungeon, and, like, it's this lady with, like, the mask, and then, like, she has this huge, like, ball gown dress, and then, like, the dress sort of, like, moves aside, and then a giant fucking cannon pops out. It's like, fucking yeah, that's so cool. Because I had totally forgotten, because, you know, my memories of Haru's persona were more about her evolved form one, because, you know, you can progress her social link so quickly because you get it so late, that I had totally forgotten her persona did that. The way that happens in that cutscene, it's like, fucking, it's so cool. This game has these moments that are just so fucking cool when it, like, just throws down with that persona stuff.
This game is stylish as fuck.
Yeah.
All right, the next story arc. You flash forward, and you get the surprise that, hey, your next target was Sai Nijima.
Yeah.
And I just start theorizing and being like, shit's about to get real here.
Yes.
And of course, we've already touched on a lot of this, because this is where Akechi comes in and gives you this proposal of what you're going to do. And of course, we already talked about how it plays with all your emotions. Yeah. And I want to talk kind of straight away about the palace, because you get into Sai's palace and it's the casino.
Yeah.
I thought some of the design in the casino was tedious, but the song that plays in the casino, The Whims of Fate, because it's the first vocal dungeon song.
Yeah.
It's the first dungeon that has basically one version of the song throughout. And then there's the casino, its aesthetics and everything. Oh my, it was like overload when I first got in there. And that song is so great.
And I love what they do with it is they avoid the Persona 4 Heaven issue of, like, In Persona 4, you have the Nanako dungeon that has the Heaven song playing, which is an amazing song. But the main problem with it, though, is that song has like a 15-20 second lead up to the lyrics in like the main part of the song starting. And so in the way that Persona 4 handled it, every time you got into a battle, the song reset. So you kind of, unless you were just like standing around to listen to it, you only ever heard like the handful of musical bars of that song, which is just building up to the song really starting. Whereas Whims of Fate, one, it gets started like almost immediately, but then when you go into battle, it fades out and then brings up Last Surprise. And when you finish battle, it fades back into where you were at Whims of Fate. So it just keeps on going. Yep. And that like, it creates this like, almost like hypnotic quality to that dungeon of like where that song is playing. And especially you have that part in the middle of the song where like the singer goes so high pitched that it feels like, are my speakers breaking? Like feels like, is she really even human anymore?
I like that you said it was hypnotic, because I think I made the mistake of like binging this dungeon in 2 sittings, and I think you need to break it up a little more. Not necessarily play it on separate days in the game, but just like in like person playings, because I think I like just heard the music too much and was in it too much, because it does have that hypnotic quality where you get kind of beat down by it, but you need to like let it be fresh and just, this is awesome, you know?
But it's also, I think, like part of the hypnotic quality feels like it's a bit of, have you ever like been to Las Vegas and into a casino before?
Yes, and it's awful.
It feels kind of like that, where you're like, I don't know, like, is it day outside? Is it nighttime outside? Like, I don't even know what's happening, because it's like you have this, like, it's a great song, but it's also like this song that like it's so catchy and it just like gets into your head and you can't ever really quite make out the words of it, and it's just like going and going and going, and then you're like going through the casino, and like I like the way the casino's set up, that it's like it's so different than the other palaces where you have like all these different kind of challenge rooms you go to that,
right.
And I like the setup and framework of that Sai or Shadow Sai knows you're there from the very beginning and like kind of doesn't really give a shit. It's just like, yeah, cause like you get as far as you can, and it's just like has set up the casino, and she thinks that there's no possible way you can get to her, and is just sort of enjoying rigging the game against you.
Yeah.
And there's something about that dynamic of like being like recognized by the palace officially, and like having to sort of like undermine and subvert the rules that they establish, instead of you just like kind of having to sneak in. They all know you're there, and you're having to like actively communicate with the different shadow people in there to set up the different challenges. I think was really interesting.
I agree, and I like the point you made about Las Vegas and everything, because it's, in terms of atmospherics, this palace is one of the strongest.
Yeah.
Because you really drown in it by the
Yeah.
end. And I think intentionally so. I think you're right. But yeah, and the whole structure, again, I thought some parts of it with all the tasks you have to do to get the coins and come back got a little tedious to me, but I love the overall thrust of it, and I think, again, that every palace feels so different. Like, the 5th palace, the Okumura Palace, is interesting because it feels almost intentionally like this is a throwback to like the first palace.
Feels like the kind of more like the way the first 2 palaces worked a bit more,
right.
And then like... And you're like, oh yeah, like, because there's a lot of safe rooms, and it's like you're like really just keep on like moving from room to room to room to room with not that much backtracking, and then then you get into Sai's palace. It's like, oh right, like,
yeah,
that's just how the rest of the game has been, is like totally different.
Yep.
Like there's like only like 3 safe rooms in this and shit.
Yep, and not to spoil anything, but the 7th palace is also very different.
Yes, it is.
So it mixes things up a lot, and it constantly keeps you on your toes, which is fascinating.
Yeah,
and then the whole story around this that. Makoto comes back to the center here because you're going to steal Sai's heart. And I love all that story stuff, because it's interesting the line they walk with Sai, because they never push her to the point where she seems like a bad person.
Yeah.
Like the other characters you have in this game.
Yeah, she's certainly no Kamoshida or anything.
No, and she's not trying to do bad or anything, but you just, through Makoto, you start to see, like, it's not just that she's callous, it's that she's really lost sight of her own heart, of her own sense of justice.
She's a lawyer who's like in this game, like as a game, and like not doing it like because she wants to like serve justice or serve society. She's just like has been so locked in this like battle of like being a woman in a male-dominated society, and a like heavily male-dominated profession within that society, and having to climb her way up the ranks has left her like so trying to just like one up everybody and be like the absolute top of her game. It's also one of the places where like the work culture stuff comes in, where you like very early on, where you see that Sai almost never spends time at home, which is another like small bit of setup the game does all the time, of like very casually, like when you need Makoto to take her data, like it takes like 2 or 3 days for that to actually happen, because like not for any like big story reason, just because she's not home, because she's just staying at the office the whole time. And it's like the game never like rests on that moment or those moments to tries to highlight them too much, but it's building up both to the game's themes and foreshadowing eventually when you come around to Sai, like how like even if she's not, this like ridiculous villain, like deep down, like she is making a lot of mistakes and causing like harm in a lot of ways because she's in a very important position. Is not taking that position with the sort of like pride or like and seriousness she needs to, and is treating it too much like a stepping stone up to the sort of occupation she wants to be at. And as like even if she's not a severe villain, like she still needs to be like put back on the right track.
Right. So it's another interesting one where you're technically being manipulated through this by a Akechi, although you later realize the main characters are complicit in that.
Yeah.
But it's also like a good thing to do. It's like it's kind of in a similar way, like Okumura, you're being manipulated, but it's also probably, if there weren't for Akechi's machinations, Okumura would be a good target.
Yeah.
Because he's doing a lot of bad stuff. Kind of a similar thing here. But yeah, it's a really interesting story structure. And again, this is very similar to that Fifth Palace, where throughout this and all the surrounding material, there is such a sense of stress and dread to it.
Yeah.
Because we're coming up on the flash forwards. Things are going to go terrible. We know, like, you can't send the calling card until a certain date because the game knows shit is going to get real.
Yeah.
And just basically tells you shit is going to get real. Like, to the point where, like, once you catch up, the game even says, you should save here because shit's about to get real.
Yeah.
I don't think it says that literally, but it basically says
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's cool. It's a lot of fun. And then, we arrive back at the twists and turns of we catch up to the flash forwards.
Yeah.
And it's just, I'll say, throughout this part is also where you start hitting those points where the story will just like cut out. Like there'll be that flash of color and then a scene will be missing. And the first time that happened, I was like, did something go wrong with the game? Like what's going on here? And then I was realizing, okay, they're holding stuff back from us. I wonder what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Because none of those moments, like it doesn't happen at moments where you think they're going to be so crucial. But then, something's going on.
Yeah, but then it's really fun when you play the game through the second time and you know what's going on and you see like, oh, okay, yeah, that's why this happens here. Right, okay, that's when, like, that's what they're actually saying. And that's, because the first time that happened, like, I recognized, like, oh, right, like, we must be getting close to where the like sort of present timeline is in, like we're catching back up to that moment. Also because this is where when you get like those handful of like Haru's social link and Shinya's social link, the last two that you get access to in the game, if you pay attention to when the calendar is moving forward, it moves forward very slowly in the top left as it's moving back to the present day timeline instead of just being like the way it is at the very beginning of the game. So
okay.
It's because like it was something I kept on paying attention to because I was like, is this just going to be like a cheat and it's like it's just going to keep on going past no matter like where it is? Or it's like, but no, like very specifically it will not go past
that. Okay.
like November 21st or 22nd or whatever day it is. And so that's like it's like the game is telling you like you are getting back up to where you are. And so that's where, and this is what it is. That's where I thought like, oh, like the drug stuff from the very beginning of the game, like maybe that's where this is coming into play. But like I had no idea what it was going to build up to at all.
Well, because the question is always like, how much are we viewing the main gameplay as a flashback? And it turns out in some parts it very much is, because it's literally a recollection that is incomplete. So all right, the mind fuck of these couple of hours here, which is it's a pretty long stretch of the game. From when you basically send that calling card to, I don't know, you're back on the streets. It's hours of scenes and things that happen. We talked about Akechi comes in and shoots you in the head.
It's so good.
And then, you come back and it's such a great sense of triumph because right before like you decide to, infiltrate Sai's palace, there's this scene where all the characters are wondering how the hell do we get out of this awful situation we're in after what happened with Okumura. And I said Okumura. They say it's another thing they say wrong in the dub.
It's okay. Just go with the flow.
I know. It's just it catches me every. I finally they said some word earlier. Oh, they're finally in one phrase they say Yakuza and they said Yakuza and I'm like, what? Why are you doing this to me? It's Yakuza. Fuck you guys. No, it's okay. Everything else but this dub is so good. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Anyway, but what was I at? So yeah, all of that fallout with Okumura, fucking game. And so everything's, really shitty. And you get this one dialogue prompt where you have like the 3 boxes, and one of them is like, you're basically being asked like, what are we going to do to get out of this? And it's, let's turn the tables.
Yeah.
And that's the one I picked.
That's why I picked too.
Yeah. And I love that because
it's so good.
Because that's basically what you do is it's this long con. And what it winds up being is it's like the moment in any great heist movie, like Ocean's 11 or something, where you find out you didn't know the whole plot because they were keeping it from someone on the team or something. Yeah. And now we're going to turn the tables and complete the heist. And that's what happens here. And what's interesting is it's not the end of the game, obviously. There's a lot left to go, but it kicks us into the end of the game. And, but yeah, once that plot starts unraveling and you see everything that happens of, you actually set up a palace, and that's where Akechi was, and so Akechi only killed your shadow. He didn't actually kill the main character, and now you're back, and Sojiro was in on this whole thing, so he's harboring everyone at the cafe because he's a really cool dude now. Yeah. And Sai has been brought in on it because Makoto finally had a heart-to-heart with her and all this stuff. It is so satisfying.
Yeah, and the thing I like about it is that it's actually like a good plan. It doesn't feel like complete bullshit. Like, it feels like they have established so thoroughly the rules of this universe and the way the supernatural shit works that when they start explaining this, it's like, oh yeah, that you totally could do that. Because her palace does consume that whole area, like the room where you were interrogated would be like it, like when they show you in like with Yuji at the beginning of the game going down that alleyway when you've already entered the palace. You just haven't, the characters haven't noticed that yet. The player has because they do like an effect on the screen or whatever. But it's like, there's all these little tiny pieces that it's like, okay, yeah, like that actually works. And it's, as someone who's a huge fan of Doctor Who, I'm very well aware of how hard it is to create big plot twists based on fake bullshit. Because it's like, when you have fake technology or magic or whatever, you can just kind of do whatever you want and like hand wave it away and justify it to the audience in some way, but it's never satisfying when you do that. And that's where like the MacGuffin Doctor Who endings that really suck of like, oh, I used the Sonic on the blah, 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 and it fixed the problem. And you're like, but I had no idea that was even, like, a thing that could happen, so how was I supposed to be surprised when you did it? Like, it's just made up.
We both talked about how we predicted parts of this, and that's what makes it satisfying is, and I thought, it was all going to be a palace, but that's not it at all. It's that, well, it is kind of it, that they're in an area that is part of the palace, and they switch it to that at that precise moment, and all those things, like, it's satisfying because you do realize, even before you get there, what is and isn't possible.
Yeah, and it's one thing like that it's not just Akechi's character design. That's another thing I feel like they get from Death Note. That's one of like and maybe it is the like best thing about like Death Note in like a dramatic storytelling sense is that like they build up all these rules over the course of that series that you're introduced to about how this like magical artifact, the Death Note, works, how it interacts with people, how it interacts with the Shinigami, and all that stuff. And so when you get into like the deep parts of that series, you're so familiar with how all these things work that when Light comes up with some ridiculous, insane plan that chains like together a dozen of these rules that you didn't even realize could interact in that way, but when he does it, you're like, there's no reason why. Like, of course, yeah, because like I knew all this information. It's just like you hadn't put it together in that way, and that's exactly what this does. It's like when you get that, and I love as they're explaining the scene, you have all like the little kind of like chibi version drawings that are like
so great.
They were setting all this stuff up, and then Yusuke has that brilliant line of like basically, and I'm sure that he was just sitting there all cocky in that room, and it's just like this great picture of your main character while Akechi was in the palace version shooting his shadow, and you weren't even aware of it. It's just like, yep. And then that is exactly what my main character was doing, but you forgot the part where the camera zooms in on my face, and then you give a little smirk and go, and then it cuts to the end. It's so good.
It's so good. It is such a great reveal. They also take their time with it in good. It's not too slow, but they do take their time with it to make sure you kind of understand all of it, and it sinks in.
Because also that like them explaining their plan is wrapped up in like them explaining how all this shit works to Sojiro and Sai, which I think is a good way to sort of like justify narratively like why you need to talk about some of these rules in a very basic way in case the player has forgotten them because it hasn't come up in such a long time. And then I also love all of Sojiro's reactions to like him realizing that Morgana like can talk and all that stuff. He's like, wait, you mean our cat? Like what?
It is interesting because even in like Persona 4, for instance, when Dojima, he learns some of what's going on with the TV world, but you never have the sit down of like, I go into TVs or something. Like, he never gets that in on it. So I didn't really expect Sojiro to get that in on it. And they don't bring him into the metaverse, at least so far. But Not that I don't know if they do. I'm just saying in what I've played, they don't. But like,
can you imagine what his Phantom Thief outfit would look like, though?
Oh, it'd be great.
It'd be so good.
Just be a longer beard.
Yeah.
Anyway, but no, Sojiro, like, all his reactions, because again, adult characters in Persona games don't generally get this close to it, you know?
Yeah.
So you're right. It's such a joy to go. And again, they earn that joy. Like, we go through a very dark part of the game, and then there is this triumph of them turning the tables, and the game allows itself to be kind of light and on its, light on its feet for that part of the game.
Yeah.
And it's so much fun.
It's so much fun. Yeah. It's just, and like, just going back to that, like, when I just love so much, because we haven't talked about it much on the podcast yet, but the main character of this game is so good. He's so fucking good. He's such a fun character to be, because he just has so much fun being as cool as he is. And it's kind of like, like Narukami in Persona 4, the main character, is the coolest dude on the planet, but he's never really aware of it, and that's part of his charm. What I love about the main character, Persona 5, is like, he's the coolest dude on the planet, but like, most people don't notice that about him, but he 100% knows just how fucking cool he is. And it's that moment you get at the end of that cutscene of like, when it reveals like how you actually survived, and it's just him sitting with his legs folded, arms crossed, in this empty interrogation room as Akachi's like walking out the door, not realizing how he's been completely fooled, and the camera zooms in on you, and I haven't watched the cutscene in English, but the Japanese voice actor gets so much across by just going, and like, because that's half of like your main character's noises he makes in the game is just, but there's so much conveyed of like confidence and satisfaction in that one sound. That's just like, in the smirk. There's so many good smirks he gives in the game. Because also, when you get to this section, you get to rewatch all the cutscenes from the very beginning of the game of him being super badass and like jumping through the painted glass window and all that shit. He's so good. He's so cool.
It's such a great character design. I also just got to say, as someone who wears glasses, I like that we have a character this cool for whom glasses is a very key part of his ensemble.
Sure, yeah. The glasses are like, he doesn't need to put on the glasses to see through the fog, because it's like, that's just part of who he is.
Exactly. Like, Narukami wears them in select circumstances. This guy, I mean, he doesn't wear them in the castles, or in the palaces, but he's got glasses on. They're cool. Yeah. I will probably, I'm gonna have to get a new pair of glasses at some point. I might be inspired by what my as I've named him, Minato Arisato wears. Yeah, he's great character. You're right, and that little smirk scene, like that was in the trailers. And once I got to that, I was kind of sad that they put that in there, because I was kind of waiting for where is that going to show up, but it didn't dilute how great a little scene that is.
Because it's just because again, it's after you've had all this stress about like all the situation, largely with like how bad dire straits the Phantom Thieves are in. And then also just all the stress of like, is my character dead? Like, what is going to happen? And then like, as like the culmination of you finding out, oh no, like I've made it out, is you getting this brilliant scene of him just there, the cockiest motherfucker in the world.
And he's earned it.
He's totally earned it. Like, yeah.
He just literally cheated death.
And then I love that, like, after that, you get all the stuff where, like, you have to put on the hoodie, which looks really cool, even if this is, like, obviously it makes him look more suspicious, but he looks really cool.
No, it makes sense.
But then also, I love in his room after that point, he just has a fucking Phantom Thieves poster up, because it's just like, yeah. We're in the last stretches of the game. I'm going to like wear it with pride, because also there's like 20 people that live in this town that know that I'm the leader of the Phantom Thieves, because I maxed out all my social links at this point. So it's like, it's still a big secret, but it's not as big a secret as it used to be.
Right. It's fine if he could just say he's a fan.
Yeah.
Right. But no, it's great. And I don't want to go too far beyond this point, but one thing I will say is I love, in the days after that, you start getting texts from all your confidants of like, holy shit, are you alive? Yeah. And he's like, I'm fine, I'm good.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I love that all your confidants, they've realized you're the leader of the Phantom Thieves, and it's like, everything okay? But also that they have this kind of faith that they didn't kill that guy. He's too cool.
There's no way. I saw it in the cards.
Yeah. So we'll just say about, this story going forward, it only gets cooler from here.
You don't even know, Jonathan.
I know, but I'm so excited. All right, so I think that's all we're going to talk about with the story of Persona 5 and everything. We have so much left to talk about with this game, but one last thing we do want to address is it became kind of a kerfuffle. We've addressed it on here. You've said that you have some issues with the translation of Persona 5.
Yeah, here and there.
Not damning, not saying it's awful or anything.
Yeah.
But, basically, it started with, as I understand it, one person on Twitter started complaining about the translation of Persona 5. This got picked up by some gaming outlets, and we got some very outlandish headlines about how the Persona 5 translation is subpar and a disaster and all this stuff. And I find that insulting on a couple of levels. My basic reaction to it was, look, this is probably the longest and most complex game that has ever been translated in this way, to this degree. And you can absolutely nitpick things. Me not having played Japanese, I can nitpick things in this.
Yeah.
But that it is as good as it is, as often as it is, for most of the time, 98% or something, whatever arbitrary percentage you want to assign, plus the great voice acting, all these other things. I'm not, if individual people have problems with it, that's fine. When gaming outlets start writing those outlandish headlines for clickbait, you really need to go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, it's just something where it feels like because there's like a lot of stuff revolved around this. And I think one of the biggest issues is, for whatever reason, the beginning of the game has the highest concentration of just errors really in the localization, because there are a lot of different pieces of the arguments that are out there you kind of have to look at as different sort of issues. And one of them is there are just straight up translation errors or grammatical mistakes that make their way in. The place where that is most obvious is in a lot of the flash forward scenes to Sai talking to you. Those are not, they're really hard sentences to translate from Japanese to English, because they pack a huge amount of information into a very tight space that is basically 1 or 2 dialogue boxes, but it's a fucking short story of information. It's kind of like if you know Japanese, you know the difference between Japanese Twitter and English Twitter is absurd, because of the different amount of information you can pack into 140 characters with Japanese versus English, just because of how the written languages are different. So
I think Hideo Kojima was able to adequately explain the plot of Metal Gear Solid 2 in one tweet.
I think that is how he originally wrote it, because he's such a visionary. He looked forward to the future and saw Twitter and was this is where everything is going. I need to write my story in this way. But yeah, so there's some issues with that one. I kind of forgive them a little bit, because I think there's some issues with translating that is really hard, and there might have been technical issues with the limitations on how many dialogue boxes they had access to that would legitimately make that really hard to translate. But it is especially early on in the game, you get a high frequency of those scenes, and they are kind of gobbledygook in some ways if you're trying to read them very literally. I think I played it in Japanese, so most of that I just was paying attention to the Japanese voice stuff. But I got a couple of them at the very beginning when I was still playing in English, and I thought the voice actors did enough giving inflection to the lines that they made sense if you listened to them. If you read them devoid of anything else, they are, and especially it's one of those things when you take them out of context and put them into an article on a website, they sound way more like gobbledygook when you see them in context in the game. So, but there are some of those issues here and there. There's the one line that fucking everyone points to, because I've read a bunch of threads and comment things of people talking about all these different articles. And the one line that everyone points to, I think, is it is a wrong translation. It's also one line in the game, and who really gives a shit, is at the very beginning of the game, when Sai, a random sort of police dude walks up and says in Japanese he says, there has just been a call from your section chief, blah 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 blah. And then in the English translation he says, there's going to be a call from your section chief, and it's this weird tense error. And it's it's an error, that's not what he says. It should have been fixed, but it's one fucking line.
That's the point. It's how many tens of thousands of lines do you think there are in this game?
An absurd amount. Really, when you think about not just all the main game and not just all the social link stuff, but when you think about every TV thing you can listen to, every conversation you can have with random people on the street that changes periodically through the game, every conversation with Morgana, that Morgana says 2 or 3 lines of dialogue to you every single night of this game, and they are different every single time. All the different conversations you can have in safe rooms in the game, all the different conversations in mementos. There is an absurd amount of text in this game when you break it down. Yeah. It's there are about a dozen different vectors of text of ways that story and text get delivered to you that exist in Persona 5 that did not exist in Persona 3 or 4.
Yeah, literally tens of thousands of lines.
Yeah.
So you can nitpick one if you want, and that's fine, and it's totally fair to nitpick.
Yeah.
But it's not, I don't think, fair to extrapolate that to this translation is lousy.
No, yeah, I definitely don't think so. And it is one of the things I do kind of have wish was better about the localization is there are parts of the game that very much feel oh, this was translated by someone different than these scenes, and it's something where like the social link scenes to me are by far the best localized scenes in the game. I don't know why that is, but like they pop the most. That's where like they best capture Futaba's speaking style in English. I feel it is in her social link scenes.
They're really well written.
Yeah, they're really well written in the social link scenes, and then in the main story stuff, it feels like she gets kind of graded down a little bit. Like it's like her character doesn't spike out as much as she does in like Japanese. Like she still talks that way, but it's not getting translated quite the same way. I think that is an issue. It's not a huge problem I have with it, but it is an issue.
I mean, yeah, and they're totally, and I've been upfront about issues I have with the English. There's the issue with they pronounce things wrong. There's the issue with whatever the fuck happened with the compression of the audio. It gets really bad midway through the game and then gets better a little bit. But like the compression of S's in particular, because it's not in Japanese.
No,
you don't hear it, so that's weird. There's issues like that. But end of the day, even if they had gotten years to do this localization, not a couple of months or whatever, this is a Herculean undertaking that this industry really has never had a comparable thing to Persona 5 in terms of having to translate. And to me, it's that the game reads and sounds as good as it does, as often as it does in English, which is the vast majority of the time, that you and I can sit here and have these long, in-depth conversations about the themes and story and characters of this game, and we never have to stop and be like, you're never stopping me and be like, no, Jonathan, it's totally different in Japanese.
Yeah.
They didn't.
In the way that, like, if we were having those conversations about Final Fantasy 15 and you had not also had the Japanese dialogue on, like, you are literally talking about two different scenes at different points of that game based on whether or not you're talking about the English translated stuff or the original Japanese dialogue. They say completely different things.
Or like, anime in the 90s in America, like Dragon Ball Z or Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something like that, where they would dub it in a way that would just change the story.
Yeah.
Or just change the characters or something like that. That's so not going on here. And so it's like, it is just about the conclusions you draw, where no, this is not a perfect localization, and I have trouble, frankly, imagining a world where it could be anywhere near perfect given the size and scope of this game, and that, we thought there were a lot of delays. It's actually pretty amazing this is only like 6 or 7 months after the Japanese, given how big a translation job this was. Even if they had access to it earlier, which I'm sure they did. But like, are there things that could be better? Absolutely. It just annoys me that people want to damn it for that when there's so many good things in the localization. It is so readable, and it is so they translated everything, and I think they put such hard work into it.
Like all the things they translated about like the graphic design of the game that we talked about the first episode, I feel like that does not get enough credit of like that. Like they had to change a lot of the menu stuff, obviously, to convey English information. They had they put English sound effects into the game instead of the Japanese ones. They put they translated all like the blurbs and kept all those. That's like there's a lot of like really complicated stuff going on in the localization that, again, most games don't even really have to deal with that. You just kind of have to translate the text, and like if you're doing voice stuff, you have to do voiceover. But you don't have to like translate graphic design elements that frequently. You don't have to translate like sound effects popping up that frequently. And that stuff they did really well.
And I would also say the voice acting is by and large utterly fantastic, as it always is in the Persona dubs.
Yeah.
And they also gave you, dual audio and all this stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's it's as often happens with internet analysis, people really want to focus on the trees and not the forest.
Yeah. But there's one other facet of the localization stuff that I want to like sort of talk about a bit more, which this is stuff I wanted to talk about last week that we didn't really have time to, and it was like before the like Polygon article hit, and then after the Polygon article hit, like a lot of other articles hit. And there was also stuff that like NeoGAF had a big thread and all this stuff. But like 2 weeks ago, or a little over 2 weeks ago, there was a Kotaku article that I think is like really bad about this issue, and it's called "This Might Be Persona 5's Biggest Localization Fail," which is the most like big fucking title you could make about this issue. And it's basically an article that is talking about a different facet of localization, which is not just the like, oh, we're translating the text and like, oh, like this could have been translated in a smoother way, or this is slightly mistranslated, or something like that. Like those are all issues, but there's also like a larger methodology question you have to ask when you're ever localizing something of how, like, what do we change and how much do we change? Because you have to change some things, obviously, because like just translating it is changing it. And there's like a lot of questions of, well, how do we deal with the fact that all these characters are speaking English in the English version of the game, but there's maybe jokes or references that like only make sense if they are specifically speaking Japanese. Like you have to make choices about that. So that's a big facet of localization. But this,
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, this article is basically it's analyzing, and it's based off of a tweet that a game designer named Nathaniel Chapman made. No relation. This is one of the few other people in the world named Chapman. You don't run into that last name that often, I feel. But he basically made a tweet about a question that was asked in the game in a relatively early part that's in the Kaneshiro dungeon. So it's from Dungeon 3, which is about a shogi board, and the shogi board. Shogi is basically like Japanese chess. It's not 100% the same, but it's based on the same game, like from hundreds of years ago. And each shogi piece is like a sort of wooden pentagon that has a kanji character on it. Mm-hmm. And in shogi, if you move your a piece over into the enemy territory, they can be promoted, kind of like in like checkers. If you get your checker all the way to the other board, and it can be kinged. So, but like different shogi pieces can get promoted, and when you promote them, you flip them on their opposite side. On their opposite side, there is another character. So the question is about the pawn piece, and its flip side has a character that's this very simple character. And the question is basically, like, what is this character? What is like this character's like as a cursive version of what kanji? Because it's like a sort of like diminutive version of a like ancient kanji, and it's a small bit of like shogi trivia that most Japanese people would have no idea about, in the same way that like most English people have no idea anything about chess. And so like it's that kind of question, and the answer to the question is gold, which is important because because most of the test questions are actually related to whatever's going on in the story. What was going on in the story is you were fighting a dude who was just obsessed with money. So basically, that is what the question was, and the whole kerfuffle was about, well, how is in an English version of this game, how is anyone ever supposed to know what anything about like this question is actually asking? Because you're not going to know anything about shogi, you're not going to know anything about kanji, and they basically, I'm going to read the kind of the last two paragraphs, because there's like this whole argument being made. And so here's just the last two paragraphs of this article. But here's the rub, as Chapman, again, no relation, goes on to point out, even if the translation had been accurate, because there's a whole accusation that the translation was not accurate, even though if you go back and you look at the Japanese the Japanese text, which I did, because you can very easily find it online, it is 100% accurate translation of that question, and his qualms about that are totally false. But if the translation had been accurate, what the hell is this doing in a game being sold to an American audience? The object in question here is a piece from the popular Japanese board game Shogi, a minorly tricky bit of trivia if you grew up in Japan, as Chapman notes, but completely impossible if not. In this case, leaving the question exactly as it is in Japanese would fundamentally alter the player's experience. This is where the art of localization, as opposed to straight translation, would preserve the experience. Had the question simply been removed and replaced with a question about, say, the origins of chess piece, it would have given American players the same type of challenge as is being presented to Japanese players here.
Can I react to that?
Yeah, go ahead. React to that, because I had a very strong reaction to it.
It's really stupid, for one.
It's extremely stupid.
It's built on a false premise with the translation issue, so that's one. Two, shogi is extremely important to this game. It appears all over the game.
Yeah.
One of the main characters. This and other Persona games often do. You don't know the character Hifumi yet, who is a shogi master.
Yeah, who is trying to be the first woman shogi, like professional shogi player.
But you will meet her later, and it is important that they introduce the idea of shogi at some point. They do it here. So that's issue 2. 3, I don't know what I was going to say, but like or 3, as you said, it ties directly into what we're doing with Kaneshiro and all of that, because as you're very right that the test questions in this game are very tied to story, and you can often make just guesses. I don't know what that kanji is, but gold makes sense because that's a thematic thing going on here, because I just did the palace where we're in a literal vault of Scrooge McDuck gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of those things. And this game is so rooted in Japanese culture and in those ideas that no, it would not be good localization to just change that to an American thing. That doesn't work. In fact, Persona 3 tried that a little bit in its localization back in the day, and those are the roughest parts of the Persona 3 localization, as I'm sure the team at Atlus USA would be the first to tell you, because the parts where like they try to refer to people as sophomores and juniors and seniors, for instance, makes no sense if you know the actual Japanese school system.
Because there's just this whole mysterious implied freshman class, because you're using English in American like denominations of high school grades, that like, there has to be a freshman class, or there wouldn't be sophomore, junior, and senior. Where are all the fucking freshmen?
Yeah.
It's the biggest mystery at the heart of Persona 5. I haven't solved it to this day.
It is, and in other parts of Persona 3, they do change test questions and things teachers are teaching, for instance, to make it more palatable. But frankly, because you're already in the knowledge this is a Japanese game set in Japan, if you know anything about Japan or that are frankly culturally aware of what you're playing, it just becomes more confusing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, also, if you know anything about Persona, all of the games are full of test questions that English or Japanese you're never gonna know off the bat.
Most of the fucking questions in the game have nothing to do with like specific Japanese references, and you're like the first question of the game is about like Plato's theory of the tripartite soul or whatever, and trust me, when you're fucking playing this game in Japanese for the first time and you run into that as the first test question, you're like, this is intimidating as shit. Yeah. I'd like have to find a way to fucking Google this question to figure out what the answer is in Japanese.
Yes, and they even have that network feature, which is cool, where you can see what other people have answered, and you can use that if you want to. So the game, that is just such a fundamental misreading of Persona in general, of this game in particular, of the specific circumstances around, I think, what good localization is, which for me, cultural preservation is a huge part of that. You know, if I ever see subtitles on a movie that change the local denomination of money into, like, dollars or something, go fuck yourself. That's impossible to figure out what you're talking about at that point because that can change on a whim.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just... That's a bad article, and I generally think Kotaku is good about Japanese games with that stuff. That's a really shitty article.
It's a really bad article for like a number of different reasons, but like the main reason I wanted to bring it up was because like I have seen those kinds of arguments also being made about the localization stuff, and like that's where it's like it's such a strange objective that there's some stuff of like if you're like translating a fucking kids show like Digimon Adventure in the 90s, which I watched, like sure, okay, change some of the characters' names that are like really specifically Japanese to like make them easier to pronounce for English kids, like whatever. Like I don't have a huge issue with that. Like when you like take the audience into account, but like Persona is an M-rated franchise. It's always been an M-rated franchise. Like it's aimed at a mature audience, and like the Persona franchise has an even rockier history with localization than you're aware of, Jonathan, because you haven't played the earlier pre-Persona 3 games.
But I know like the history of it.
But like the original Revelations Persona, the original English localization of the first Persona game in the 90s on the PlayStation 1, like had this big localization effort where they went and did like basically what this article and other people are sort of saying the objective of localization like flat up is, which is to try to preserve the experience of this game as like for a hypothetical American player, as if they were like experiencing it the exact same way a hypothetical Japanese player would be experiencing the Japanese version. So to take this, like what they're saying the localization effort and like objective is to take whatever this experience is that a hypothetical average Japanese person has with this Japanese game and take that experience and translate that experience to a like the same equivalent experience but for a hypothetical American player of this Japanese game. And that's an absurd thing to try to do, specifically about something aimed at an adult audience that is so inextricably tied to Japanese culture, history, society, and politics as a game like Persona 5, which as far as like any video game I've ever played, or like kind of almost like anything I've ever seen from Japanese culture, is so tied into the specific issues facing contemporary Japan that like the idea of you trying to do that leads you down the path that Revelations Persona did, where they straight up, they like changed the name of the setting. They pretended that it was set in America. They changed one of the characters to being black. They changed all the characters' names to being American names and tried to basically pretend that this extremely Japanese game set in Japan, starring Japanese people, concerning Japanese social issues, was actually a game set in America, starring American people, but like discussing nothing of interest because you can't translate those social issues to just being an American social issue because that's not how fucking culture works. So the idea of, well, let's take this Japanese thing that is in this Japanese game and make it an American thing for the American audience because the American audience apparently is too fucking xenophobic or stupid and too resistant to learning something that's like, well, why the fuck should I ever have to look up what shogi is, assholes? Make it a question about something I understand. It's like, you're playing a fucking Japanese game. Did it not tip you off that the person asking you this question is named Kawakami? Like, look up shogi. Take this opportunity to learn something about the culture. Like, that's why you should be playing a game like this. It's if I had not played Persona 4 and Persona 3, I wouldn't have been able to play Persona 5 in Japanese because I would have never taken those fucking classes. Because one of the things that got me, like, put me over the hump to actually try to learn it was because those games got me so interested in the culture and in the history and the society of Japan that I was like, okay, this is something I want to do, is like get closer to that and sort of like figure out what that is, because it's so fascinating, because it's so different from where I come from in all these different places. And those games giving me that window and that opportunity, like, it has changed my life in like a significant way.
And because Atlus USA in Persona 3, 4, and now 5 has been so generally dedicated to keeping those cultural things intact, so that an American player can actually get a window into that culture. Like, just something as small as that these games use the honorifics.
Yes, or like, like Persona 4, you hear people say senpai, and you're like, well, what does senpai mean? I guess I'll go look up what senpai means. I mean, in like the original releases of Persona 3 and Persona 4 in America, the instruction booklets have a glossary in the back that has like the definitions of all these different Japanese terms and honorifics and stuff that they don't translate in the game, because there is no good way to translate the term senpai. Instead, it's like, well, let's just use the fucking word senpai and have them learn what senpai means, and here, like, that is such a better way of doing that, as long as, again, you take the audience into account of, like, they're not selling this game to a bunch of 8-year-olds. You can trust the audience to be smart enough to be able to learn what this Japanese word and concept is, because it enhances the story so much. It highlights the relationships between the characters so much when you get to understand what the term senpai means to the culture, and that there's no direct equivalent in American culture, so you can't just say upperclassmen, because that doesn't mean the same thing that senpai means.
Exactly. This kind of argument makes my skin crawl so much, in part because I've been in academia. I have a master's degree in film studies, and my master's and my undergraduate were in Japanese cinema and stuff, and so I study this stuff, and it makes that job of studying and trying to learn and educate others actively difficult when people decide to be jackasses about translation.
Yeah.
Frankly, I get that a lot. Like, when a great example of this, I brought up the money issue earlier because this is a specific thing I've run into, is the films of Takeshi Kitano, who we love on this podcast.
Yes.
We talked before, Beat Takeshi.
Fucking yeah.
His films, a lot of them are not available in America. That's not the specific issue I'm talking about. So I have most of my collection of his stuff I've imported, and the easiest place to import a lot of them from was the UK. And so I have his first 6 films. I have the UK DVDs of those, and the subtitles on those films are awful, and there's a lot of issues with them. But one of the easier issues to point out is that whenever money is cited, and in Yakuza films, it's actually pretty good to know what they're talking about in regards to money.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
It tends to be a pretty significant part of the plot.
Yeah.
When you're watching a movie about organized crime.
Yeah. The way you should translate that is if someone says 600 yen, you write in the subtitles 600 yen.
Yeah.
And you let the viewer figure it out from there.
Yeah. If you really want to go beyond, you can maybe put a little like translator note at the top that says like, the conversion rate is roughly blah, blah, blah. If you really want to do that, you can do that.
If you want to be cute, yeah.
Yeah.
But like what they did on those DVDs is they translated it to pounds. And so whenever they cite money in those films, I have to like turn off the subtitles and try to listen. And sometimes it's hard because these are like films from the 90s and the audio isn't great.
Yeah.
Of like, what is he specifically saying, the number of yen? Because that means nothing to me. I would have to figure out what the exchange rate was from yen to pounds, not when the movie was made, but when they made those subtitles.
Yeah.
And it means nothing because that changes so often. And it's like, him saying he needs 24 pounds from this guy, the Japanese Yakuza dude saying that is so ridiculous. But that's the same translation philosophy we're talking about that article preaches.
Plus, it also like egg on your face when all of a sudden the next Yakuza movie from Takeshi Kitano is set in the UK, and he's having to ask some people for yen and other people for pounds. How do you even deal with that now, assholes?
Yeah, no, I mean it's a real issue, and just the goal of translation and localization should be just to make it as clear as possible. I think that is the one North Star.
Not to scrub out all the cultural influence. Again, like the only places, like if you take into account audience stuff, like I think like for kids programming, there's some stuff you can talk about there. But like especially when you're talking about like adult entertainment, why have to like? Can you really not trust your audience to be able to figure out what a like fucking yen is? Like, is it such a big deal that you have to go out of your way to try to translate that? Like, it's a really interesting, really fascinating process trying to translate Japanese to English or vice versa, because they are so utterly different languages. And like, it's something where I have the greatest and utmost respect for anyone who does that professionally, because it is a incredibly hard job. Like, you have to make so many tough calls all the time. I think like 9 times out of 10, or like more like 99 times out of 100, if you're like like stuck on a fork, and your like pathway is, do I try to Americanize this, or do I like try to find some way to convey it just convey the Japanese culture of it instead of having to like sort of alter it to something that's American. You should stick with the Japanese culture of it, because that has the opportunity for the audience to learn about Japanese culture if they're not already familiar with it, or if they are familiar with it, it's not going to piss them off.
Art is one of the greatest, maybe the greatest windows unto culture.
Yeah.
And the reason we study foreign games and films and books and all that is to get those windows unto culture and to other aspects of the human experience. And the goal of translation, again, should be clarity above all else. Sometimes clarity does mean you have to change things a little bit, but sometimes it means you just leave it as is and expect people are smart enough to figure it out.
Yeah, like I, just went through the experience of reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms and now watching a admittedly poorly translated subtitle version of that, like, very hard to find DVD release, which I have no problems with. Like, I was not expecting that to be some flawless fucking subtitle treatment of that thing. I just am happy to be able to watch it at all, because it's also, that's a lot of work. Someone had to do a lot of work to translate fucking 84 episodes of this goddamn TV show. But, like, one thing I really loved about reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms and now watching the show is getting this window into Chinese culture, which is the kind of stuff that got me into playing Persona and then watching anime again as a thing that, like, because I went through a big period in, like, high school and stuff where I didn't watch any anime at all when I watched it all the time, like Dragon Ball and Yu Yu Hakusho and stuff when I was a kid. And then when Crunchyroll came around, played Persona, started watching Crunchyroll stuff and be like, oh yeah, like I can learn this language, I can learn pieces of this culture, this is so interesting. And now I'm getting a little bit of that with Chinese culture. And I'm just thinking about, like, if you had this translation methodology, like there's all this stuff, if you like took all these phrases that they say in Romance of the Three Kingdoms that are like, I presume are just like Chinese sayings, that because they say them all the time, that don't have an easy American equivalent, but you tried to find like some English equivalent of them, I would then go through life without ever like being able to like encounter a situation and think like, oh man, he's really trying to throw an egg against the hard rock this time, huh? Because that's not a thing any one American person has ever said ever in their life, but it's an amazing fucking saying to say about like someone who's trying to go against you in a battle and they have no idea what they're going up for because you're way more powerful than they are. And I love that saying to death, and I would never know it if they had used this localization methodology.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that got me into Japanese culture, weirdly, was not watching Dragon Ball as a kid, which I never got into.
Yeah.
But a little later in life, like when I was in middle school and high school, so still a kid, but older kid, like teenager, was watching Dragon Ball Z in Japanese on like the DVDs with the subtitles. And, Funimation, I can criticize things about their dubbing methods for Dragon Ball or whatever. I think they've come to a very good place with it at this point. But for those subtitles, they allowed this translator, Steve Simmons, to do a very literal, very clear translation of Dragon Ball where he kept the honorifics and he was very good about making it as clear as possible, like didn't even translate the puns that like Kaio-sama would make like the note you're talking about, like this means this. And I realized that as outlandish as Dragon Ball looks, it's very, very rooted in a lot of Japanese things.
Yeah.
And so I learned so much about, honorific systems and about how different ways of speech are used to build characters in Japanese. And
which
like
is
that.
Huge in Dragon Ball, for like Goku in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so fascinating for me. And I just think, I've always said, what a gift that Funimation did that literal translation for their subtitles when they had a big anime. They very easily could have just had, the subtitles,
be subtitled English, like subtitles of the English dub or
like
something.
King Kai and stuff, which they actually did in the very first DVDs, and they very quickly changed that. But what a gift, because I think me and a lot of other people learned a lot from that.
Yeah.
And that is, as culturally Japanese as Dragon Ball is, there are a mini anime much more culturally Japanese than that. But what a great stepping stone, Mm-hmm. So that's where a lot of my thoughts on translation were frankly formed, was watching Dragon Ball with subtitles.
Yeah.
Or the years I would spend on anime before we had Crunchyroll and with fan subs and figuring out different methodologies there.
The dark times
when I was not around for Dragon Ball Z fan subs, but the best example I've ever heard is Vegeta calling the androids candy-ass faggots.
It was a weird...
It's the experience the Japanese people get.
It's like we're trying to translate the experience that a hypothetical Japanese person listening to Vegeta insult Android 20 would have, and then like translate that for a hypothetical American person. And of course, this phrase is candy-ass faggot. Obviously, that's the only English phrase that could possibly convey the nuance of the Japanese in this specific instance.
All right, I think we've beaten this horse enough. Next week,
More
Persona.
We will both be done with that game. I mean, I've been done with that game, but done with it again.
We'll see. Lots of good stuff to come.
Yeah, now we just have to finish Persona 5, and I am so excited to meet fucking Shido Masayoshi once again. That beautiful motherfucker.